Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. You're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main method of politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, they're dead? With a crowbar, you say?
And good evening. You even got the cue in your Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you another amazing debate between Paranoid American, who's back for more, and MC Toon making his way back to the screen. It's been a while. We're very excited to have you both here. This evening, they will be debating we should replace teachers with AI. Paranoid American, you have the affirmative claim. If you'd like to make your opening statement, please.
Wow, we're just going to go right into it. All right, let's do this. All right, well, let me just get one thing just completely clear, that this is not whether we 5-year-olds need adults. Of course they do. This is more about if the adult in that room needs to be a primary lecturer, a curriculum designer, a grader, a tutor, a behavior manager, a counselor, a babysitter, all of these things at the exact same time, right? We already have job roles called paraprofessionals. We have assistant teachers. They're the ones that tend to handle supervision and like the human support element. AI can take over completely the academic instruction layer, the teaching part, while adults can sort of be cordoned off and just handle that human layer. So here's kind of what that would look like, is that each individual student could have a personalized AI tutor that, don't be worried, they can be trained on the same Rockefeller approved curriculum, the same textbooks, the same state standards, lesson plans. The extra improvement is that they also can have a student's history. This means that teachers don't have to be the ones that are essentially a bottleneck for content delivery in a classroom. So AI, it becomes a default instructional layer, while the trained adults that are in the room, they can be in charge of supervising, mentoring, sort of enforcing all the social standards. So right now, 2026, and as long as I've been alive, the entire school model is pretty much overloaded as is, right? So as I mentioned, we expect a single adult in many cases to be, I'm not even going to go through the entire list, but a subject matter expert, a curriculum designer, the person that does the lectures, an individual tutor, a disciplinarian, a counselor, a mentor, an administrator, a classroom manager for 20 to 35 kids at once. And that's usually, if you're lucky, you've only got 20 kids in your class. They sometimes can get combined and get bigger than this. And in a lot of those cases, beyond just the teaching capacity, Teachers are going to be on the hook to pay for supplies. If you want to have a holiday decoration, all of those supplemental materials, snacks, tissues, just overall a ridiculous amount of personal investment, which is far beyond what's expected of almost any other career field, specifically within the government sector. Imagine any other government job where like the DMV person's in charge of bringing snacks and tissues and like all the, so it's a really weird sort of portion of this, the career field that you've got to pick from. AI is the first thing so far in history that allows us to kind of split those different roles apart. So in this sort of theory that I'm putting forward, and I really do believe that we're headed here anyways, so it's almost a moot point. So maybe I'm just making you feel better about what's already going to happen. Let AI deliver personalized instruction. If you're a visual learner or an audio learner or a kinetic learner, great, you can get more visuals. If you want to pace around the room, you can do that too. If you want the teacher to talk in simpler words, more advanced words, use more or less analogies. If you want to stop in the middle of a lesson and say, hey, what did that word just mean? Even if we're not in an English class, right? That was one thing that always bugged me. If you're in like science class, you can't necessarily be like, hey, wait, what does this word mean? Because then that stops the lesson for everybody else. Maybe you learn better with interactive examples. Maybe you need it to be gamified. The exact same content and lesson plans can basically be presented in an infinite number of personalized ways per student. Everyone learns differently. Everyone learns at a different pace. And there's just honestly no possible way that you can scale the human resource of a teacher to cater to every single one of those students. So basically, you let humans handle the human behavior, the safety, the social norms, encouragement, mentoring, dealing with attendance, just overall teaching kids how to participate in the micro as a community, and then at the macro, maybe like at society at large. That can be the role of a human being or an adult in that classroom, but not as the academic teacher. So I guess if I want to simplify my entire position here, AI should become the primary instructional layer in schools, and the adults remain responsible for the human layer. It's a complete division of the different requirements and responsibilities. And I've got 4 main points, way more than that, a whole bunch of different examples. I'm going to try boil it into 4 points in my opening here. The first one is that the current model that we've got is producing unacceptable results despite enormous spending. The second is that personalized tutoring works. And AI, again, is the first time in human history that we've had some sort of an option to provide personalized tutoring to individual students. Third, to reemphasize, this is not removing adults from school. It's giving them a more focused and like a genuinely human role so that they can serve that better, which is probably an underserved part of sending your kids to school, is that all that becomes secondary. And then fourth, the risks of using AI can be completely mitigated through curriculum limits, testing, auditability, human oversight. In fact, they could be open sourced. So now the curriculum and the lessons plans and the entire knowledge base, what to teach, how to teach it, who to teach it to, that could just be open sourced on GitHub, made, reviewed, improved by anyone so that it's actually iterative almost day to day. So the status quo is not really enough. We spend plenty on education. We're going to get into that in the weeds when we're talking through this debate. And more importantly, the failures of the education system are not evenly distributed. What happens is that in the current model, if you're a good student and you can figure out how to like motivate yourself, you're strong, supported, you're present, if you can keep pace with a group lesson, you'll do great. But if you are a student that is behind, if you're embarrassed to ask a question and then a second one and then a third one, you're probably not learning that particular lesson as well. Let's say you're absent for 2 weeks, whether by design or something unplanned happened in your life, you're behind 2 weeks. You have all of these other issues. What if you're bored because the class is going too slow? So now you're underperforming in the metrics, even though you're capable of following along. So the other version of that is that you get completely lost because the class is too fast. The teacher doesn't have the ability to stop and slow down on all of this. So this is not a criticism of all teachers. I definitely think it's a criticism of some, and it's well-deserved, but we'll also get into that a little bit later. This is mostly a criticism of the job that's been designed for teachers and what they're signing up for, which is just an impossible task, right? One of the main things that I'm probably going to leverage in this debate is Benjamin Bloom had something called a 2 sigma problem. And basically what it showed is that one-on-one tutoring produces dramatically better outcomes than conventional classroom instruction. That's probably been known for a while, but the problem with that is that, which has also been known for a while, we just simply don't have enough personal human tutors for every single human child. AI is the very first thing that has been able to change that. And only recently, within maybe the last 4 or 5 years, it's gotten to the level that we can actually approach this. So this is not just AI hype. This is going to be based on all sorts of meaningful gains that happened before even ChatGPT existed. And I'm excited to go through some of those specific examples.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Paranoid. I appreciate it. MC, I did hit the mute. There you go. Actually, now it's off. MC, if you'd like to give your opening statement, please.
All
and do you
right.
want this screen share up?
I will in a second. So I'm debating the Paranoid American. I just want to know. I want everybody to know I'm more American than him. I got the American shirt. I got Sasquatch on it. I use Sasquatch soap. And look at this background. So I win. I win that competition. Look, there's a monster truck. Look at that.
How many years did you serve in the military?
I took my earbuds out even. So all right.
How many years did you serve?
I did not serve.
Oh, I guess I win on that one.
No, my background. My background.
I guess that counts. That's way better than the years that I put my life on the line for your freedom,
I'm
sir.
Kidding,
That's great.
Of course not. I do, I sometimes I do appreciate those that serve. So thank you very much. I appreciate that you did serve. And if you look at my the description of my channels, I care deeply about veterans. So
If you really do, and if your audience cares about veterans, they should go to Paranoid American on YouTube and hit subscribe and like. Thank you.
Wait a second.
Wait. I'm a veteran too.
And well, they're already here. They've already liked you. How could they not?
All right.
All right, MC, let's get back to business, sir. Your opening statement, please. See, they're too busy goofing around.
I know. I know why. I have to change what I'm sending out to people on my side also. So just a sec. Give me a second. If your audio can be bad, I can have some delays here. Okay. Browser 4 and
just so we're on the same playing field, who here went to public school versus private school? Any
I went
answers?
to public school.
Okay, also public school.
yes, public school.
Okay, even footing then.
Yeah. Though I did, I do homeschool our kids, as I said previously. So, all right, I'm ready. You can display it to the everybody.
Okay.
All right. So the prompt is: should we replace teachers with AI? But I'll just say who I am. MC Toon Live is my channel where I do live debates mostly, and live streams and fun stuff like that. And then my Conspiracy Tunes channel is where I do pre-recorded videos. You can find me on Facebook as Michael Toon, or X, Discord, TikTok, MySpace, Friendster, GeoCities as either MC Toon or MC Toon 27. So,
You got an Angel Fire link you could give us too?
yeah, it's just sorry. So what does? So I thought about the prompt here, so I wanted to be true to the prompt. What does replacing teachers with AI look? And so I asked AI to generate a picture, and it actually got a picture of Sarah and put it in there. So yeah, there you go.
What the fuck? I'm sorry.
I don't know where
be serious right now, but I can't.
I don't know where it got your picture from, but anyway, but if you look at, all right, so I asked AI to generate this, and if you look at the board behind, the math is all goofy. It's, oh my gosh. Anyway, so this is current. And so taking the prompt at its word, replacing the teacher looks like this, right? So that's what I'm responding to. I don't think that I didn't take the prompt to mean, that it's, not having AI assisting, right? I'm not against AI assisting doing admin tasks or grading or lessons planning. And I don't think that it means that students wouldn't be interacting with AI chatbots. So unfortunately, a whole lot of your stuff, Paranoid American, was kind of this stuff, and it wasn't true to the prompt. And I was worried about it. And I didn't know where you were going to go.
Well, I want to be clear that I am for the AI taking over the teaching role and not necessarily the administrative assistance part, but the actual education part.
So like more like you are. Like
this picture right here, pretty close, minus the goofy mouth on the background.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, for me, it's the human part. And I took it to mean that there wouldn't be a whole lot of teacher in the class, right? It would be maybe individualized. Maybe they don't even have a classroom anymore. But the classrooms are valuable, and I say that as a homeschool parent. I see the value in classrooms. Now, as a homeschool parent, we provide that in other ways. So another thing that a teacher can provide is the classroom management and real world complexity. So if it is a classroom environment, which I don't see people not sending their kids off to schools anymore, they're still going to be sitting somewhere. I mean, if you got two parents working or whatever, they're going to be in a building somewhere and probably a shared room. And so you're going to have the guy saying that was churlish. And darn it, I forgot his other word. Anyway, so more to the point here, I think ethics are a challenge for AIs. The LLMs are just computer programs. And there is no ethics built into them. And there's a whole lot of ethics involved in teaching. Not that all teachers get it right, but you can talk to them and you can take them aside and you can fix it. Because they're people that have motivations, and you can potentially, move them out and fire them and do whatever. For an AI, ethics can be trained in, but just manually. You can train them on, they did this wrong in the past. Let's train the next iteration of it to not do that wrong thing. In the meantime, you played an experiment on whoever was the guinea pigs that were being taught, and maybe had some things that shouldn't have been taught. And then it's when you put the guardrails on, it's just about controlling behavior. The LLM does not have anything internally. It doesn't have any morals. It doesn't have a compass or any of that kind of stuff. No matter how it feels when you talk to it as a chatbot. Bias is another problem, and I think you kind of showed your hand by saying Rockefeller, but I would think that you'd be against this. Tell me if you disagree later, but what you feed the LLM is all that it has. But it's broad. So if you feed an LLM the story Lord of the Flies, it learns all of the things in Lord of the Flies, including all of the bad behaviors. And when you feed an AI, an LLM, all of the writings of, the annals of human history, you get a whole lot of negative examples of how people get ahead by doing the wrong things, unethical things. And since an LLM can't distinguish because it doesn't have a moral compass, it doesn't know whether or not something in particular is good or bad in order to accomplish a goal. And we've seen that with Claude in some of the tests where they've done they have these lemonade stands and these kind of tests that they run where the AI has to do negotiating and contract stuff, and it just goes and screws the vendors because it doesn't have a moral compass, and and the goal is to make as much money as possible. So screw everybody. These counter examples are seen as the LM in training. Anyway, there's the bias. We've got then, I clicked to the wrong screen here. There we go. Pacing. You did cover this, so I'm not too much in a disagreement here, but different students learn in different ways and at different paces. And so if I'm taking the classroom where there is a bot at the front of the classroom versus an individualized thing of some sort. And so I think a chat bot would not necessarily have this exact pacing issue, but the example is a student is bored and needs to be challenged, but they might get lower grades in that topic just because they're bored and it's beneath them and they find it dumb and not challenging or engaging. But if you just look at, well, they got a D on this, they have a pattern of getting Ds, we better move them to the lower class. Well, that's the wrong thing for a student that needs to be challenged more. So a human can see this. And again, if we just replace the human with the robot at the front of the room, that will be missed. And then that will be an opportunity that was squandered potentially. Privacy and security. Now I work in computers, I write software. This is a huge problem. Cybersecurity is getting worse and worse. I don't see it getting better, unfortunately. But if you take large systems and you put more and more stuff into it, and AI are basically cataloging the interaction in order to know whether or not you should do something for a student or what you should do with a student or whatever their issues are. That's all just now categorized and stored, and it's a huge target. And who is notorious for having bad security? Well, governments and schools. And so large databases with years of profiling done by AI, I am not comfortable with that at all. And I'm hoping paranoid people wouldn't either. Prompt leading, you see this, people who have entire YouTube and TikTok channels dedicated to making AIs say things that they want them to say, which has nothing to do with the actual answer, because an AI, an LLM, predicts text. It tells you what you want it to tell you. So if the student is engaging in questions, it can wind up teaching the wrong things. And this may be unintentional. I think a lot of the time it's unintentional. I see people talking, well, the AI told me this. I'm like, well, what was your prompt? I'm like, yeah, that was the problem. You asked it a leading question. It got the idea of where you were going and it told you what you wanted to hear. Anyway, computer programs, no matter how human they feel, cannot replace real personal and emotional value with human beings. Do not replace teachers with humans. And there you go.
My turn to respond.
Hold on. We're finishing up opening statements. All right. And pardon me. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, both of these gentlemen are dual streaming. So please feel free to head over to their channels, like, subscribe, share, and absolutely feel free to send them all of your money. We love that. We will get through our debate. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, we will open up the panel for open panel Q&A. So if you have something to say this evening towards the topic or towards either of these two regarding the topic, you will absolutely have your opportunity to do so at the end of the debate. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
All right. I want to have the opportunity to address some of the great points that you made and your response there. So I guess the first major thing that both of us need to figure out what like the level playing field is that I'm definitely not saying that kids go into a warehouse and there's just laptops set up and like a big video security system and like a loudspeaker yelling like, hey, number 352, sit back down. Like that's not necessarily. I think that the strongest argument here is that right now the number of roles that a teacher has to play, but not just that, the qualifications in order to become a teacher, we can decouple that, right? If you're a software engineer, imagine the decouple sort of practice where now you don't have this one single point of failure that's responsible as this like turnkey for everything. And now you can actually have somebody dedicated just to the disciplinarian, the human aspect, and everything else is taken over through education. I'll go through the bullet points on this. So we're not replacing adults being there to supervise and adults being there to mentor and adults being there to help. Like, hey, I see that you're struggling. How can I help? That kind of a thing that a computer wouldn't be able to pick up on, and those nuances, that doesn't get removed. But that human in the room is not required to know how algebra works or, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. They don't have to know any of that. They just have to have personal skills, and that would allow them to focus on developing other children's personal skills, which I think is like one of the main things that's lacking aside from failing test scores, which we'll also get into. Also, I just want to point out that you were basically comparing all of AI to a small little sliver of AI, which is an LLM, a large language model. There are a longer list than I'm even going to read out, of all the different types of AI, but you've got rule-based systems that can be trained. They all use neural networks to train, but it's not a large language model. You've got knowledge tracing systems that use Bayesian knowledge tracing. You've got adaptive assessment systems. You've got recommendation engines. Here's maybe a more practical example. You go on Netflix, or there was something called the Music DNA or the Music Genome Project, and it's really great, like a Pandora or Spotify of, hey, you like these artists, so maybe you'll like this artist. That's also a form of AI that could also be used to like, oh, you're engaged by this type of teaching and this type of content. Well, here's more that you'd be interested in. Also a form of AI. You've got classifiers, you've got predictive models, you've got all sorts of speech and computer video systems that can analyze micro expressions and see if they're actually engaged, if they're making eye contact. So this is not just can LLM replace education, it's AI kind of as a whole. And I know it's nebulous, but it's far beyond just the limitations of an LLM. For the sake of this, we can kind of hyperfixate on the LLM aspect, but just knowing that you could extrapolate that a little bit further. I'll make these quick because there's a few other points that you made that I think were good. You mentioned the human guinea pig experiment. I feel that this is the direction we're headed in anyways. So guinea pig experiment or not, this is probably what's going to happen. We're not going to just take the Lord of the Flies, train an LLM around that with like a RAG model. So now it just knows Lord of the Flies. It's going to know Lord of the Flies. It's going to know every other book ever written in English or any other language that you want. It could also be fed lesson plans, curriculum, Cliff's Notes, all sorts of great analysis that a teacher would never, even if they had their entire lifetime to read, wouldn't have every single take on Lord of the Flies, whereas an AI or even an LM would have that. And we've got decades, if not centuries worth of effective lessons plans that have already been recorded. Also, there's a conflation where if you mention Claude, for example, and OpenAI and Grok and Gemini and any other million versions of these, this is conflating cloud-based systems with what could be a locally running model so that a school could just have it running in its own server, not connected to any other service, not have to pay for it outside of energy costs. And then on top of that, there's not really necessarily the concept where you say, well, as the kids are talking to it, interacting with it, it's like feeding off them, retraining that. That's not necessarily true either. If you take an LLM model and you host it locally, it's essentially solid state intelligence. It is a read-only sort of tool, and that as you ask it, it's non-deterministic, so you might not get the exact same answer every single time depending on the prompt, but it's not necessarily, it won't be able to tell it something, clear the context, and then ask it that new information. It will not have that accessible to it unless you set up a whole extra RAG system and knowledge base and indexing. So there's a few things I just want to make sure that AI can be run locally. It doesn't have to feed the beast. It doesn't have to feed the Department of Defense and Claude and OpenAI or China and all that. And it doesn't necessarily mean that kids are going to have to give identifying personal information that could then potentially get leaked or cause some kind of security issue. In fact, I believe that this type of AI education system could be fully open sourced, so anyone in the world at any time can review all the code, all the instructions, criticize it, improve it, make modifications. If you're a home schooler, you can make like your own version of that. There could be homeschooled editions of this. So possibilities are endless, but I just wanted to kind of address some of those specific things that you had brought up.
All right. The challenge a little bit here between is going to be that I was responding strictly to the prompt, and you kind of just came alongside with a lot of the things that I think a lot of people do agree with as what AI could do as an assistant in many ways. So I don't disagree with many of those things.
No, we're done here. This was great. I'll see you guys at the next one.
It kind of is. And that's why I said I was worried about what your take was going to be, and that, you didn't quite, anyway, not to the point. Anyway, I am familiar with AI and other systems. This is the book that I used in college. When I took AI in college. Also, for the Uber nerds here, I took this class. Man, if that doesn't get me some nerd street cred, nothing will.
You started with nerd street cred. The books are just an added bonus.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to out myself too, software engineer for going on 25 years. I started making AOL progs and fishers back in the mid 90s.
Nice. Anyway, so I am familiar with the broader history of AI instead of just the LLMs, but there's the only thing that are on the horizon for putting in front of a student in a classroom is LLMs. And when I took these classes, it was right around the corner was what, it's going to just about going to be awesome. And it's just keeps going and going and going for decades. That AI, the promise of it is around the corner, but only when the attention paper came out really was the kind of the knee in the curve for LLMs getting the ability to kind of do the things that we're all seeing them do now. So
the attenuators.
Yeah. So is there that coming for some other system other than an LLM? Well, the last 40 years says we have no damn clue. So we don't know if something else is going to actually be the thing that could be something other than an LLM. So I don't know if that gives us anything.
I push back a little bit on that and say that classifiers and gate detection, micro expression detection, all of those were being developed far earlier and getting more attention, at least in the mid 2010s. Some of the big trends in the industry was that you could have a video feed, and as people walked by, you could tell how long they were looking at something, if that made them happy, if it made them sad, their age, their gender, all of that was trained on neural networks and has really nothing to do with LLMs other than the fact that they both get trained on neural networks. So I will concede for sure that LLMs have been the most novel, the most approachable, and the most understandable to a layman. That I know what a chatbot is. I know that if I feed in human language, it'll feed human language back out, especially if you can do a speech to text. Now I can talk to it and it can talk back to me, even though at its base level, it's just translating it into text and then spitting the text back out in audio form. I guess I would, maybe as a tangent, but I don't think that I can be easily convinced that humans aren't doing the exact same thing that LLMs are. So when we say it's a predictive, text engine, where if I say a word, the very next word that I'm about to say, in my brain, I'm thinking, what word makes the most sense to say after this word, which is pretty much exactly how an LLM work, even though it might be slightly rudimentary at this point. It seems like it would be the exact same process. I don't think that is for or against this debate. And in fact, I think that maybe it would be more productive if the debate shifted to how much of the academic portion of a teacher could be fully replaced by AI if we both agree that a human being should be in the room to monitor for all of the other human elements. But when it comes to learning, when it comes to here's what you should be learning, here's how I'm going to teach it to you, here's how I'm going to assess how well you're doing at it, that 100% of that could be completely offloaded onto the AI, and that the human individuals in the room can solely focus on the human things.
I don't know even how that would look. But that's not really.
We can spell it out. I've got a whole list of, I think, good examples that we can use as just discussion points.
Well, I think that's not this debate, though. I don't know. I mean, let me say, you did mention, I gave Lord of the Flies as an example, not as the only thing. And then you took off of that and you went to, we're going to bring in all of the other writings. And that was my point, that all of the other writings include a whole bunch of morally bad things that the AI is unable to morally identify as bad. And so we'll say, well, here is a technique that gets to a certain end. And a lot of what an AI, an LLM is doing is telling you, it's predictive. It's telling you what you want it to tell you. And so if you're in some way asking, how can I get this thing? Then it's not going to include at its base any moral compass in that, because it doesn't have that. There's no capability in it.
So 2 pushbacks on that. One is that I definitely don't think, this is maybe my own hot take, but I don't think that teachers should be the ones that are advocating morals to kids. If you're reading Lord of the Flies and you're like, yeah, we should kill Piggy, then there might be bigger issues than the teacher can solve from like a moral and ethical standpoint. That aside from that, I do want to say that there are, you're probably familiar with something called like an adversarial AI. For example, you can set up an adversarial LLM. So as part of the system prompt, if a kid says, hey, should I kill Piggy? Should I kill the fattest kid in my class? Because that's what they're out to do in Lord of the Flies. And it's, I'm morally ambiguous. I'm learning. I don't know if that's good or bad. What should we do here? An adversarial LLM could basically say in the system prompt, hey, no matter what this person asks, always lean towards not harming people. Like if you ever seen one of these long system prompts, they're, paragraphs and paragraphs long. So an adversarial LLM could make it so it's not just neutral, that in fact, the morals are explicitly implied. And again, those can be open sourced. So now that every single parent that's looking and say like, well, what kind of morals are you teaching my kids? Now you can see it. You can read it for yourself. And if you disagree with some of it, or if you're like, well, you know what? I'm not going to teach my kids that dinosaurs existed. You just delete that little line from the system prompt. And now you've got your no dinosaurs existed homeschool version where they also get to learn Lord of the Flies. And I guess on that same point, you don't have to teach your LLM for this specific, say like a 5th or 6th grade English. They doesn't also have to know about the Kama Sutra and American Psycho. It can just know about Lord of the Flies and Mice and Men and other things that are sort of age appropriate. But it can also know Plato, and it can also talk about classical, Neoplatonic ethics if the kid was so inclined to do that, which again, you're not going to get out of a typical 5th or 6th grade English teacher.
Is that what you, as a school administrator, right? What you want? Do you want that, or is that more of a free time thing for the kid to go learn whatever Plato in 5th grade?
I guess as an administrator in this scenario, the administrator would basically be replaced by your sysops guy. Your IT guy is now the principal of the school.
Oh my gosh.
The academic. I mean, and like right now you've got a school board, you've got like the English teaching committee, then they get together and they determine here's what we think the kids are capable of. All of those things can still occur. Like you can have that think tank, but again, it's about we cannot scale a human being to be in the classroom and give this one-on-one lesson. AI is the only way that can do it. But we could take every other teacher that's currently in that school, and now they're focused on getting together and determining what books they're going to read, what should we feed this LLM, doing all that feedback loop. There's obviously going to be a flux. Like, you're not just going to turn a switch and all of a sudden all the teachers are gone. But this is going to be a slow progression towards that. So now let me lead this with some point by points, because I think these are some interesting notes. Right now, what we're doing and what we've been doing for the last 20 or 30 years is just not working. And I want to make sure that we're not discussing perfect being the enemy of good here, where it's like, oh, well, AI wouldn't be able to pick up on that nuance, and AI wouldn't be able to see that a kid's struggling, or it might not be able to point out the morality of Lord of the Flies. And I want to remind you that if we've all been to public school, at least one of us has had horrible teachers that maybe didn't have morals. Maybe I had a world history teacher that brought a flask to school and couldn't care less whether or not you passed the test, as long as you turn the Scantron in. So a lot of this isn't comparing AI to the greatest teachers ever. It's comparing mediocre AI to perhaps a good teacher, but also an abysmally bad teacher. And I think across the board, a mediocre AI is better than bad, and a great AI is as good as a great teacher. So it's not even necessarily apples to apples across the board here.
All right. There's a lot of things. You went on for a while. I don't think that replacing an educator with a tech person is going to work. Right? You still need the people, no matter what, that are the educators that specialize in educating and have that skill set, deciding on curriculum and putting in those types of things. And that's what, certainly I agree. They spend a lot of time now not doing that kind of stuff. I'm not proposing a solution to that. That's elsewhere. But I don't think that taking them out of the loop, though, will improve it. You can't put a sysop in for a principal. You still need a principal. You still need the educator to do that. So what else? You went on a long time, man.
It's part of my thing. I'm getting better at it. Just like I'm great at baiting the hook, so I can get a really good, hot take that'll entice you and think that I'm going to replace all humans. But I really just said the teachers, and technically a parasocial worker is not the same as a teacher.
Yeah.
I think we also still need to be mindful that when formulating prompts, we do have to do it in which we understand colloquially, right? So, for instance, MC Toon and myself included understood that prompt as we should replace teachers with AI. Colloquially, we would say, okay, now the children are going to be taught by an AI via, like the picture that MC put up of Blondie and then replaced it with a little robot. Right? Colloquially, we would all understand that. So when formulating prompts, we have to be mindful. We don't want to tease the words because then we end up with a debate bust in that aspect.
Well, to be clear, I guess, in that scenario, you've got the robot in the middle of the classroom. And as I look in that picture, I'm imagining, okay, well, there's a behavior analysis disciplinarian in one of the corners we don't see. And there's another person there that's there to see, like, oh, is someone having personal problems at home? Is this kid being abused at home or whatever, right? Like, those adults exist in that fashion, but I would not consider that teachers. We're talking about the academic lesson plans that you send your kid to 4th grade, you expect them to learn 4th grade reading level, 4th grade math. All of that would be handled by AI. It's only behavior and social interpersonal connections that we handle by adults. And if you
glorified babysitters.
You said the word, not me. It's a very charged word when you're talking about teachers, but yeah, you could have 5 babysitters in a room. None of them have to have any necessarily credentials on math or science or reading or anything that's being taught in the classroom. Just here's how to handle behavior, classroom management. All of that can be completely offloaded. And if you're going to extend the word teacher to them, I mean, someone that you sit next to on a bus that like teaches us something cool. Like, is that a teacher? No, I want to at least define teacher as the core academic, person that's giving, or machine that's giving the actual academic lessons. So is that fair enough where it's not like a clickbaity version?
MC, I think you do disagree with that concept, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I do.
okay.
I think it's probably for me the other way around, that I think that you can use AI to augment the teacher, in that the teacher doesn't need to be as bound up in time in grading things and in doing the administrative work, right? The administrative work, that's not teaching. Teaching is teaching, and they got to do all this other junk too. And I'm not happy that teachers often need to be doing the, taking care of kids that are fighting and arguing and things like that, right? That's not teaching either. And unfortunately, that has become a huge portion of what many teachers have to do now. And I'd love to have a different solution to that. I don't think AI is in the answer to that necessarily. Maybe it is, but I don't think that's this discussion though. As to, how you train the model, and it's easy to say, well, today these things aren't there. I won't say that. I think that certainly local models are moving forward quickly, and that at some point in the future, it will be reasonable to have a local model that does everything, and you can actually choose to train it on whatever you want to train it. I think those things are all possible. They're not here today, but we're not necessarily talking about the 26-27 school year system that we're,
I do want to just at least that I do think that it's here today, that it could happen right now, and it's not some future sci-fi thing, especially if you consider, if you were to eliminate the salary of 3 teachers in a school, that would allow you to stage a large significant model.
So, oh my gosh, what local model do you think that could do that
maybe
today?
You could get to like a 90+ billion parameter model. Like, usually if someone's going to run a local model now, if you've got a $3,000 GPU, you might be stressing that out at a quantized 27 billion parameter model. A lot of people run like a 9 billion parameter. You can get on a Raspberry Pi, you can load a 3 billion parameter model. I wouldn't say that's going to be the thing that you sit in front of the kid and hope that he learns math from. But if you were to have, I think that for less than $500,000, and I think even that's being generous, for less than $500,000, you could have something that would do the job enough to teach your entire elementary school worth of knowledge.
Okay, so I want a specific though. You said today you think it's possible. So today, what existing model today that a school could get their hands on would be something that you think would work today?
I think any like 80 billion or more parameter model, there's so many. If you go on Hugging Face, you can find ones that are explicitly trained in English, some in math, some in physics. So you could find, depending on what your grade level is and what the subject is that you want to learn, could be that model. And the same way that one teacher might have a break period during some classes, you can unload that model from memory and load a different model in. So it's not like you would even necessarily need to have a $500,000 system for every single model loaded.
So, well, all right. You still didn't answer. Kimmy, Quen, Gemma?
Let's go with Gemma as an example, but it would be like an 80 billion plus parameter version.
Okay.
With a million token context or something, if you need all the technical specs for this.
I don't know if Gemma has those, but I don't know if it's as much about the context as it is the training.
The point being made, not to come up with the exact model and then find the deficiencies of that exact model, but it's that I'm not talking about, hey, maybe in the future this could happen. I think that it could, if there was a mandate or if there was some sort of an initiative, it could start happening tomorrow. We don't have to wait for a theoretical model to come down the pipeline.
So now the other thing is, even on the pretty serious hardware, 80 or 90 billion parameters, isn't serving a large number of people at the same time. And so if you got rid of 3 teachers, I think, that's probably now 60 kids to be kind of a low ball that now are going to be interacting with it. And so I don't know. It's not really critical that whether or not you could today. I don't know if you.
Well, an 80 billion parameter model, if you quantized it to 4-bit, it would be about 48 gigs of VRAM, which is on the next wave of consumer hardware, which is coming down the pipe. It's not here yet. The biggest one for consumer, I think, is about 24 gigabyte. It would be like 5090 or something like this.
Yeah. But now you're sending this to 60 kids.
Correct. So each kid, and right now
you're not sending this to 60 kids.
Well, right now, we already have quite a large budget per student throughout the U.S., right? It's something around, I've got the exact number, but I believe it's somewhere between $20,000 and $25,000 per kid. They also already have, most of them, tablets or laptops. So this wouldn't even necessarily be, all right, now we got to save up all this money and buy all this new equipment.
Well, yeah, they're going to
schools already have a lot of this.
They're going to keep using all that. And so they're going to fire 3 teachers, and they're going to take that money and they're going to buy
hopefully more than 3.
60, well, I mean, you could only fire 1 teacher for the classroom that they're teaching. So let's bring it down to the bottom. You're going to fire 1 teacher and you're going to teach 20 students simultaneously. If there's only 20 students in the class instead of 30, you're going to simultaneously teach 20 students off of whatever today's AI can give you simultaneously. I don't think you're doing it for a teacher's salary.
Well, here's a counterpoint to that. And this one is, I'll say, hypothetical, not that it couldn't happen. It's actually, this has happened, but this isn't part of like any kind of mandate. But a large reason that children in the United States were computer literate between the 80s and the 90s was because at some point Apple, Steve Jobs, decided, hey, I want kids growing up and knowing how to use Apple computers. So he made sizable donations and put Apple computers in a large number of schools, maybe not in equal distribution, but a large number of schools. There's no reason to think that a similar initiative wouldn't take place for all sorts of other, the same way that someone might want to put like an advertising in, like every time you start your lesson, it gives you a little Claude logo or an OpenAI logo. So it's not necessarily the only way to raise money is to fire the teachers.
You've gone the other way now, though, because you're like, we're going to do local models and we're going to do it. All right, we're going to feed it just what we want. But now you're like, oh, we're going to have some.
Well, no, that doesn't imply cloud hosting. That just implies that the company that built this particular model and fine-tuned it and whatever, set it up for the school system, that they could give it. Just the same way that when Apple gave their computers to the schools, it's not like the schools had some kind of subscription service where they had to keep paying Apple now to keep them in the schools.
All right, but Gemma is the only one that you said, and Gemma.
As we talk, if you want, I can come up with an entire list of models that I think would be appropriate. Let's go with Gemma though, for just the sake of conversation.
Okay, well, I do you think that Google is going to now pay to have Gemma in provide the hardware?
You can download that locally and upload it into any VRAM.
And then but they have to provide the hardware. The hardware for this isn't cheap, and right now it's super constrained. It's hard to get.
Well, that's what I was just saying is that you can load a 24 gig model, basically a 40 billion quantized model, into a consumer $3,000 computer right now. So that means that every single kid in that class of, let's say, 20, for now all of a sudden you've got a budget where each of those children could potentially have this, but that would be going forward because now the kids in the next class can also use those exact same computers and the exact same VRAM, but it would just unload whatever model was from that previous class and load in the new one. So this is an ongoing, and not to mention, I want to get into this too as we talk, but this would overcome, I think the average burnout rate for most new teachers is about 4 years. So this would overcome that burnout rate as well, where you're not spending money training a teacher and then losing them immediately.
Well, all right. But that still doesn't scale, because when you go from one class where the teacher is AI to the next class where the teacher is AI, you still need all of that hardware for the next class. You don't get to reuse. It's all simultaneous.
Well, that's why you would fire all of the teachers in the school, but you're not getting rid of adults. You could still bring back in classroom managers, which wouldn't need to be paid at the same level as a qualified teacher that's got a master's degree and all sorts of other specialized training.
Well, I mean, start with the elementary. There's not a whole lot of elementary teachers that have the master's degree. And they're not getting paid that kind of money, right? You're talking high school.
We're also talking glorified babysitters for sure at that early end of elementary school.
So you're not saving money by firing teachers and pouring all of that into the hardware. You are proposing to get rid of the teacher that has a bachelor's degree in elementary ed, and then replacing them with a rather costly bunch of hardware and some additional staff, 1 or 2, 3 other staff. I don't know, right? It sounds to me like it's still a net increase in money potentially.
I definitely don't see it as such, because a classroom of 20 kids, if they each had a dedicated $3,000 system, which by the way, they already have $25,000 being spent on them per year in addition to all of the other expenses, but that would be $60,000 for that class. And that means that teacher is no longer needing to get a salary of 60, 80. If they're in California, maybe it's like in the low hundreds. But now that computer also can be running at all times for all of those kids across all of the different classes. I don't see where the cost prohibitive aspect of this comes up. And in fact, the cost of this go down substantially as you scale it higher and as time goes on. Like I was mentioning, that you can put a model now on a Raspberry Pi. So now what used to be a $3,000 computer 5 years ago is now an $80 computer.
But you said today, I gave you the olive branch of saying we could have this be a future thing. But you didn't want that.
I don't need the olive branch.
You said, okay, so it's not a Raspberry Pi. We're not having the Raspberry Pi do it. We're not having the 5 years from now Raspberry Pi do it. We're having today's hardware do it.
A 4090, which has 24 gigs of VRAM, which you can get built for under $3,000 now for an entire classroom of 30 kids. That's $90,000 per class.
Yeah,
for all classes. If you're a teacher and you have 6 different periods, that $60,000 or $90,000 investment in hardware replaces the need to have a teacher in the room for all 6 periods.
No, it doesn't, because
I want to know why.
Because every classroom that has a teacher in it also has students in it, and so now you're only getting, there's no scaling. You don't get any scaling. You have a classroom. You just have a whole bunch of classrooms. And so if you have an average student per teacher ratio of 20-1, right, you have every classroom has 20 students and 1 teacher. And so now you get rid of the 1 teacher and you bring in $60,000 of hardware. And then every single classroom has that same thing. There's no scaling that happens.
I think we're missing a connect somewhere, because if I've got a school that's got 20 teachers, I get rid of all 20 teachers, and now instead of just getting 20 computers, if I had 20 teachers, I'm going to get 400 computers. So
but you have $400
per teacher.
But you have 400 students.
Yeah.
So the scale is still the same ratio, the same amount.
Explain to me though where I'm missing the math. Let's focus on one classroom right now, right? A single teacher that teaches English, and she's got 20 students per class. And let's just say she's overworked. She works 5 out of the 6 periods, right? Whether she had 2 periods, 5 periods, 20 periods in a day, she's only going to have a classroom capacity of 20 children. So at any given point, those 20 kids are only going to have to be using 20 computers for that particular lesson. And when the bell rings and the next class comes in, they're going to use those same 20 computers all over again. So it's not cumulative.
Those students are now going to math class, and the math teacher has been replaced.
Correct.
So you need the 20
Correct.
computers in the math class.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you didn't get any scaling in that. You still need to provide the same amount of hardware per student.
I really don't know if there's any issue. I agree with you, but the scaling is that you replace the math teacher, $60,000 in computers gets rid of $60,000 to $80,000 salary. It's almost a 1-for-1. Those children now get individualized tutored lessons that goes at their same pace, and though that hardware is going to last more than just that year. We're talking about removing a teacher from the classroom. That is 1 year of their salary. If those computers if the hardware itself just doesn't die within 4 or 5 years, you've also just saved 500% on the salary.
You write software, 5 years for a computer is ridiculously long. That's not.
I think 4 years is not out of the realm of possibility. People use these types of GPUs to mine Bitcoin 24/7, 365 days a year for years on end, and they can go for 4 or 5 years without burning out. So I have absolutely no qualms with thinking that.
I'm not talking about burning out. I'm talking about especially right now in AI. Today's hardware is nothing a year from now.
Yeah, but also the models that we have access to are being improved, optimized. They're running on smaller and cheaper hardware all of the time. So if anything, we would be able to load them with even smarter and faster models as time goes on and not have any cost increase. The only cost increase hypothetically would be if energy keeps going up, because now you also have to consider how much energy you're spending to keep these things running.
And they are pretty energy expensive.
About $150 a month to treat. Again, this falls well under the allotment that we're already spending on kids right now and getting absolutely subpar. So on that, if I'd be extra conservative, $20,000 per student from primary all the way through the end. On the low end, it's like 15,000. We're at the top of GDP spending. We're at like 5.8% GDP compared with an average of like 4.7. So we're already overspending. We're blowing our budget on education to begin with.
You've lumped a lot of things into that, and you're only proposing getting rid of the teacher while bringing in additional staff. But the buildings are still there. You still have to hire the janitor. You still have the lunch ladies. You still got all of the facilities and logistics. They don't go away. So
correct.
You can't just say, well, we're just going to take all of the budget and then that doesn't work that way, right? The kids are still going to go sit in a building for 6 hours a day, whatever they are. You still got to bus them around, and none of that stuff is changing because people aren't going to just go and homeschool everybody, right? Go ahead, people. Go do that. I'm for it. That's what we do. But I understand the reality of this. And I also understand homeschooling isn't for everybody. Whatever. Don't take how I do it as what I think to be the only way.
You also noticed or noted earlier that you can't just get rid of, these specialists that specialize in teaching and making lesson plans. But I was thinking, don't you homeschool? Are you a specialist in teaching and a specialist in creating lesson plans? Or do you find, like most homeschooling teachers do, there's already a curriculum and resources that you can derive from, right? Well, so clearly you don't necessarily need to be a specialist. And I would extend that even if a teacher needs a bachelor degree, even if they need some sort of teaching certificate. In personal experience, sample size of 1, completely anecdotal, but I'm going on good faith since you also went to public school. I had teachers that just taught from the back of the book. like they didn't know when Columbus sailed. They didn't know the difference in like when the Great Reformation happened or why it happened, or necessarily the difference between Protestant and Catholic. Even as long as it was in the back of the book and they could give us a Scantron, and the Scantron answers were also in some teacher guide. A lot of teachers have the opportunity to just kind of completely coast and not fulfill all these extra human obligations, which is why I commend you for realizing that and becoming a homeschooler, because that basically proves part of my point that you don't need some academically trained, certified, Rockefeller institutionalized teacher to make sure your kids understand. And in fact, I think most homeschooling stats probably outperform public education by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah, we went the opposite though of an AI teaching it, and went the opposite of a 20-to-1 parent student to teacher ratio. We went 1-to-1 or 3-to-1, 4-to-1, whatever, and so it's actually the opposite of having it be, basically 20-to-0, where there's no actual teacher there anymore, right? So it's not analogous. I don't think. I'm not saying that you have to have that specialty position. Yes, we buy curriculum and we go through the curriculum. Absolutely, that's what we do. But I teach math and science. My wife teaches basically everything else. I specialize in that. She special, right? And nowadays, especially if anybody knows the homeschooling, maybe it's just the Midwest. I think it's probably not. There's a whole range of homeschooling. Some people send their kids to a homeschool academy and they actually take regular classes and go between classrooms, and somebody's parent who is specialized in it is actually the teacher for that class. I had when I taught karate, we had a whole family that was they all did that. Their mom taught English at the academy, and they took the class from their mom, but they're all homeschooled. So they went to math class and physics class and music class, and it was all right. So there's a whole range of how homeschooling done. Not the point though. So
well, let me ask you, I don't know your religious background, but if I was to assume you were Mormon, what do you do when you've got 20 kids in the house? How are you homeschooling all 20 of those kids?
Yeah, that's that. I don't know. I'm not Mormon.
It's a matter of scale, right? Like, so, okay. So here's I'm going to go on a take us on a different route here, just for the sake of advancing the conversation. So in case anyone or you are listening and you're thinking, well, yeah, sure, like a well-designed AI tutor can outclass like my drunk world history teacher. I can't remember her name, which I think I'm going to say was like Mrs. Spencer. Shout out to Mrs. Spencer, who we all knew was drinking alcohol, like vodka, in the back of the room during 7th grade world history. But there is actual evidence that a well-designed tutor can outperform good classroom methods, not just bad methods, not just an absent teacher. This is a fairly recent article. It's from 2025. It was published in Nature magazine. Nature's been around since 1869. It's one of the world's leading multidisciplinary science journals, even though it might sound like a children's thing. This is in the Scientific Reports, Volume 15. If you're taking notes, article number 17458. But basically, they had a randomized controlled trial where students got to use a custom AI tutor, and it learned significantly more than students that were in active learning class, like direct teacher interaction. Why? And the AI tutors, the children that use that, spent less time on task and had better test results. They basically spent 49 minutes versus 60 minutes for an in-class lesson. They reported higher engagement. They reported higher motivation. And these were basically tested in all of the different STEM courses. This wasn't just like a single one-off that happened to work in English and didn't work anywhere else. The 3 main points that were cited was that teachers were moving too quickly for some students and too slowly for other ones, because the teacher is the single source of the pace of all information for the entire room. AI eliminates that as an issue. The second one, it was that students were not receiving any kind of personalized feedback. So if they had a specific question, if they got something wrong and they didn't understand why, maybe they got something right because they guessed well and they didn't understand that why either. That also does not get addressed even by having an in-room teacher, whereas the AI allows you to kind of iterate on that. And then finally, most teachers in a room of 20, more likely 30 or more, they're not maintaining consistent student engagement. They're going to have the teacher's pet, you're going to have the favorite, and then some teachers just dislike a certain kid in the class, and usually they get a substandard amount of focus. So this is one example, real world 2025, that this was shown evidence that it's not even comparing the best AI to the worst teacher. This is just AI versus teacher, period.
So I didn't argue against that point at all. I would guess that study had a teacher in the classroom.
Fair point. Here's another aspect of it, that right now, I think that we're in agreement on this, but a teacher, again, we're going to go with public school, not homeschool, not private, but a public school teacher, they do right now have to be a subject matter expert. They have to be a curriculum designer. They have to be a tech worker. You got to figure, if the kid doesn't know how to use the Chromebook, now you got to troubleshoot the Chromebook without sending them out of the classroom, right? They've got to be a counselor. They have to be a disciplinarian, a babysitter, a social worker, all of those roles being added on top of the fact that teacher salaries are basically lower compared to any other upper secondary educated worker's average salary. So we're expecting far more work, far more hours, far more personal investment with way less pay. And I guess the issue here is that this is not a recipe for success. It never will be. And in fact, we've got all of the evidence over the last 10 years. Right now, I believe that it's math and reading for 12th graders graduating are lowest than they've ever been recorded since the US started recording these kind of metrics. So clearly what's happening right now is a dysfunctional model, and AI seems to address the main pain points of why all of that is not working.
Well, I don't disagree that there are problems, certainly, in the educational system. Whether or not getting rid of the teachers is the question. And I don't think you've made a case, because the article you cited there was likely co-teaching, not replacement teaching. So awesome. I love that. Let's do that. I think that's a great idea as a possibility. But you still have the teacher there. And so things like they need to be a tech coach, right? That's not replacing, that's not the point, right? And whether or not they can tech support the Chromebook. Okay.
Well, I think that
go solve that the right way instead of by having the teacher do that.
I think that is the point, though. And if you want to hyper fixate on like a kid not having his Chromebook work, I would be willing, again, just to assume that there's teachers out there that aren't going to send little Billy out of the room to go and talk to the IT guy when she knows what the solution is, because she's had to fix this same issue 20 times across the board. The point there is that we're putting far too many responsibilities on the adult human that's going to be in that classroom regardless. We're just oversaddling them with things that are not conducive to helping them actually be the educator, to actually do the teaching part. Here's a different study that I think does address what we're talking about, maybe a little bit more directly, right? This is basically a support for, again, decoupling the concept of instruction from social order. So in Rand Corporation, which is basically a nonprofit global think tank, probably also Rockefeller adjacent if you care about that kind of thing. But Rand had a 2024 State of the American Teacher Survey. This was published at the end of 2024. And in that survey, across the board, teachers topped their ranked stressors, the main things that either cause burnout or cause them to lose time in the classroom from actually teaching. And at the top of this was classroom management. Managing student behavior was the number one reason that most teachers said that they got pulled off track or just wanted to stop teaching entirely. So again, it's not just a hypothetical, like, yeah, well, teachers shouldn't have to do all these things. Teachers themselves are saying, I'm not able to teach. I'm spending too much time managing behavior, which is not the academic lesson of teaching. So we could have a person in the room to do the one thing that teachers are complaining about. And again, I'm sorry that I'm sure there's teachers out there to like, thank God, finally I can just focus on teaching because now we have a person in the room that'll do all of like the relationship stuff. Well, bad news is that you're getting fired and we're replacing you with a computer essentially, but that person is also going to be in the room to manage the behavior.
So, I mean, you've identified a problem and proposed a solution that may or may not work. You still need somebody in the room.
Well, I believe I've identified a problem that's consistently getting worse year after year for over a decade with no other viable solution in sight. And here, for the first time in our lifetimes, we have a viable solution that can scale and that can directly address most of these issues.
I haven't seen the case made for that.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're familiar with the case that I mentioned earlier, the Benjamin Bloom 2 sigma problem. It's a pretty standard one. If you weren't directly looking at like educational techniques, I'll forgive you if it never came on your radar. But basically, the Benjamin Bloom 2 sigma problem is a problem of scale. It's the math is very simple. It's that if you have one-on-one tutoring, you will produce exponentially better outcomes than a conventional classroom where you've got one teacher and many students. That's just a simple fact. If you have specialized one-on-one tutoring, you will do better than if you have to share the teacher with other kids. AI is the first time that we have a way to actually address this 2 sigma problem. There's never been another solution to it up until in your example, LLMs. I'd say LLM plus the other 50 plethora of things that could be incorporated. But now we have LLMs at the level that can actually address this 2 sigma problem.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with having that be part of the curriculum. But I'm just saying getting rid of the teacher isn't going to do it. You have the teacher, you have the AI that right? They're already, many of them already using iPads or whatever. It can be right in there, absolutely, part of the stuff, but there's still the teacher. And you haven't in your examples found examples yet. Maybe there's some that exist, but found trials where they did not have an actual teacher in the classroom. They've replaced them with administrators and behavior monitors, right? That's kind of what's left then, right? You've got the guy at the front of the room, sitting there like this, it's just a proctor, right?
I feel
it feels
I see where you're coming from.
It feels like 1984 to me, if you're doing that.
I see where you're coming from, and I completely understand. I also think that part of your responses here, though, are comparing an ideal to it's ignoring what's actually happening in most classrooms right now, and you're presenting an ideal. The greatest scenario for sure would be this teacher that can cover all of these different topics, and it's the one that has this personalized instruction. But again, going on my anecdotal firsthand experience, there were classes that I went in, the teacher wouldn't care if you slept all day. They wouldn't care if you got anything right or wrong. Just turn in the Scantron, turn in the homework, let me get my paycheck. So in those scenarios, which are very real, shout out Miss Spencer, AI would objectively be able to at least have metrics that were measured that even if it's doing a crap job, it could be improved far beyond what my drunk world history teacher would have gotten into. So I believe, again, that it's not a let perfect be the enemy of good. Let an actual viable solution to these very easily definable problems that teachers themselves are reporting, and have something that can actually solve that for under budget, for something that would actually pay for itself within 1 year and then continue to last for another 4 or 5 years. So now if we did have extra budget, we could now you can have 3 or 4 different people in that room for more individualized like social training as opposed to the educational layer.
I don't think you've made the case for budget very well yet.
Okay, here we go.
Maybe your math teacher was at fault here. Maybe that's what we're getting at.
The math, I think we agreed on. The math of $3,000 right now, which is only going to get cheaper as we go on. I don't want to be circular on this, but I don't see how you've shown me my math didn't add up at some point where I was like off by an order of magnitude. My math is working out exactly the same as your math, but for some reason you're putting out like, oh, well, that computer is going to break down after 3 or 4 years. Great. Even if it does, you could still buy a brand new computer for every single student in class every single year, and it would still be cheaper and better.
I don't know if you've paid attention to how much money the Frontier models have been paying for their stuff. Holy crap. But all right. This isn't about the budget. This really isn't. So I don't
it's fair point. Yeah, it's not about the budget.
Off topic.
But I do think that the budget is an extra cherry on top, that it would make money for schools, or it would save money for schools.
You know, they're not capable of doing that. It's school budgets are black hole talking about.
I feel like you just added a little bit on to my side on that. Yeah, no, I agree. Schools are not capable of a lot of things, but they could be.
Oh my gosh.
Here, let me go to another. We're going to step away from budget, if that's okay, unless you've got a different point that you want to.
Yeah,
okay. So right now, here's another very real issue. Teachers are incredibly hard to find as is. And this has been getting worse and worse since COVID, and doesn't seem to be a trajectory that's reversing itself. For example, even if you love the current teacher model that we have right now, which you shouldn't, and you're wrong, but if you do love the current model, the labor market is simply not producing enough fully certified teachers to maintain it. And if we've got a system that depends on a scarce human resource for every unit of instruction, we simply cannot scale. Here's some statistics, so I'm not just saying words, right? NCES, this is the National Center for Education Statistics. This is the 2024 to 2025. So last year, 74% of public schools had difficulty filling at least one teaching position. High poverty schools had more than 75% of students filling a lower share of vacancies, even if they had fully certified teachers. The number one most common hiring problem is that there's not enough qualified candidates and there's too few applicants. Part of that reason of not having qualified candidates is the master's degree, is being a subject matter expert, is having some sort of teacher certification. In many cases, you also might need to have like a special ed qualification in case that they wanted to assign you to like a special ed class. So there's all these multiple qualifications. All of that's red tape. That's government Rockefeller red tape. And if you can cut all of that and eliminate it, now all of a sudden the base of human resources that you can put in that classroom to actually help those children grows exponentially. NCES also reported that 64% of schools had a lack of qualified candidates, and 62 said too few applied.
All right, you went a long time. I have a couple questions then that right, I'm not disagreeing with that. That sounds reasonable. Not having looked at it, but it sounds reasonable. Why is it that teachers are hard to find, qualified teachers? And why is it that the high poverty schools are harder to find teachers for, and without having any knowledge of it? I wonder, is it because a lot of the time teachers are not teaching, that it is that they're concerned, they look at it, they go, I'm not going to be teaching. I'm going to be dealing with the issues of having kids do the kind of things that they do and having to deal with all the challenges other than teaching. And that's why. And then again, why at high poverty? Well, it's clear to me, those are the schools that teachers don't want to go to because of the clientele.
That they don't want to get shot teaching math.
So here's the challenge. So we're going to not have teachers, and instead we're going to have somebody that's not a teacher, that's getting paid less than a teacher, come into that same room, and their only job now is to deal with a thing that nobody wants to deal with because it's the reason why teachers don't want to be teachers. This is going to be a harder position to fill.
Well, so the key there, though, is that it's the teachers that say, I don't want to do that job because I want to be a teacher. I don't want to do these other 20 things that you're expecting of me. But I don't think that's a fair equivalence to say, well, nobody wants to do those other 20 things. There's people that might actually be interested in helping develop kids' social skills, might want to be, but there's babysitters out there, there's daycare centers. All of those resources, anyone that's qualified to work at a daycare for certain ages or after school YMCA programs, anything, now all of a sudden the pool of people that's able to now enter that school and help children just grew exponentially. So yeah, I don't think that it's the teacher that benefits in this scenario because the teacher's job is out of there. But yeah, and instead of just one person that's now paid less than the teacher, you could have 3 people, you could have 4 people. If the computers last for 5 years, now you could have 6 people per classroom, and all of their focus is on that behavior management, and the AI doesn't have to be distracted by behavior problems.
You're not getting rid of an underpaid teacher who doesn't want to be there because the social problems are the reason they don't want to be there, and finding multiple other people paid less to do it, where the basically the thing that they're being asked to do is to do the thing that nobody wants to do.
No,
that's going to be a harder job to fill.
That's an absolute saying nobody wants to.
I not nobody. Yes, I'm using a generalization there.
I get the hyperbole, but we're also in a moment where AI is offsetting many of people's jobs. So once the AI replaces the teachers' jobs, it's also replacing people in other industries. So now you have a huge workforce that is looking for jobs. So yeah, it might be underpaid, but now there's more roles opening up.
You've been listening too closely to Dario. I don't think he's right about that, and I think the market has took him seriously for a while. And people don't know Dario, the guy that's the Anthropic CEO, has said white collar jobs are going away, and so CEOs and decision makers at companies are like, oh, well, we better stop hiring because whatever, AI is going to do everything for us. And then they stopped hiring, and then they found out that their production went down, and it was a problem. And now they're hiring again. Maybe some are, I don't know. It's still the market is still in transit flux. That's the word. And I don't think that's the case. Not the point either, but I don't think we're seeing that the people who are white collar workers who are making $100,000 to $200,000 a year are going to be like, oh, what do I do now that I've been fired from my white collar job? Oh, I know. I'll go to the inner city and I'll work with those nasty kids that that nobody wants to work with. Sorry if I'm being way too generalized here. I don't see that happening at all.
Well, I don't know if I agree with the premise. I fully understand what you're saying, but the difference between a teacher that wanted to be a teacher and went to school to be a teacher and got the certification and spent all the money to go through college has a different expectation of salary than would somebody that didn't. Somebody that basically is equivalent of a social worker, a daycare worker, a Walmart greeter. The grandma that wants to work at Walmart because she wants to be around people, that could technically be someone qualified to be in a classroom full of children that helps with behavior issues, that helps with disciplinary or just attendance issues. Like all of those administrative aspects, for every teacher that you get rid of, I fully believe you could replace them with at least 2 or 3 different people that didn't need to be a teacher, that didn't need to have that expensive education.
So Paul Schober just looked it up. Average teacher salary in the U.S. is $67,000. Don't know how accurate that is.
Extra $7,000 left.
But you just proposed taking that $67,000 and splitting it up amongst 3 people. So now you've got 3 people making $22,000 a year to replace the teacher that was making $67,000 a year. That didn't scale. We're not getting the people that 3 people in a classroom for $22,000 a year. That's not going to happen.
I would disagree. It does scale. It scales specifically because you could throw money at it to scale. Right now, hypothetically, if you were like, all teachers are now getting paid $500,000 a year, maybe, but the pipeline still requires them to go to school, get the education, get the certification, enter that pipeline, and then get into the school system. But you can literally throw money to just have more people in the classroom for management, throw more money at the models to get bigger faster. So if we want to get beyond budget, who cares budget? Let's say if our focus in this country was to improve education across the board, then why would budget even have to come in? Because truly, you can't scale humans, you can scale money.
Yeah. The reality is we're not going to get away from budgets. That's just not going to happen. So, but you were making the point that you're going to take the $67,000 per year teacher and put 3 people in their place. That was your position.
Absolutely, and it still is
for $22,000 a piece. And your response to that was, let's just spend more money. But hold on a second. Your premise started with, we're going to save money by firing the teacher, hiring 3 people for the same amount of money, and then, oh wait, oops, the money was a problem. Let's just spend more money. Yeah, see what happened there?
To be clear, I was not suggesting spending more money as a solution to weasel out of whatever point you were making. It was that you said that you can't scale that. Absolutely, you can scale it. You can scale it by throwing money at it. However, you can't just scale qualified teachers. You can't just turn a knob and all of a sudden you've got 200% more qualified teachers that are applying for these roles. There would be a very long pipeline for them to get up to speed and then have to apply to those different jobs. Whereas you could throw money at it. And if we want to go back to the budget aspect, it would still be a savings. Because again, if you assume that 4 years, which I think is hyper conservative, but if $60,000 in hardware can last you for 4 years, the first year, they're all paid for by getting rid of that $60,000. The second year, now you can have 2 full-time adults in the classroom in addition to all the computers. So now you've got 2 adults instead of 1. The next year, you can add another 2. And in the 4th year, if the computers still haven't shut down, which they probably wouldn't have, now you can have 6 different adults in addition to those computers that have taken over the academic layer. So now 6 people to help manage a classroom and 1 AI to help manage the academic aspect. To me, that sounds like the math works out. You have more people. It solves all of the issues that it seems like you had a problem with. Did I carry a 1 somewhere where I shouldn't have?
You said you write software, but do you actually ever? A lot of software engineers don't, I suppose, but I've dealt with the hardware part of it too. Like, I know how long computers last. They, like, 4 years in, you're like, this guy's getting pretty old. It's time to move on.
Right, but you're describing that if you need that 4-year-old computer to run the latest software, the latest games, latest everything. If you have a solid state model that loads into VRAM and just sits there, you don't need to upgrade to the newest and latest and greatest and have new 3D capabilities or any of that. Once you have a model that loads into a card, that's it. If that computer were to run for 100 years, it could maintain the exact same efficacy that it had on day one. So it's not the same as you need to keep upgrading your computer can stay up with times. I mean, the same thing with school books, right? There's some schools where they only get a new book every 10 years, despite the fact that new information might have come out. And sometimes they just kind of like blot it out, like, oh, this got changed. Let's go ahead and cancel out this part of the school book. It's the exact same premise.
I don't know that's even the case. Even in topics where there isn't a lot of change, like history from 100 years ago, right? There isn't a whole lot of changing of that. They don't keep books around that long. I like, that was one of the problems I had. And I have, is this, and I don't know. I've got a handful of books that I tried to sell back when I was in college, and I didn't sell back because they changed the book next year. And why? no reason, whatever reason. They just don't keep the books around that
to make
long.
money.
And well, the schools don't make a lot of money on the books.
Well, the book publishers that changed it to the new version, they're the ones that make money.
Yeah, but the teacher at that university who's like, well, what's our book? It's this book. They don't. They're not making more money. They don't have a motivation to change to the new one, other than whatever. It means nothing to them, plus or minus. They're not making more money for it. That's not their motivation. Right? I assume you went to university.
I did.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah,
I just gotta say,
school and to university.
Hold on. That's different than most of the people I debate, by the way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wait, don't worry, MC. I would only put you up with the smartest ones. Don't worry.
Oh, so you won't ever host a flat earther?
No, I will. I refuse flat Earth debates.
Oh,
wow, really? That's a new one.
Yeah, absolutely. There was only one exception I was willing to make, kind of as a favor, but outside of that, I refused to host flat Earth debates. It was actually Project Shaney. Paranoid had recommended somebody. I forget who it was, and I was only going to like to debate. I believe he was a flat earther.
Project Shaney?
Well, Project Shaney made the recommendation. I forget the guy's name, but apparently he had already interacted and engaged.
So the topic was
the guy was a flat earther, and I know that Craig McNeil is very pro kicking flat earthers' asses, and he's bugged me a lot to bring flat earthers on. So the request was made from Project Shaney. I was only going to make the accommodation because Project Shaney asked me. So I was like, this is a favor to her. Okay. Fine. And then I said, okay, I'll do it if this dude wants to debate Craig McNeil, because Craig's been begging for me to host one forever. So it was like dual favors in one. And the guy said he's already had McNeil on before, didn't like him, whatever. And
such a
so that was
guy, though. I don't know why they would say that.
So I was like, fine. That was it. If you guys don't want to do it, I'm never going to do one. So that was the only time I was going to offer a flat earth debate to my platform. But otherwise, I don't want them for many reasons that you could probably figure out, MC, on your own just by context clues.
Well, let me just steer back. I guess we're getting close to wrapping up our final statements, but I'm curious because I know the last time I was on here for debate, I feel like factually my approach was very strong. It was all objective facts, but I realized too that part of this format, it's competitive. It's almost like a competitive sport. So sometimes even if you maybe lost the point or if you're conceding on something, there might be a little ego where it's like, okay, they made a point, but I'm not going to concede anything because I don't want to see as not being the winner of this, competition. So we started this out, and MC Toon, you mentioned like, well, I thought you meant just replace all humans entirely or all adults, and not that you might also still have these assistants in the room. Fine. But would you concede at least that the problems that we have currently are getting worse and that AI is a possible viable solution for addressing some of those problems?
Definitely agree that things seem to be getting worse. Though I'm not deep in that topic, so take it with a grain of salt. Is it possible your scenario where the teacher is done away with and maybe just one other person is in there instead, something like that? Can I conceive of something like that? And there's no lecture anymore, and the students are just face down in their iPads. I don't like that. There's many problems I have with that, but I can say, okay, that is a model that does have at least a testability to it. The problem is, of course, who wants to have the education of their kid be the test? Not me, but I guess though at the same time, we're all just chucking our kids out into getting tested. So who knows, being the guinea pigs in somebody's new idea about something.
Worse things have happened between interactions with students and their underage or teachers and their underage students than would happen with an AI.
You know what? I think that's easy to say. Because yes, we all probably heard about that one teacher that did that one thing with that one student.
That one time, never again.
Not just that one teacher, multiple times. Like what? Yes. Why didn't that teacher get fired the first time, the second time, the third time that some student? Yes, 100%. Is that going to happen? Not like that with an AI. Can, through prompting, an AI present something that is inappropriate? Yes. Can you guardrail that? Yes. Is it perfect? Still no. Maybe you can reduce the numbers. And of course, you've got all these students, they're all on their phones anyway. There's only so much you're going to do to guard them from all that stuff. They have access to the whole internet. They're going to get all that stuff or not. It's going to be more about parents and family and their social engagement than teachers in a lot of ways. Not always. Certainly the captain, my captain teachers are going to have their amazing moments, but
I believe he had a relatively small class too, of like 15 people.
He did have a small class, yeah, and I think small classes are great. Hey, that's throwing money at the problem, and I think that's, if you're going to throw money at a problem, well, that might be one of the ways to do it. And there's a whole lot of bloat in the school systems. I don't think that there's going to be administrators who are actually going to be able to solve that much, but
I guess to go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say we can move into closing statements and then go ahead and move forward if you'd like.
Sure. I just want one extra clarification. It's not even that you pushed back on this, MC Toon, but for anyone listening, it's like, oh, this would never work. I just also want to clarify that this isn't just sitting kids down with a worksheet and access to ChatGPT and like, have at it, kid, do the best you can. It would be about having constrained, curriculum aligned, standards based, specifically trained AI tutors with, and if you're familiar with other AI, like with a RAG system, a retrieval augmented generation, where you can actually put the exact material that they need into the context, so it's always there. Plus, here's an extra benefit, is that there's a lot of parents, and I know that's not a qualifier, but there's a lot or a quantifier, but there's a lot of parents that don't necessarily know what happens in the classroom, and they wonder, like, what are the teachers teaching my kids, if at all? What happened during this sort of conflict? Well, at least when it comes to the what are they teaching my kids, an AI system could have a full assessment, audit log, all sorts of that. And when it goes to the interactive assessment of the individual student, those can have guardrails. Those can basically, and there was a study, someone named Bastani actually tested between just giving unguided access to something like ChatGPT, where it improved practice performance, but it decimated test scores because no one was they weren't retaining anything. They were just like, hey, what's the answer to this question, and get it, and they would check it off. But once you remove the unbridled access and you basically put a safeguarded tutor in there that's like, don't tell the kid the answer, don't just give the answer, tell them how to find it on their own, that entirely mitigated that particular harm. Again, not something that you brought up, but I just want to point out because that does come up as a pushback. So I'll have a brief sort of wrap up to this. It doesn't need to be 8 minutes.
Let's let MC with his closing statement first, and then Paranoid, you actually get the last and final say. So MC, your closing statements, please.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sarah, for hosting this. It's been good. Thank you, Paranoid American, for an engaging debate, a little different than what I normally do, and we can. I think it's less contentious, actually. Really, I think that you and I are not all that far apart. On where we are. the things that you described where an AI is assisting and doing some teaching and on their iPad or on their whatever the computer they're using, where the curriculum has been built into the AI, and then there's some sort of an interactive system where they're just not just doing the homework, but there's some, integration with that. I think this is all great stuff. I think it absolutely will improve things. I don't think that getting rid of the teacher and replacing the teacher, even if it's with 2 or 3 people that are not teachers but somehow disciplinarians, I don't think that's it. I see big value also in AI assisting in the admin part of it, the grading part of it, actual written, not handwriting, but, storytelling and essays and things like that. AI and LLMs now can actually critique that kind of stuff where, before that really wasn't super good. So I think that's all good stuff. And the studies you brought up, I think for the most part were in agreement with what I'm saying. But where I'm just like, I don't get it, is taking that teacher out of the room. I'm not gonna go for that. I think you miss too many things. So anyway, thanks a lot. And I look forward to the grilling afterwards.
The grilling. I love it. Paranoid American, your final thoughts, please.
Okay. So just keep in mind, again, the reality that we're actually living in right now, our actual problems in our waking world, and not some idealistic perfect versus good scenario, right? Right now, we're spending more and we're getting worse outcomes. We've all agreed on that. Teacher pay has fallen in real terms over the last decade, over the many different decades. Teachers on average are working 50 hours a week. They earn less than comparable workers. 3/4 of all public schools can't even fill their teacher vacancies with certified teachers. The teacher prep enrollment is below where it was a decade ago. So even if the schools were able to hire more teachers, they don't exist. The qualified people that could fill those roles do not exist the same levels that they did a decade ago when they were also underfilled. Meanwhile, 1/3 of all 8th graders in this country are below basic reading. 8th grade math hasn't recovered since it collapsed in 2022 from all the remote work. And 12th grade reading and math at this exact moment is the lowest on US recorded history since they began recording these assessments. In addition to all that, something we even bring up that's even a bigger problem is chronic absenteeism. It's far above pre-pandemic levels, and it's not a temporary issue that you can just kind of wait out, right? What I've been describing here and all these issues that we're talking about, these have been systematic issues with the architecture of the public education system as a whole, and they've been problems for the last 5 or 6 different decades. It's just that right now they're becoming exacerbated. They're becoming more and more visible because of population growth, because of inflation, because of teacher burnout. All of those things are objective realities that are not going away. And they're objective realities in the exact same world where AI is developing in leaps and bounds. And I want to emphasize that this AI instruction, AI is replacing the educational layer, the teacher in the classroom. This is not a luxury sci-fi experiment to happen years from now, maybe when computers get good enough. It's a today obvious response to a completely broken labor model. So we've got a scarcity of human experts that are trying to personalize education for millions of students at the same time. We should move teachers out completely of this impossible all-in-one role that we're burdening them with and basically replace the instructional layer of teachers with personalized AI tutors. And that'll free up all of the adults, especially ones that aren't qualified to be teachers, that now they can focus on the supervision, the behavior, the mentorship, the safety, and the social development. So this, again, it's not sitting a bunch of 5-year-olds or 5th graders inside a warehouse with laptops and like a connection to ChatGPT. This is something that will decouple the teaching element from all the parts that the teachers don't want to do so that we can basically have something greater than the sum of its parts.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, MC, I muted you for the typing. Bad juju.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Most people forget that they're doing that. All right. I've dropped the link backstage. There's that actually panel filled up backstage really fast. Thank you so kindly. I've got James with his new membership here at the Raging Tomato. Justin says anyone pushing AI is either a Fed or a complete moron. Sam Altman says AI will eventually destroy society, but we are not there yet. Either of you have a quick thought to add into that?
What about cancer research? Is every single person using AI for cancer research or protein folding? Are they a complete idiot or a Fed? And just to tack on there, I also believe that AI will eventually destroy society and humanity as a whole. I don't disagree with that, but I feel like we have the luxury of living in this tiny little blip in history before that happens. We're the first and the last ones to maybe get some benefit out of it. So why not extract as much value as we can before it basically melts us all into bone paste to be reassembled by like nanobots into like war weapons?
Fair enough. MC?
You know, that what he said. I don't think that is. I actually don't think it's going to destroy, but I could be wrong. I don't hold
I've
that
seen
position
Animatrix
strongly.
too many times.
Fair enough. Tom Carpenter says with a big fat red dono tomatoes in the chat. You all know it's my favorite color here on screen. He says, Tom told me to tell y'all to send Sarah to #Vegas already and something about a goal. Yes. Every dono that you send tonight, please be sure you write in #Vegas. We are going next week we're going to go moderate over on a big 1 million subscriber channel, and we're going to have some fun along the way with lots of IRL content coming to you. So super excited. Keep hitting the dono goal so that we can get Mater Nation out there loud and proud. Andy, my favorite philosopher of all time, says when you say AI solves the 2 sigma problem, you're reducing education to technology, information transfer alone. Is that what really education is?
The 2 sigma problem is just that if you have a 1-to-1 assignment of tutor to student, then that outperforms one student in a classroom where they have to vie for the attention of the teacher. Like that's just an objective way that all public education works now. Even if you only have 5 people in the room, if one person needs help, the other 4 are not getting the active attention. So all the 2 sigma problem is that if you can give personalized tutor instruction to each person, then they will learn more. So it's not just reducing it down to is that really what education is? I'd say education, yeah. I mean, one person can sit down with a book and learn something from it without any teacher around. Technically, that is education, right? You can read a book and learn. So, I mean, the education as a word, I think, is maybe too broad or too vague to start determining whether or not the 2 sigma problem is an oversimplification or not. And really quick to correct you, Sarah, that last message, it didn't say goal. It said go.
Go. Thank you. And to you, MC, any thoughts here?
I'm not super familiar with that particular topic. So
Isn't Sigma, does that come from like project management? Like, that's where I'm thinking of Sigma. Am I in the same realm?
I gotta imagine that's not, because that's what it sounds like to me.
This was Benjamin Bloom. Benjamin Bloom is the one that had the 2 sigma problem.
Who is Benjamin Bloom?
If you want extra credit, you can go and look up Benjamin Bloom's 2 sigma problem.
That didn't help knowing whether or not that has to do with project management.
Right? Because that was that's where I was going, because the what is it, whatever it is.
Well, to be clear, Benjamin Bloom was a American educational psychologist. So that clears up anything. This 2 sigma problem was specifically talking about education. It wasn't about if IBM can train their people up faster by assigning more like senior level devs to their junior level. This was specifically about teaching.
Okay. Ant got me backstage. He said Sigma 6. That's what I was thinking of with project management. Tom Carpenter says with the big 50 sitting here for my first time thinking, why in the heck ain't these folks hitting the goal, and figured I better move it on up. He's going to move it on up. Yes, he did. And you guys have officially hit your freaking goal. JD comes to the final 50, says hashtag Vegas. Hell yes. And remember, for every hashtag Vegas, Mr. Tom Carpenter will match all the way up to the first 1,000 for this Vegas trip. So keep it going. It's for a good purpose, ladies and gentlemen. And I got geared out. I got shirts with scanner tags on them. I got a book bag with the scanner. We're all ready for Vegas. Shout out to you. All right. And I had one final thought to you, Paranoid, and then I'll bring on our panel. They're all backstage. You mentioned how the teachers burn out after the first 4 years, right? And typically they turn over. Well, the burnout comes not from teaching, but from dealing with all of the other bullshit, right? The dealing with the kids are fighting. There's some crazy ones in there. There's some specialty cases going on. They're tired. They're this or that. But you are actually taking out the main piece that the teachers got into teaching to do. Like, they want to teach, they want to help students learn something, and you're putting them in the very thing that actually burns them out anyways. So not only will you be turning over what MC said is the technology, but then you'd also still be turning over these teachers' aides of some sort as well, because they would still be experiencing the very thing that causes them burnout without the reward of teaching and watching the light bulbs go off for the children, right?
I don't see it that way, because again, it's the imagine it this way, that you wanted to go and work at Walmart and you really wanted to be a cashier, and they were like, sorry, you're going to be the greeter, right? You might get burnout because you showed up thinking you were going to get this one job, and now you have to do a completely different job. So this analogy isn't that you get rid of the teacher and now you force the teacher to do the thing they hated the most. I'm saying you get rid of the teacher entirely. They're unemployed. They go back home. They're watching soaps during the day. And instead you bring people in that want to do the part that the teachers hate. They want to have the personal connection with the kids. Maybe they want to do some of the discipline, maybe make sure that they are crazy for that. But it's more about hiring people that want to do the job that you're hiring for, and not trying to swindle someone into a job of like, you're going to be a teacher, you're going to change these kids' lives. Oh, and by the way, you're really just going to be a glorified babysitter that gets yelled at by parents all day and you're going to hate it. You might be able to say like, hey, we've got a position open. Do you like to get yelled at by parents? Do you like to discipline problem children? Maybe no one applies to that, but at the very least, you're not hiring someone that's capable of so much more and then completely stunting them and tying their hands behind their back. So in my mind, it still solves the problem. It doesn't work out better for the teachers, because now the teachers are like, oh, I hate all the classroom management stuff. Thank you for bringing people in to do that for me. And you're like, well, actually, this is your last day too. We don't need you at all because you don't like the stuff that we need.
And I'll add in one fun fact. They actually have teachers' aides that come in, at least at our schools here. We are out in the county. I feel like we might be a little more spoiled here, but for every one teacher, there are 2 aides that run in and out between the classrooms and help during all of these teaching sessions and so on and so forth to help assist with that. So that problem has already been resolved. And now you're just replacing the teacher with AI in your aspect. And shout out to 5 Leaf Clover giving out 5 Paranoid American memberships. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel?
Can I answer one other question that came up when we were talking way earlier? Someone said,
Sure.
Who do you sue when AI goes wrong?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, the school board, same as you would now. There's the answer.
The what? The school board?
You'd still sue the school. If something goes wrong inside of a school, when there's a human teacher involved, you sue the school. If something goes wrong when AI is happening in the school, you sue the school. I mean,
okay. and then who does the school fire?
Well, it depends on what went wrong in the AI. Did it touch somebody inappropriately, or
no,
did
it taught that the mustache man was the good guy? Mm-hmm. Who do you fire then?
Is this a homeschool situation?
No, none of this was the debate. It was about homeschool, really.
So if
this is a public school,
if the AI starts teaching that the Mustache Man was a good thing, then if this is open source, then this can be audited by the entire country, and it is basically a national problem, not a localized. This happened in one little podunk school, and therefore doesn't get resolved.
But your proposal was that each individual school curates their own information too.
Well, it was
back and forth. Which way is it?
That's the potential. The potential is that each school could curate their individual lesson plans they want to. But for example, Common Core is no longer a national standard. But if there were a Common Core style initiative, now there's like a national lesson plan, right? A national curriculum. So it wouldn't necessarily be individualized. The point is that AI makes the possibility for either. It can be either hyper focused on that teacher and that class and that student, or it can be this is for everyone across the entire nation.
Okay, so now you go and you fix it, you put the guardrails on so it doesn't teach that Mustache Man was good, but now next semester it teaches that Pol Pot was good. You didn't think to put the guardrails on for that one yet, and there's a never-ending list of things that you aren't going to necessarily know because the AI doesn't have the moral compass to know, you know what, I should not be teaching that's the good thing.
Counterpoint, the exact same criticism exists for human teachers as well.
Can fire those teachers and you can say,
then,
no,
yeah,
you're
then
not
we get
gonna do
curriculums. Then we get
You got
curriculums, right? And oh goodness. All right, let's get our panelists up here. We're gonna have some big fun with who's all back there. Let's go, gentlemen.
He knows he get crushed.
All right, MC's over there talking shit. That's what he's doing.
Oh, I'm talking to my
got
chat.
caught.
I muted your music. I didn't know if it was copyrighted or not, so
No, I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you, MC. Come on now.
I just don't know.
They just missed out on all that badass music that everyone backstage dances to and like rocks out to back there, and you just took that away from your audience.
I don't know. The Angry American was dancing. I saw
I'm almost.
I would not deprive my audience of any of the information or the entertainment that we provide here. So maybe you could leave MC Toon's channel and come over to the Paranoid American channel, uncensored, unedited.
I love you both so much. It's hilarious. This has been a fun night, has it not? All right. So Dale was backstage, so he's going to go up first. And ladies and gentlemen, the rules of open panel Q&A, if you are new here, I don't think anyone is, but we are going to go in a round robin fashion. That means one at a time. One person gets to ask a question or two, get a little bit of back and forth between either or both of our panelists. That means everyone else on the panel is muted and quiet and not interrupting the person's turn so that they can have their time with the panelists. Now, if you want the crazy, you want the gauntlet, you have purchased it. It is on board and ready for kicking. So once we get through the open panel Q&A, we will move into full gauntlet mode, which is open mic, open floor, still in some form of respect, but we'll get there when we get there. So you are all going to still have some fun. Dale, would you like to ask your question or comment, sir?
Well, hey, Miss Sarah, I'm glad to be here. I ain't never been on nothing like this before. I talked to my brother Tom. He told me about y'all, and I figured I'd come in here. He said, you know that Miss Sarah, she's a pretty little thing, and she's smart as a whipper too. And I got to tell you, one of them's true. And here's the thing. Here's what I want to say. I think Mr. Paranoid American over there, he ain't got things figured out. Because where I grew up down there in the hollers of West Virginia, I mean, we had all kinds of things we had to deal with. You know, well, one time I had this dog named Danny. You know, when they asked you about your first pet's name, that's Danny. That's my pet. And he'd wander off in the woods, went running around all the time. He went out in the woods one time and was gone for over a week. And then my brother and I was looking out the window in the shack we lived in. That's because that's where we lived. You know, we lived in the shack. And so I was looking out that window and I saw that dog coming down the road. And my brother went running out there to get him, and he picked him up because he was hobbling as he's coming down the road. And when he got him back to the house, we noticed his paw was gone. And I don't mean his daddy. I mean his paw. And so we figured he must have got caught in a trap somewhere. You know, they got a lot of them fox traps out there. They put that fox urine out to lure them fox in. And that's what made me think of this story, because that's kind of what Paranoid American did here tonight. He put that fox urine out and lured us all in there with the big prompt, and then he scaled it all back so it was something he could support. But here's the thing. The issue is that he came back and we went hunting in them woods. We went looking around till we found that fox trap, and we found his paw. Figured that's what it was. He chewed himself out of there, you see. But here's the thing. My daddy, we had a farm up on the hill, and on that farm, we had grown all the crops that we'd eat. And them deer's coming in there and eating our food. And they kept coming in there and eating our food. They had the whole freaking woods to eat, but they come and eat our food. And so my daddy took Danny up there and he chained him up to a tree. And after he did that, my brother went up the next morning so he could feed him his dog food. And, you know, he came running down that hill. He was screaming and hollering. We didn't know what in the world he was talking about, but he's just yelling. We had no idea what was going on. But he come down that hill, and we finally got out of him. He said, Daddy's dead. We went up there, and sure enough, he's laying there on the ground. Turned out what happened is that tree my dad chained him up to got hit by lightning that night. And Danny got electrified. Well, what's more of this story? More of this story, you can chew your foot out of a trap, but the lightning's still coming for you. It's still coming for you. You ain't going to escape. So here's the lightning, Paranoid American. I got to ask you a question. Simple question. Do LLMs even know anything?
I think you'd have to define what you mean by no. But if we're talking about could it hold a conversation as well as a human, I believe so. You can have a conversation with it. Now, if you want to get some true insight, some creative new thoughts that maybe you never heard before, then it becomes a little bit harder to debate. But I think that we are far beyond the Turing test, which is whether or not I can tell I'm talking to a human person right now. I think we've blown beyond that. So yeah, I mean, an LLM can know something in terms of that you can ask it questions and have a full conversation about it.
Well, you know, those of us back here in the holler of West Virginia, we don't put no clout in that Turing test. That Turing test, crazy old thing, just say, oh, does it feel like a human to you? Well, my goodness, a dog can feel like a human to you when it comes up and licks you, especially if it licks you in the right spot. But anyway, the point is that when you're trying to figure out if an LLM actually knows anything, you got to ask what's in the LLM. Do you even know what's in an LLM? Do you know what's in it?
Mostly it's mathematical weights that determine the next probabilistic action based on input and output. And there's
there ain't no words in there.
There are not words in there. It's usually mostly numbers, correct?
It's a bunch of, there's like this, you know, freaking token dictionary out here, and then there's these embeddings that are in there and all that stuff. And then they do this high vector mapping thingamajigger. And then what they end up with is they get this whole big neural network, they call it, because they trying to model it after a human brain, right? We got our neurons and we got our synapses between our neurons. And so they try to figure out how to model all that stuff together, and they try to make it look like you and like me. But thankfully, I think they'll make it look more like me than like you, because that way they'll have a few more neurons. But the point is that the reality of these LLMs is they don't know anything. But the worst thing is, I don't think most people have even realized this. I haven't heard y'all hit on it all night long. LLMs don't even know they don't know. And that's one of the most amazing things as humans that we have. We have the ability to instantly know that we don't know. For example, if I ask you right now, what was the name of my second dog? Your immediate response is, I don't know. But an AI would say, well, given the context of this conversation, I'd assume your dog was probably named something like Hobart. Just hallucinates it and makes it up, because an AI don't know how to say I don't know. And they still don't today. These ones that you say so highfalutin and good, they still don't know how to say I don't know. We got to put harnesses around them things in order to rein them in, because otherwise they're going to go all crazy on us and hallucinate all day long. You agree with me? You know what I'm saying is true.
I want to thank Sarah for not putting me up against Dale. He would have absolutely wiped the floor with me versus what MC Toon was like an underhanded softball pitch at like a little league game. So
well, I respect that. I respect that. I just got to say one more thing, and then I'm going to pass on, okay?
Dale, go ahead.
Just one more thing. I'm going to pass it on. And this is the last thing I want to say. I just want to say, here's my prediction to you, Paranoid American. AI is going to be ready to replace you before it's ready to replace teachers. And that's all I got to say. I'll pass it on.
Dale may or may not be an AI tech expert that we've hosted here before for an interview.
Dale, I can tell you that you're actually right on 3 counts because I'm an artist, a musician, and a software engineer, and AI has replaced all 3 of those positions within the last 3 or 4 years. So you're not wrong.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's trying to create more jobs for them, replace all those teachers with AIs, and then tech geeks like him and my brother, they can go in there and they can just take all of that stuff. You know, they got more work to do now because we fired all the teachers, so we got more computer people we need. That's what I'm saying right there. So.
Fair enough. Spin, are you passing on your turn, sir? All right, question to you.
So, Paranoid American, meet the angry American. All of the jobs that you are advocating for, or that you have seriously advocated for by a fictitious computer screen, what do you do with those people? The only thing that I could really come up with is let them be the security guards.
Do you mean the teachers that are now going to be unemployed?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess I'm still an optimist at heart, by the way, which is why I'm a conspiracy theorist, because I always hope and expect the best, and then I find out the reality. But in my optimistic mind, the transition would be that good teachers can then become profitable tutors, where now all of a sudden they enter the market as free agents, and people that are willing to spend for a good teacher that can actually tutor a human being to tutor their human student, now they're able to do that. And that can even be scaled out where, again, high ideal optimism here, but you could become like an online teacher celebrity where people fly their kids out to be tutored by you, or you fly out to see them because you have a specific way of teaching that subject that just clicks with people. Because as many of us have had bad experience with teachers, I think at least we've all had at least 1 or 2, or hopefully more than just 3 great teachers. And those teachers, sometimes it's random, like in just some podunk town, you've got someone that taught math better than anyone that I've ever met in the rest of my life, including college, right? Now, all of a sudden, if you can give them wider exposure, they can be making far more money and be causing far more advancement in kids that actually care about it, not just people that happen to be geographically lucky and got them. So I don't think they just immediately are homeless. I think that they can actually elevate what they're doing. Now, it does eliminate all of the bum teachers, and I don't care what happens to them.
Mm-hmm. So then you would agree that a tutor is technically a teacher?
Yes, I would. I would agree that a tutor is a teacher. They are actively
okay. So why the fuck would you get rid of the teachers to substitute them with a teacher that essentially would be a draw on the American taxpayer, because the simple fact that not everybody can afford a tutor. So let me finish my rant for a second. So you're going to put the technology into a public school that can barely afford the bills to create another bill on top of another bill, then fire all the teachers to replace them with a teacher that people on a fixed income can't afford, which would become then a burden on the government or the local government, because the great United States says that all kids have to go to school. So now you are creating a bigger problem than solving the little problem. That's what you're advocating for. And very honestly, I don't believe that you even believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth. I believe your satire. I believe that you have this ideology that computers can do it better than a human being. And I'm telling you, when I went to paramedic school, a computer cannot teach me how to stick somebody with an IV. They can show you their ideology, if you will, and I'm using that word as a semantic, right? But there are proper ways to do things. So, and the other thing that I want to say to you, are you advocating for collegiate level courses to become AI and take the human factor out, other than somebody sitting in front of an iPad or what the fuck is it, the Android tablet or whatever, and just have somebody teaching what they get off the internet, because AI is internet based. I think you would agree with that.
So you got 5 different things that I'll respond to in short order here. First of all,
please do.
I'm incredibly sarcastic, and it's not always easy to tell if I'm being serious or not. For this one, I 100% am being serious. I do believe this with all my heart. I know that it would be incredibly experimental, but I do believe it. And if anything, it's less to do about satire and more about a chip on my shoulder about how horrible of an experience I had in public school, which would bring me to my next point in that, just to clarify, I am not advocating this for trade schools, for college level. If you went to paramedic school, this is and I also specify this was not like to replace a homeschooling, right? If you've already got a parent willing to do homeschooling, you don't just replace that out of principle. This is specifically about public schools where you've got one teacher and multiple students in each classroom. So, your paramedic school, I agree with you. You're not going to replace that with AI. About the money, I firmly do believe, even though I don't think we ever came to any sort of consensus, I fully believe, and I can, if we want to spend enough time on the math, this saves money. It does not spend money. You free up all of the different teacher salaries. You basically get that paid back in full the first year that you have a classroom worth of AI models. It's actually going to be hosted in somewhere else. It won't be like in the classroom itself. After the first year, now you're making money. You're saving another 3 to 4 years of teacher salary across the school board. So the money's already there. The technology's already there. This is not spending money that doesn't already exist. You mentioned the tutors. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sarah, can I respond to just one of those things before I forget my thought?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Brian.
so all the money you're claiming it can save, what I don't and what I haven't heard really is the cost of the maintenance, the upkeep. We know children are clumsy. I'm going with the what if. What if a child, granted, destroys the product, whether it be a tablet or whatever the semantic would be, right? There's cost to that. Then you have server, because I guarantee you they're not going to just connect that to the World Wide Web and you can look at whatever you want, right? So there's all of the other costs that would be absorbed by ultimately the federal government, which all I keep hearing on the internet and big box media is how much we're in debt. All of this, in my opinion, would be federally backed if it were to go like this, whether it's public school, private school, charter school, trade school, whatever, because as we know, these schools, whether it's public, private, charter, whatever, have some sort of government backing to keep them afloat, to educate our people. So the drain on having all this technology would outweigh the cost of having somebody making, for semantics, $60,000 for 6 to 7 months worth of school. And the other thing I want to comment on is when school gets out for the year, whether it be May, June, whatever, these teachers, they have their break. They have their, God, I don't have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, God forbid, and go teach a bunch of hellions for 6 hours. God forbid, right? The point is, cost of it, the cost is where the downfall to all this is going to be. The tech. Look, there's many tech firms out there that are trying to push this. I've seen it. I've done the research. I've done my homework. But feasibility, I don't think it's there now. And I did hear you say, let's put an ad up. Do you think Google is going to sponsor all this? Okay, yeah, they're going to sponsor it all, but they're going to make money off of it. They're going to put Roblox and Roblox ads because it's targeted. Wouldn't you agree?
Not necessarily, because the same way that Apple put a whole bunch of Apple 2GS in the school systems that I went to, and everyone grew up playing Carmen Sandiego, and they grew up playing Oregon Trail.
I did it in computer labs. Right?
For Apple. It was an advertisement for Broderbund. It was an advertisement for these companies. And it's not that you had to pay money. It's just that having that billboard in front of young, impressionable minds is something that corporations will be willing to spend money on. Even if it's just, I want you familiar with this logo for OpenAI. If I can put an OpenAI logo in front of every kid for the next 12 years, there are companies that would spend money on that. I'm not saying that that's where this entire argument operates around, but I'm saying that because there's a very clear objective precedent where the technology, Silicon Valley was like, here's millions or billions of dollars worth of free software and technology because we're trying to plant a seed so that you have brand loyalty when you're old enough to buy your own. That's the version of ad placement. It's not like, to get the answer to this question, insert, a $5 bill or whatever.
I get it. I'm just advocating there is more pieces that you did not hit on that would drive, in my opinion, the cost more than what it would cost to have the actual human interaction. I mean, go ahead.
I'll say I actually did have those considerations, but they're baked in because right now kids already do have Chromebooks. Schools already do have servers. They already do have IT tech admins.
Yeah.
So all of this will be, and the scenario.
And that was my next point. That was my next point.
Where a kid breaks something. Well, these expensive servers would be on premises, but they would be in a locked server room. So unless your fifth graders have unbridled access to the most expensive room in the
but wait a minute, you're advocating it to be in the classroom. The classroom has unbridled access to the equipment.
No, it is software access. So in the room, all of the computers, all the Chromebooks, these are just terminals that connect to the LLM model that's hosted elsewhere in the school in a place where kids don't have access to.
But I renew my argument, sir. They have
wrap it up, Spin.
Yes, ma'am. They have unbridled access to the terminal, which needs maintenance, which is going to need whatever else.
Already is the case. Kids right now across schools in the entire nation already have those terminals. They have Chromebooks that they have to bring to class. They bring
and
them
they
home.
Break them all the time.
Oh yeah, of course they break them on time. But you're not raising a new issue that would prevent AI from being a solution. You're just talking about a problem that already
I probably have about 2 minutes. So McLooney Tune over there, I just have one question. Okay, 30 seconds. I just have one question for you, McLooney Tune. You homeschool your child.
Yeah.
You use a computer, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not much for the homeschooling.
Okay, so you're actually buying books and you're putting them in front of the said child, and you're saying figure it out.
No, it's more interactive than that.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you so much, Spin. Excellent
That was
line of
easy.
questioning. hmm
I want to answer just one of the last questions that comments he had, and that's
Dude's hogging the mic here.
I'm good at it. But that poor kids already don't get tutors, so that it's a non-issue that if the teacher leaves the classroom, well, now poor kids they already can't get private tutors. So it's a moot
Yes, at
point.
the government's expense. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're inflating the cost, but you're not giving a solution of the cost. The cost for all of this bullshit is going to be 20 times higher than just paying a teacher to come into the classroom and teach the little snot-nosed bastards like we did. We're all adults here. Fuck all this bullshit. And you know what? Sarah, I'm done.
Thank you, Spin. I appreciate it. Vibe, let's move on to you, sir.
Yes, I used your word, Clay.
How you guys doing? Okay. Just enjoying some fresh.
Are you on the right mic, Vibe?
Uh-oh. Can you not hear me?
You sound like you're in a tin can or something.
Let's see. Headset Bose. Yeah, I'm in the Philippines right now, so I'm on jungle Wi-Fi.
Okay, so your shit just sucks. That's all. Go ahead, Vibe. Ask your question.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I have to say, we'll have to get
He's
into it.
popping
later.
in and out for me, Sarah. Like in and
It's
out.
fine.
in and out.
It's fine.
Sarah-
Go ahead, ask your question, Vibe.
If you want to go to the next person, I'll switch over to these headphones and see if it's better.
No, just go. I think you're all right.
hear you.
Just go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to dig into Angry Man because I think he's got a lot of misconceptions on how all this stuff works. But to our panelists, starting with Paranoid here, you were mentioning this is something that we could do right away today. And based on the prompt, that would mean replacing teachers today with AI. And I mean, do you actually think that's possible, or without any restructure of the school, or do you think you have to redesign the whole school system and how the whole education program works? So, for example, if kids are now all of a sudden learning at their own pace, and there are some charter schools out there, they're doing 2-hour a day AI teaching sessions where it's just 2 hours. They're seeing a huge uptick in performance of students, but that is being reported by the schools, so I don't know how accurate that is. But in this particular example, kids can now move at a much faster pace than they were able to, especially when the curriculum is designed specifically for their learning habits, which means the grades almost become irrelevant, and the kids are all going to accelerate at different rates. So you're not going to be keeping the same kids together in the same groups as they accelerate through the programs with the same guides, right? You'd really have to restructure the whole grade system, everything, if everybody gets to learn at this pace. And how would you solve that? Or do you think this is going to be an incremental change where we start with cameras in there that's feeding to a teacher, and it's just reading the student's attention, saying, I can see in the eyes of this student, he doesn't understand. I can see in the eyes of this one, he's bored. I can see in the eyes of this one, which we can currently do right now. That these will be incremental steps that over a decade will gradually keep on adding more and more AI in there until teachers get replaced with guides, which would be more psychological and play development people. How would you see that whole transition, or do you actually think it could happen today?
I do think that would be incremental, and it'll probably be the same way that, as a loose example, but there are some people that just do menial tasks, and part of the new job is they'll wear a camera and a microphone that records what they're doing so that they can feed some neural network, and on a long enough timeline, that neural network discovers what that job entails and just kind of slowly takes it over, the same way that you would hand off a job to a new incoming person as you're leaving another job. I want to clarify, when I said that we could do this today, that was a direct response to MC Toon. Basically, I think he was implying that we don't have LLMs that are good enough that would be up to the task to teach a kid about a certain subject and quiz them and do all of that, and that it was like some hypothetical future model that might be better in the future. I'm saying that right now, today, June 2026, we have a localized model that you could download and host by yourself that would be able to solve this issue. Now, the actual like infrastructure and how the lesson plans work and who goes to what classroom, all of that would absolutely be incremental. I'm not saying you turnkey, fire all the teachers, you show up on a Tuesday, and now there's a computer where the teacher used to be. That's not this. It's just that the models exist that could have the educational value that the teacher has.
Okay. Yeah, and I was going to say, like, I think it's just a whole restructuring of the whole educational system if we were to replace teachers today, right? It's just not. It's
The
not
original
feasible.
method was basically church-based and community-based, where all of the kids in a certain town would all go to one big room with one teacher, where you've got, like 16-year-olds learning again next to 11 and 12-year-olds. And in those scenarios, they also kind of self-segregated into like, here's the fast ones and here's the slow ones, and they would learn at their paces in that sort of a less structured way. But it's not that these drastic changes to how the education system hasn't already happened and we can't weather the storm. And in fact, I think when they introduced like some of the public education guidelines from like the 1970s, you've seen an objective trajectory where things are getting worse and they haven't gotten better since then. So even if you were to disagree with any of these takes, status quo and doing what we're already doing is already proven to be a losing formula. So something experimental has to change. There has to be some sort of upset in the way the school system works, regardless of what that change is.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we're going to see it not in the magnet schools, but in the charter schools and the private schools, where they incrementally expand this. And if it works, then we'll see. By then, the price is going to come down, and it'll start expanding into the private schools, whether we like it or not. It's really, how do we govern it and how do we move forward? Now, given that, like Toon, you sounded like, this is something you would not want to see. But you guys did kind of concede or come together on the idea, like, let's say we went through these incremental changes. Would you be comfortable with actually giving the teacher role to AI, but actually having maybe a dedicated, as I said, guide that was more trained in psychology and play behavior and social behavior, that basically guides the kids through like 2-hour sprints or 1-hour sprints, taking them apart from that and then working as a group together to go through those sessions, where the majority of the teaching is actually being taught by a guided system, but you have somebody that's less in the education sphere, but more in the social and play sphere of the teacher role, because we still need role models, right? We need somebody to look up to and say, I want to behave like that. And each of us had a different teacher that we probably saw, or a coach or somebody like that, where we said, I like the behavior of that person, I'm going to start modeling myself. And we might all have different people, right? If we replace these type of roles with like janitors and security guards, I mean, maybe they're a good role model, but maybe that's not the role models we want. Would that be something in the future, Toon, you would be comfortable with moving into a primarily AI teaching role, but with very strong social guides?
Well, I won't take an absolutist position. So I'll say, if it was found that was a successful system, then sway me with the evidence about how well that worked. But as the prompt, no, I don't think that's the case here. I don't think that's going to happen. And no, I guess not. In general, no. But present the evidence to me and sway me with that. And everything's, of course, has to be at this moment, has to be hypothetical.
Okay.
All right, I'll give it to the next person, Sarah, and I'll change my headset while we're doing that and see if that works better.
Thank you so much, Five. We appreciate you. And to you, sir, question, comment? It always takes him a second. 5, 4.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I wanted to touch back on something that Dale brought up, but kind of seemed to have gotten skipped over. Maybe I just didn't hear the answer. But first, I want to understand correctly, you believe that AI would mean teachers wouldn't have to actually know the subjects being taught in the classroom, correct?
Correct.
I have to strongly disagree. With the tendency for LLMs to hallucinate, young students are too naive of what they're learning to spot these hallucinations. This would be something the teacher has to be able to step in and intercede with. When it detects the LLM producing these hallucinatory results, the teacher can step in and correct the LLM.
So hallucinations are absolutely real. There's no debating that. All of us right now could prove that AI will hallucinate. However, a lot of these hallucinations can be mitigated very easily using a number of techniques. Retrieval augmented system is one, the RAG. Another one is just setting a temperature. But let me give you a human example as to how static this can be. And again, this is personal anecdote experience, but I remember I had a specific, I think it was like a science teacher. The entire science class, like every single day, aside from labs that we were self-guided labs that we did with a team and not with a teacher intervening, the entire classroom consisted of showing up, and he had an overhead projector where he had written in cursive notes from like 12 years ago, and we would just sit down and just write down his notes verbatim, and you would go home and you would just read them over and over again and memorize them, and then show up on every other Friday and take a test, and that would be a Scantron test, and that was it. So in that scenario, we had no feedback from that teacher, no interactivity, that he didn't even have an option to hallucinate for us, because he would just be like, write down what's on the overhead projector. So in that scenario, we can definitely make an LLM so stupid and so strict and static that it would do the exact same job as that science teacher. But it also has the ability to turn that temperature up. Temperature meaning, I think, a vague way of describing that would be like how much randomness or how much creativity you're allowing the LLM to have. So you can turn that temperature all the way down so it becomes more deterministic, meaning less hallucinations, all the way to the point where it can just spit out a script the same way that a human teacher would. So I would almost argue that you can match that static approach that my science teacher example, but you also have the ability to sort of tweak it and get it to be a little bit more open and more flexible while mitigating those hallucinations. Like in a properly trained system, you can mitigate a large majority of those.
You don't mitigate hallucinations by restricting information, because part of the problem that causes them is it has low fidelity or low confidence information to begin with. And then it's trying to piece something together confidently based off of that. That's the problem. And that's not solved by taking information out. You actually need more information in so that it doesn't have to choose from those low confidence tokens.
If we're talking about an open-ended LLM where a kid can ask anything on any subject, yeah. But if we're talking about like this month's lesson is going to be on 14th century sort of like Europe, then you can absolutely have an LLM that is so laser focused with RAG materials that it won't eliminate 100%, but it will greatly reduce the chance of a hallucination if the questions are all oriented about the very thing that it was trained on. I agree. Like if you start asking it math questions and theoretical physics, yeah, it'll just make stuff up and hallucinate.
You don't even have to go that far. Like the top models still struggle with topics of law and research. They can go from 17 to 80% hallucination rates on those topics. That's not something I would trust to be, not have a teacher overseeing. So I'm saying.
Are you talking about top models that are specifically fine-tuned in legal precedent, or are you talking about top model like the latest Opus or the latest generalized like Codex or GPT?
I can look up the list of the models they're referring to.
Well, because I guess the main question here is, are we talking about a model that was specifically trained on, and so that it is an expert on like legal matters for lawyers, or that you can open up one of these generalized AI LLMs and ask it a legal question, and then that'll hallucinate?
It didn't specify, but I assume they're general models. would be
So
my
in
guess.
that case, less information actually would help a little bit. But it's in the context, right? Because these general models, they're supposed to be like you can ask it any question, and I think that's really the problem. If you
Well, no, because things like
hyper-focus
Cornell
one
are going to come through as like high confidence versus some website that it doesn't know anything about, or maybe it's just a scanned in PDF from a legal book, right? It's still gonna do fine even with the lower confidence information with high confidence sources if it's available.
I agree. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just think the solution.
You'll be able to tell a better difference because you can go, oh, this is low confidence, and this over here is matching the low confidence more than the high confidence, and determine that's probably bad information. Like more information is always better than less.
Well, more information within the context that you're curious in. If you feed it a whole bunch of like 1980s music trivia, that might not help you on your math test. Or math might be the wrong example for an LLM, but it might not help you on your history test.
No, I'm not suggesting it would. But you also have to understand too the other problem: kids are smart, they're clever, and they hate authority. They're going to, and it's well known that you can jailbreak LLMs. That's not going to be very long until children figure out how to jailbreak whatever LLM the school's using to produce all kinds of crazy and wild content.
I would argue that would be a net positive. That actually means that now there's emergent learning occurring where they're developing valuable skills that are relevant in the real world in real time. That's something that you might not get out of your social studies class.
Or it's just something they read off the internet.
I mean, even so, I feel like they're demonstrating an actual usable skill. So if the worst thing that happens is kids learn how to jailbreak LLMs, that's great. That's actually better than I would expect out of a typical public educated school kid right now.
Well, they already do that though. They already, I mean, Napster, for Pete's sake, when we were kids in our age group, like we had Napster, we figured out how to even cheat codes. Like we figured all of this stuff out already. We were there without AI.
Anyways, I thank you for your time. Sarah, I guess you can move on. I can save the rest for the panel.
That was a good question. Clay,
great question. Thank you,
sir.
All right, very good. Thank you, Paranoid American and MC Toon, for being here. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting, as always. Forgive me, I do want to ask something particular to someone who wasn't able to be here. And I just want to go down the train of thought on it, just to kind of get your take on it, Paranoid. Primarily, it seems that money seems to be the issue. I want you to touch on that a little bit, but before you do that, I also want to hear a little bit about your experience within the education system as well. But then after you tell us a little bit about that, if you could, with the financial stuff, I guess the best way to do this is to kind of go through it. Kind of wondering, like, if you take away the funding for the teachers, essentially now you've gotten rid of that's kind of like a social safety net, right? So that we have the ability to teach the children. Now you've taken that funding completely away, right? And if you do that, then that's gone, okay? But then comes the question, if it's burdensome to have all of these teachers monetarily, right? It seems more as a criticism of the whole system, right? So you're talking about administration, and the compromise of the educational outcomes, that monetary thing, right? So taking all that funding away, that's kind of general, right? But then you're proposing a solution. And if you're proposing that solution, it seems more that you are just more or less attacking the education system on a whole politically, as opposed to really focusing why it is that these things are happening. Now, me personally, like I said, this is somebody else's thoughts on this. I don't care about the money. I want you to spend as much money as possible if it gets the right results, personally. But it does seem as though the money seems to be the issue in this, and it seems that it's more aligned with perhaps some personal vendetta that you might have against the teachers and what they're capable of doing versus the actual money.
Great observations. I would say I also don't care about the budget. I think that we've shown, first of all, we're willing to spend more on education than any other country in the world, right? But based on ratio to GDP. So we're already spending more than anybody else. And like you, if we have to double that, triple that, quadruple that, I'm enough of a conspiracy theorist. I really do think that someone in the government's just like turn the money printer on and it's just printing out money, and now we have the money. Like, let future generations deal with the inflation that it causes. But to me, it is a non-issue. So I don't see that any of this is bound from budget reasons. I'm obviously happy to entertain that discussion because it's a very real issue that usually holds things back. But let's just say that's not an issue. There is a very real issue with scale. You just won't have enough human beings willing to go and do one-to-one teaching, teacher to student, by throwing money at it. Even if you had the money to do that, there isn't the amount of human beings that are willing to do that. And the only way that you could entice them is that you'd have to start spending way more than 60 grand a year. You'd probably have to up that to like 150, 200 plus. I mean, we're just guessing at that point. That becomes completely economically unviable. On the other hand, I think that the approach to replace the teachers, let's say an average school has like 30, 32 teachers. If each of those is making $60,000 a year, I think that was the average that we brought up earlier, that's roughly $2 million a year in salary just for the teachers alone. That's not including the administration and the janitors and the lunch ladies. All of them get to keep their jobs, right? So now you have $2 million to basically stage a local AI system. And if it doesn't break every single year, which it absolutely shouldn't, then if that lasts for 3 or 4 years, well, now cumulatively over the course of 4 years, that's $8 million that you have to invest. And it keeps growing. It keeps getting faster. It keeps getting better. So I don't even think the budget is an issue once you actually start doing the numbers. But again, I think it's a moot point because I don't care how much we spend. I would rather dump all the money we can and get this problem solved, to get smarter kids and a smarter younger generation that can like lift the country up.
Fair enough. Yeah, and I apologize. My camera went out just as we were doing our Q&A, so I apologize for that. I like to give my reactions real time, but no, I hope I did justice for that. I think that the concern here mostly is, like I was saying, for him, the concern is perhaps that you don't feel that these teachers are doing a very good job, so you want to replace them, but then perhaps maybe that AI isn't the best solution. Maybe, and this is just my personal feelings, better teachers, obviously, that's obviously going to be a question. But then also he was wondering your kind of expertise. What is your field behind education?
I mean, I feel like everyone here is probably qualified to speak on it because we've all gone through at least a decade of education, whether private, public, or other. Some of us, if we went to college, it may be even closer to 2 decades worth. So I think that's enough. If you need more credentials than that, I also was a subject matter expert and a learning course designer for all sorts of Fortune 500 companies. I designed the educational training system for Hillrom beds, which are incredibly complex beds that if you've ever been to hospice or a hospital, they're the little bed, the automated beds that like turn you around and make sure you don't get bed sores. They literally have like 80 buttons on them. And if the nurses don't understand how to use them, somebody can actually die. So I didn't work in education system, but I absolutely have been working in education, e-learning. And my mom growing up was an English teacher in public school and college and did tutoring. So I come from a family of, teachers. She would not be happy with my approach on this subject either.
I bet. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you gave that as well. I know that was his curiosity. But actually that kind of goes into a little bit of my curiosity too, because I'm wondering when it comes to the teachers themselves, right? I don't look at the actual like curriculum as the bigger cost. The bigger cost is the child care, right? So these children are being educated. Sure, the curriculum is there, but the individual person, each one of them has to have someone who can direct them in the right direction. I mean, these concepts go into morality and ethics and things like that. And I don't see how, even though AI can teach what ethics are or what morals are, they can't teach why ethics exist in real time. Like that really does require a human experience, right? And so when I'm looking at that, I'm kind of wondering, like, not just when they're teaching and when they're doing the thing, but also like the vetting for the employment of, right? So if you have a policing of the classroom, just because it's, it's already being taught, and all of a sudden now all you've got is a babysitter in there, the child care is the focus at that point. And yes, teachers are doing child care essentially, but they also are serving, right? So teaching actually is a service. All teachers are required to sign an oath in this country. This is actually a requirement. All service members of the public domain are required to sign an oath. And so AI can't do that. So the only other option in service would be a policing, right? Or childcare, things like that. So that service, then you're essentially handing it over not to someone who's completely integrated with the system and why it's happening, but you're actually handing it over just to essentially a babysitter, no longer interested in why they're being taught.
I see that. I guess my counter to that would just be, I wouldn't trust a human teacher to teach ethics, and I don't care if they signed an oath. That doesn't mean that they're going to uphold that oath. They're humans. They're full of flaws. So it's almost a complete wash to me. Like, sure, yeah, an LLM can't agree to an oath. A human can, but they can lie to it, or a human can, and then they can, over a period of 5-10 years, start to get a little bit more comfortable, start to get a little bit more flexible with what they consider in and out of that oath. So, I mean, we're not living in a vacuum with like automatons. These are real people with problems.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to ask MC Toon one question as well. When it comes to the idea that we just don't know what could happen, right, in this scenario, that from my perspective isn't always the best perspective to have. Just because I don't know what's going to happen doesn't mean I shouldn't necessarily integrate, right? And I think you actually answered the question of integration. You're not really opposed to integration. You just want the right type of integration, perhaps. And I think that's accurate. I see you shaking your head. Yeah. But then, would you agree that data storage is cheaper than labor?
Generally, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
We
That's
use
really
that,
all I got for you, brother.
We use that concept at work all the time, right? We can go and optimize some code to be more efficient, or for a lot less time, we can go and cache something and that takes an extra amount of memory. Like, well, yeah, that's a lot cheaper.
So there is that recognition that it just seems to be a better option when it comes to simply data storage, right? I can carry around a 12-pound book, or I can carry around, a 12-pound laptop, and one of them is going to be able to store way more data than the other, right? But just to kind of switch back, and I'm going to just give a couple more quick questions to Paranoid. Can you explain red teaming a little bit? And then also, I want you to, when it comes to the particular subjects of, like, you got the mathematics, sciences, the history, and the languages, can you explain to us why it is that, particularly with languages and sciences, I actually consider sciences part of the arts as well, why those are more difficult to have a computer model teach it? I know that you are for the AI, but can you explain why it's actually more difficult for the AI to teach it? And that's kind of why I want you to, if you could, explain red teaming a little bit.
So I'm not familiar with the concept of red teaming, but I can, at a very high level, talk about why LLMs aren't well suited for math and science. But do you want to define what red teaming is for me?
Red teaming is the idea that you can. It's essentially like a security protocol where it's like testing the AI to see how far it'll break before it'll break. You know, how far it'll bend before it'll break, and then going back and then fixing that coding.
Okay.
The red team is the attack team. The blue team is the protection team.
Tom, you know the rules here.
Okay. No, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. You made a huge difference, and because I actually just kind of looked it up, and that's why I was asking him. But no, I appreciate that because it was it. So there's two teams technically.
So just to clarify, and I guess Tom, you're allowed to answer this too, in case you know the answer.
If it's okay with Sarah. If it's okay with Sarah.
He is the expert. I think we should actually allow him to provide the correctness.
If I were to oversimplify and come up with an analogy that I'm more familiar with, would this mean that like red teaming is sort of like pen testing AI in a way? Okay, I got a thumbs up. So okay, I'm familiar with the concept of penetration testing. So again, I'm not the expert on this specific topic, but my belief is that LLMs are not well suited for math or science in isolation because an LLM is a language model. It's good at predicting the next word or the next letter that's going to be said, but it's entirely based on whatever it was trained on. So it's not doing math. It's not doing science. It's just pulling up, here's the next logical thing that I would say if I were saying all these previous things based on all this other context. However, LLMs do have the ability, when they're part of these larger systems, to identify, oh, this is a math question. Oh, this is a science question. For example, if you were to ask a math question to Claude Code or to Codex from OpenAI or Gemini Code or any of these other like code specific, you ask it a math question, more times than not, it's going to write a computer script and then it's going to run, the variables through that script where the math is actually happening in code. So it's no longer leveraging the language model to do the math. It's actually creating code. The code does the math, and then it verifies it, like the logic in the code. And you could extrapolate that to a slightly more abstract degree to science, where now it can actually write like an entire Python script and then determine what the answer to the science question is. Those are also prone to hallucination, but that's why LLMs are not good at math and science, but they can call on other agents that then call agentic tools, which are good at those things.
Very good. And then I would actually like to be able to hear MC Toon's opinion on that as well, because when we're talking about the mathematics, the sciences, the arts, the languages, as I was mentioning, these things are very difficult, and I hear your version of why it's difficult to teach these things. I want to hear MC Toon's opinion on this, why it's more difficult than just say like history. And actually mathematics, the interesting thing about mathematics is that it does change over time, but very, very, very little. And there's a reason for that as well. But specifically, like this question is about the arts and why the arts are more difficult to teach.
All right.
Art is subjective instead of objective in general. Math, K through 12 math, how much has it changed since, 50 years ago? Not a lot. It's the same topics. It's university level stuff, but I just wanted to put that in. So yeah, history is one thing, right? It's not really just, this happened and this happened and this happened in this year. There are these links that happen. What was the cause, the trigger of World War I? That's not a fact. That's something you when you're teaching history, you're teaching that these things happened and drawing those links. And AI is okay at drawing those links. And right, that's the neural net part of it. It's fine at that. But when you're doing things that's more subjective, art, right? It can imitate art because it's seen art, and then it can go and synthesize art and say, okay, well, here's what I've seen, and let me mix them together and give it to you. It's not from what I've never seen, and I can't say this, completely, but I've never seen an AI generate something that it hasn't somehow been fed in some way in a combination. It's not doing new stuff. You know, it's not avant-garde like, you know, that band that's not like any other band that you've ever heard before. You know that band. They suck.
Yeah.
I've heard them. Everybody's heard that band. They suck. Anyway, it's not like that. It's I don't know. That's all I got.
No, I like it, and I'll go ahead and pass it off. You know, I would say that art is difficult to teach because it's very difficult to teach what is beautiful and what is ugly. Those things AI just simply does not recognize.
So, and just I want to tack on to that too, that technically when it's generating art, that's no longer an LLM. Those are usually diffusion models and a million other ones too. And also the statement that math hasn't changed in the last 50 years. I can find nitpicky examples. Like, for example, I believe the definition of a trapezoid changed at one point from a shape that has exactly one pair of parallel sides, and then eventually gets redefined as at least one pair of parallel sides. I know it's not the strongest example, but changes do happen even in K through 12 math. It's not all like high level, mathematics.
I agree.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Clay. For the win, you're up, sir. Have at it.
Thank you, Sarah. MC2, and you've kind of gotten off a little easy here, so I'll start with you here. So I wanted to ask.
Thank you.
With homeschooling your children, how did that start? Did you have them in public school and then pulled them out, or what happened there?
I actually used some of my experience in one of my slides. So our first kid went to kindergarten and first grade, and in first grade, he would be given math homework, right? Here's your math sheet for the day. And he was behind on reading. So they'd give him the math sheet. And we put this together later. They'd give him the math sheet, and on the top of it was the instructions. Now, he was behind in reading. The math, they didn't figure this out. They didn't put it together. He was not doing the math. He was failing the math stuff or doing poorly in math. And I'm like, he's pretty good at math. He really isn't having problems with this first grade math stuff. Why is it so bad? Well, so then my wife is spending hours every day going over the math with him. But it was just that somebody needed to read to him the instructions, and he wasn't doing it because the pace for reading wasn't what he needed. So he's good at math. He was getting bad grades at math, and it took a human, my wife, not the teacher, not impressed myself. I wasn't impressed with that. My wife, to figure that out. An LLM would never figure that out. He's getting bad grades at math. Well, he put him in a slower math, pace. Anyway, that was first grade. At the end of first grade, my wife's like, this, we're struggling. This isn't going well. How about we homeschool for a year? Let's see how it goes. Get his reading up to par or whatever. And I'm like, oh yeah, all right. Well, for a year, fine, whatever. Well, at the end of first year of homeschooling, which was second grade for him, he was reading for fun. I was buying him Redwall books. I got him in the end. I got like the entire Redwall book collection. He chewed them all up. The kid who couldn't read in first grade is behind in reading in first grade. By fourth grade, had read through all the entire Redwall series. And so after second grade, we're like, this really was good for him. He's fine at math. He's caught up on that. He gets it. He's way ahead in reading. So we kept going. And then we asked at each boundary. When you move to a different building, you get mixed up. You get jumbled up with different kids. And so you're not the new kid. So when you go from elementary school to middle school, everybody gets chucked together. So there's no new kids. And we're like, that's when you want to do the transition. If you're going to do it, that's a great time because you're not the new kid. So every one of those transitions that when our local school system had that, we're like, this would be the year if you really want to. What do you think? And every year, and all of our kids did this. They're like, no, this is it. So that's what it's been, and so that's our experience.
Very cool, very cool. So Paranoid, you've talked a lot. We've hounded you a lot here tonight, so I'm going to do some extra hounding now here for you. So
I'm ready for it. I like it.
All right, cool. So with Ant, you had said this is what you expect out of your typical public school age kid. There's expectations that you've created in your mind as to what we're getting as our results. You have pointed to that I believe we're number one in the spending on education in this country. And I believe last time I checked, we're roughly around about 36th in results. That's horseshit. I'm going to drop this in the back chat here. This is a final from 1895 for 8th grade. And I shit you not, like these kids back then were taught very well, and they would wipe the floor easily with these kids. And they didn't have language models. They didn't have computers. They didn't have anything. They had instruction from a teacher and everything. And just hearing from MC2 now, he brought up another great point is that not all kids learn the exact same way. So now if we're going to pigeonhole our entire youth into this AI, for example, what are the results that we're going to get? Because so far with having Chromebooks in the classroom and everything, these results are not what they used to be as well either. And also I'll let you respond there first and then I'll hound you more.
Well, I would push back on pigeonholing. I would say this is the exact opposite of pigeonholing. Right now, you're going to force optimistically 20 to 30 kids to learn from one teacher the way that that teacher decides that they want to teach. Their teaching method, their disciplinary method, just like the tonality of their voice, all of that, their pacing. All of those kids are essentially being pigeonholed into dealing with how that teacher teaches. Once you create AI as the instructional layer, now you can have 20 or 30 different variations teaching the exact same content, but catering it in 20 to 30 different ways, which is something that a human being simply doesn't have the time or capacity to scale. So I don't think it's pigeonholing. And I also would say that it's not fair to say like, oh, well, they've had Chromebooks and Chromebooks have led to not a huge improvement. I think that this is because the ultimate problem is the teacher. The teacher was the problem, and the Chromebooks didn't replace the teacher. The Chromebooks just replaced the books. That's all that they really.
They replaced the pen and paper as well now too.
Pen and paper and the book, yeah, and now no one can draw in cursive or write by hand anymore. And again, I'm not going to debate that 100 years ago education was stronger, tests were much more difficult. The norm might be that you spoke 3 or 4 different languages and you were multidisciplined. That's long gone.
And why is that?
Can we just get to where a 7th grader can read at a 7th grade level? Once we can get back to that baseline, then we can talk about rewinding the clock to the 1800s where people were, multilingual.
Well, it's not about just being multilingual. I think it just starts simply with the building blocks, and that I think you're a fellow conspiracy theorist and such like that. There's been a complete dumbed downness of our country and everything. And I think it's done for a reason. This is why we are where we are. This is why we're getting 36 for results. And now you're substituting, well, now that we have these computers, let's just double down now and go full AI with everything. I think we're truly going in the wrong direction with everything with all of that. We need to go back to the basics of things. And it starts with like MC Tunes kids where, if someone's not a good reader, well, get more direction in the right avenue with that from a teacher and such like that helped his son. So I went, go on.
Oh, to be clear, I just want to make sure I'm not misanthropic. I don't think that I want all teachers to be replaced because of a chip on my shoulder. I do have a chip on my shoulder, but that's not the reason. I don't think they should be replaced. I just think that it's literally just a scale problem. If in some wild scenario, we could afford to have a teacher for every single student in every single class, I would be more in favor of that than I ever would be in favor of putting AI in that role. I just don't think that we're ever going to live in that reality. So on a pragmatic standpoint, AI is the only real viable solution that fixes all these problems that have come up. Every other solution is really just like, well, let's just see if it gets better. Let's just raise salaries a little bit. Let's just do this and that. Like, there are all these incremental small tweaks. But you just showed that, again, in like the 1800s, before we had the current version of schooling, everyone just kind of went to like the local church, the local community center. And I think part of the big reason, and this is conspiracy, they're dumbing us down. I didn't bring that approach because it would be harder to defend with all that extra baggage, but it's that.
But it's true.
The old forms of schooling was community based. You wanted your neighbors to be smart. You wanted your kids to be friends with the other kids in the community. You wanted like all of that to help your town out so that your town would become better. I think the way that school works now, everyone is so isolated that there's really no, like, the teacher's not thinking, I'm raising the children that are going to be the next wave in this community, therefore I've got this extra social obligation. They're like, oh my God, when is this class period end? I hate these freaking kids. So it's like a stark difference between the incentives of being a teacher in the 1850s versus the incentives of being a teacher in 2020.
Sure. So you brought up the Scantron. Fucking worst piece of shit ever. I agree with you. I was a shitty test taker myself and everything. I understood all the concepts and everything. And then when it came to take the test and everything, they would just tweak, like on math, like ever so slightly off from whatever your homework was. And you're like, what the fuck is this? They didn't teach me this shit. What the fuck? It was just bullshit. It just pissed me off and everything. And a lot of kids had that same problem with things. So it was just very frustrating. But I really do believe, like, I went to private school from preschool through third grade. And we learned like phonics, the building blocks, the true building blocks of everything. And I think it really starts there. And I'm just kind of sitting here thinking about things where, well, there are things that private schools are doing that we can just replicate in public schools. Why do we have to have more money being thrown at private school for kids to get better education when we're already throwing the most money in the world on it right now? Like, that's kind of asinine to me.
Even if it's not rhetorical, but part of the answer is that if you go to private school, then it means that at least somebody in that equation, the parents or the kids, they want to be there, or that they've got some incentive to be there. When it comes to public school, it could literally just be the place you have to send your kids to, otherwise you go to jail, right? Because it's basically state mandated. So one of them is forced, and it could just be like a passive daycare situation. In a private school, somebody in your family has an incentive for you to actually pay attention and make use of that, because they've made like a monetary obligation in order for you to even be there. So it's a little bit night and day. And just to tack on to I loved Scantrons, and part of the reason I think that I have this thought about like AI replacing teachers is teachers could kind of be boiled down to three things they were useful for to me. One is they could answer a question that I had where the answer wasn't in the book, and there was no other option for me to do that. You know, go to the library and hope you pick the right book. So asking a question directly to a human being, that was essential. The next one would be if I got something wrong, they could actually be like, oh, I see that you did that. You carried the one and you weren't supposed to do that. Having that direct feedback on why I got it wrong, that was helpful. And then finally having some sort of objective third party, as much as they didn't always feel objective, to grade and do the assessment. All three of those things can be solved. In my limited view, all three of those things can be solved by AI, no problem. The only reason that I even spent money to go to college was because I had questions that I couldn't find a tutorial or a book or a Wikipedia article on that answered it. And I was like, I got to just go and hire a professional teacher and go to school so I can ask them these like highly niche specific things that I wanted to know. If I had an LLM, I might not have had to go to school to do that.
What year did you graduate high school?
2001.
Okay, I was 06. So like they just shoved it down our throats. You have to go to college. You have to go to college. And it's just wild. Like not everyone truly needs to go to college. And they made it just this thing where it was just an expectation. And then you have graduation parties. Where are you going to college? Oh, so-and-so's going there. And it was just, it's the wrong way that our society has really gone overall and everything. Because when we come out of high school, not everyone's at the same level with everything at all either. And we shouldn't have to have that expectation of being able to go there. And lastly, Walmart greeters.
Well, the point there though is that a Walmart greeter is,
dude, my Walmart greeters fucking sit in wheelchairs and they're just fucking retards. I'm sorry, Spin, but they're fucking retards. And it's
some of them have just been aged out of any other viable career field, and they just want to like have social interactions with people. I get, in my experience, maybe in the town that I grew up in, but it was like the grandma that had been a teacher for her entire life, and now she doesn't want to be a teacher anymore, but she's also bored. She just wants to like smile, and like that Walmart greeter could probably be getting paid as much or more doing the same thing, making kids feel good about themselves in just a different environment. So I mean, I know it's not the perfect analogy, but yeah, Walmart.
I know.
Good.
I know what you're saying, but like that's it was a funny analogy with it. And
What
I mean,
the
I'm
fuck
pretty sure the
you
last time
gotta
I went
get
to a Walmart,
greeters in fucking wheelchairs, prick.
All right.
last time I walked into a Walmart, the guy was drooling, just sitting there. I'm like, hi, I'll do your job for you. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here walking in right now. This is awkward.
Can I have your receipt? Can I have your receipt?
Thank you so much for the win. And last but certainly not least, LLM Degrader. If you'd like to ask your question or provide a comment.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sarah. Paranoid. I have a long question for MC Toon, and then kind of just a quick one for Paranoid American. So for MC Toon, it sounded like you are for, and I'm a software engineer. I build with AI, you guys. It sounds like you are for some sort of AI implemented in the education system. I thought I heard you mention that earlier and on a brief.
Yep.
Yep. So just a second. With that, I think I don't quite understand how such a solution would not simply converge into a system like the one that Paranoid has suggested here. And if it did converge into that, would you be okay with that? Let me kind of explain how that happened. So, like with the current context, we see all sorts of jobs or tasks being automated. We, three of us have seen this for engineering. AI is being integrated everywhere. And in this case in particular, we see in the education system, we see two parties who are very incentivized to use AI. They're the teachers who are burdened with their workloads and would likely look for any sort of relief. They would offload to AI, and students needing to assimilate to this AI native world are really going to use AI, or maybe I don't know. If we imagine that they both do use AI, then Paranoid system might just be some sort of like formalization of this end state. I don't understand how if we implement even a tiny solution, like where we, if I something like what I think you might have done, like integrate a tutor, or we integrate a small application into the education system, then teachers would be more incentivized to rely on more and more, and they would be trying to, I don't know, deal with their burdensome public education. Maybe they have 20 kids, they're all rowdy, and they want to focus on that. And they just lean more and more, oh, it's easy, the LM teaching intuitions to the children, I'm gonna have to do that. Going to the point where they just offload essentially their entire workload to this system, and they no longer need to do the teaching portion. If we get to that point, then what is between this system and where the system has gotten to and Paranoid's suggestion? Sorry, were folks able to hear me?
It sounds like your mic's kind of just tapping slightly in and out. I'm still picking up what you're putting down, but that we're kind of like having to fill the gaps mentally. Just so you know.
I think I understood fully what he was asking.
Yeah, it was still context clues there.
Basically.
We got it.
Okay, one system would converge into the other. So what do you think about that turn of events? Do you think that this would happen? If so, why or why not? And would you be okay with it?
Could it happen? I see that it could. I see that teachers could just take the easy route. Yeah. And Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that happen. And like I said to whoever asked earlier, I'm not going to have an absolute position on this. If there was an actual system that tried this and they had actual results where there was no teacher in the room anymore and it was just the AI, and then we could look and evaluate the results and see if the hypothesis put forward by Paranoid here was confirmed or not. Then, well, we could at least have a data point. We don't even have that data point yet. But would the teachers tend toward that? I suppose they can. And that goes to the just like all the other questions. How do you stop the teacher from teaching the thing that they're not supposed to do? And how do you deal with this? And how do you, right? If the teachers do the wrong things, that's a management problem. And we have people that are managers of teachers, the school administrators. That's their job, is to manage the teachers. So you go back to them and you say, make sure you're managing your teachers. And the fact that there are some teachers that are bad teachers and haven't been managed well doesn't mean that that you get rid of the whole system or you swap out for some other completely untested hypothesis. No, you fix the problem.
Mm-hmm. That does make sense. Yep. And then just a small one for Paranoid. I liked some of the technical stuff you got into, even when we were getting to implementation and sort of how the system might work. You brought up a term, and I was just curious what that term means. You mentioned RAG model. What is a RAG model?
So RAG, as I understand, it's not necessarily a model. It's a technique that models can leverage. So I'll give you the non-technical explanation for this, which might be a little bit oversimplified. But a RAG would be, and you can do this now on some AI systems, where you've got the chatbot, you've got the LLM, but then you also have files you can upload. I can upload a PDF of a book that I wanted to be an expert in, or I can upload 20 different PDFs. RAG would essentially mean that instead of the LLM having to go back on all the things that it's ever been trained in to get your answer, it'll look at the PDF you just uploaded and derive the answer from that as its knowledge base. So it's sort of a way to augment what the LLM might know in general and give it like hyper specialized specific information. The RAG, it stands for retrieval augmented, blanking on the G, generation, retrieval augmented generation. So again, it's just a way of saying like, oh, well, I want to talk to my AI about this particular topic, but that topic is brand new and clearly like this generalized model doesn't know about it. So here's the exact information that you want. And then there's other like hyper specialized versions of RAG and alternatives where you've got like vector databases and things that can basically create like mathematical links between certain topics. But RAG is just a really easy way to augment something. So a teacher could be like, I want to teach mice and men. Hey, LLM, here is the version of mice and men. Here's the teacher guide to mice and men. And anytime I ask you about anything related to mice and men, you treat this PDF as your source of truth. That's an oversimplified version of RAG, I think.
Yeah, and they might not have the full document or something. Okay, yeah, so it's not a model, but it's like this stuff around it that grounds it. Okay, cool.
It's if you're familiar with doing any sort of like diffusion models, it would be similar to like an embedding or a LoRa, a low rank adapter, where basically like it doesn't know what Mr. Bean looks like, but I can augment my image model. Here's what Mr. Bean looks like. So whenever I ask you to make a picture of Mr. Bean, like use this augmented model. It's very similar to that.
Yep. Yeah, you might use embedding. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, thank you both.
Perfect. Thank you so much. As a kind reminder, we are officially moving over to the gauntlet. This is open floor, open mic, still meant to be respectful. Let's not get too crazy, but it's a little more fun and enjoyable. And of course, it goes downhill towards the end of the night. If you are watching over on the Raging Tomato on any of those other platforms, those ends will be shut down and you will only be able to watch over on the Gauntlet debate in terms of if you are on my stuff, not anybody else's. So if you're watching the Raging Tomato on YouTube, Kick, X, Pilled, Kick, whatever, I'm going to end all of those, and you have to come continue watching over at The Gauntlet. That is at The Gauntlet Debate on YouTube. Head over there now. We'll see you on the flip side. Of course, Mr. Tom Carpenter is here, and he is our AI tech, whatever, guru, expert of amazingness. I can tell you that firsthand because I did interview him a while back and asked him all of these questions about these types of things, and it threw me through a loop. But he, of course, kicked his brother Dale out, so we'll get Tom and all of his expertise. And, of course, he paid his fine. So you guys have earned your gauntlet, but if you want to keep the gauntlet going, you do have to continue hitting the dono goal over here. All right. I'm going to kick it over to Tom to actually kick us off on thought process here, because I figure you've listened to everybody say something, and you probably have something smart to say to all of it.
Well, I will say one thing. So the picture that I use through all social media, and it's just me. I don't have a fake character name or anything. It's just Tom Carpenter everywhere. And whether I'm on LinkedIn or X or whatever, it's still the same guy. And you always see this caricature of me with my eyebrow raised, and you might have seen me do it a few times tonight. That caricature exists because it's what I do when I'm listening to someone and I hear them say something that's like, what? But I want to start before I do anything else, Sarah, because I want to, normally the gauntlet is my go to sleep time. Okay. So I want to say to everybody, I love you all. I love Sarah. I love this community. It's scary that I find myself sometimes thinking, what would Clay say to that? Or what would Ant say to that? You know, that should freak anybody out. But here's my dream
at this point now.
Here's my dream. Someone please kick me to the backstage so I can have that experience of being kicked. I've never been kicked. I've only kicked. So kick me, please.
Do it in the chat.
$10. Somebody kick me. And now I want to say with that, McToon, first of all, I want to appreciate you coming on. I homeschooled my kids K through 12 all the way. I know a lot of people have homeschooling views and perspectives where they think it's all this uber religious stuff and things like that. But there might be some religion involved in some of it. But my primary motivation was I wanted my kids to actually learn. And they did a pretty daggum good job of it. They're amazing kids now, all fully grown. So that's awesome. But I do want to ask, don't you think that there is amazing opportunity? Because I know I came off as this attacker against Paranoid, but don't you think there's this amazing opportunity for AI now that we have an intellectual component? Because we really never had that before. An intellectual component that could take a vast amount of knowledge and gather insights from that vast amount of knowledge and then integrate with other AI capabilities that research has given us over the years. Don't you think there's a much bigger opportunity to use AI in education now than we've had in the past?
Absolutely. I'm not against that. My opening slide was listing off some of the things that I'm not against. Specifically, I'm not against, augmenting teachers with LLMs. And so I write software. I can, in my head, I've built, how you might do that for, different topics for history or math or something. How you integrate an LLM into what they're already using on their tablets to help them. So yeah, I think that's great, but I don't think taking the teacher out of the room is part of that solution.
And I agree with you on that front. That's the big issue with me, because I've been a student of AI since 1986, and it hasn't been my primary work. My primary work was originally systems administration with Novell NetWare, Banyan Vines, Unix type systems, things like that in the 90s, and then Windows systems. So going way back, and software development, things like that. And for the last 15 years, mostly Wi-Fi and wireless related communications. So, but AI has always been this love of mine. In fact, I just finished developing this last week a brand new certification for the company that I run in AI. That's the big gap that I see. So back to you, Paranoid. Here's my question. You mentioned Benjamin Bloom, interesting researcher and scientist, and he also created, as I'm sure you're aware, Bloom's taxonomy, which is the different levels of learning or thinking or conceptualizing, depending on how you
remembering and understanding, and there's like 5 or 6 of them. Yeah,
and it's been updated. There's an enhanced, updated Bloom's taxonomy. There's been a lot of critique of it over the years, but it still holds pretty steady as at least a way to think about the different levels of understanding. Recent research over the last 3 years, and some of it as recent as 6 months ago, has shown very clearly that LLMs, just as one part of AI, and I grant we can integrate multiple AI components, but LLMs particularly do amazing at Bloom's taxonomy level 1, but they literally fall off a cliff at level 2. They simply, in all the research, just plummet in their ability as soon as you get to level 2, which means they're good at teaching fundamental knowledge, but they absolutely suck at teaching anything beyond that. Because they don't, it goes back to what I jokingly talked about as Dale. By the way, Dale is a real person. He is my brother. He lives in me all the time because I did grow up in West Virginia, and Danny was my dog. And he did die by a lightning strike. But so he's my alter ego that comes out now and then. But the reality is that what we know with AI is it even with all of the other integrations right now, it lacks that ability to comprehend the needs of a student and meet the needs of that student. Now, that's not to say we can't be there in 36, 48, some number of months down the road, but we're literally just not there right now, without a lot of really rapid solutions to some major problems. So how do you address that issue? The issue of going beyond Bloom's level 1 and the issue of the fact that when you look at all the history of educational research, because that's actually what I do now and have for the last 15 years. I run an adult education company effectively. It's an IT certification company, but we certify individuals mostly in wireless communications technology. And so I have to study a lot of what works in education. And what we know, for example, John Hattie's research of 300 million students, we know that one of the key factors in education is the dialogue that takes place in the classroom. He puts that at ranked, I believe, if I remember right, it's either number 3 or number 5. One of those is the most important things in the educational process. So how would we address that? Since we can't rely on just giving them a chat, we have to have all these guardrails around it. How do we deal with that if these security guards, and I'm kind of saying that tongue in cheek, these security guards that we have in the classroom with them are not also educated as teachers to be able to have that dialogue?
So I absolutely agree. I'm actually glad that MC Toon didn't bring this up, because it would have been just like a Achilles heel sort of argument. But that particular aspect of having a teacher in the classroom and having like that social experience. Here's another example that I think we'd be missing out on. And I know this almost sounds like a bad example, but for me, it's imperative with like the social aspect of it. And that's the slow entry into being shamed and the public humiliation that when a teacher calls on you and you don't have the answer and the class laughs, right? Or like you have to stand up at the board and it's super awkward and silent because you didn't study before. Now there's this
guys, everyone, can I have silence, please? I want to say something. Okay, so I shall begin.
I'm sorry. That was just fucking rude and stupid.
What was that?
Like Paranoid's literally in the middle of a thought process here, and you think you're just gonna jump in and then completely interrupt. And I swapped out for the next guy as it was requested in the private chat. but I don't fucking think so. No, sir. Pardon the interruption, Paranoid, if you'd like to
Come back
continue.
in. Yeah, I didn't.
It sounded like a radio coming in or something.
Now he's gonna have
Silence.
to I probably would never let them
line.
on again, just for that plain stupidity. It's like panel 101. Go ahead, back to you, Paranoid.
So basically the point being that very real experience with public humiliation in sort of a safe, controlled environment where now you've got peer pressure to excel, even if you don't want to be there, and even if you hate the teacher and you hate the lesson and everything. People laughing at you is an incentive to maybe I should learn how to read. Maybe I should care what this lesson is just so I can avoid the social ostracization. That's one thing that also gets eliminated if you just straight up remove the teacher and everyone's got these individualized courses. Because again, everyone's not going to learn the same. Maybe that's good that gets rid of, but I feel that that's a valuable part of growing up and bumping into here's how the real world works. Here's how you interact with people. When you're talking about the Bloom's taxonomy, I don't know what the current level of it is, what stage 2 essentially is, but it's it's remembering, understanding, and then it gets into analyzing and creating, which I think represents mastery. And what Bloom, I think, was saying is that every student is technically capable of mastery if they have the right resources. And the whole premise of the 2 sigma problem, the sigma, I believe, meant that it was people that had one-on-one tutoring had, 2 standard deviations above people that did not have the one-on-one tutoring. So that's what 2 sigma means. It means 2 standard deviations above those that didn't have that same approach. So I agree with you that it completely falls on its face, but only when you present a kid with unbridled access to a chatbot. But once you have guardrails that essentially know what the answer is and prevent from just giving the answer, because that's usually where the degradation, where the atrophy happens, is if I can just ask the computer for the question and it just tells me the answer, then I just fill the answer out. I don't have to actually understand it, analyze it, integrate it. So there's ways to mitigate that, but I agree that that's actually a huge problem. I would say that let's compare that to what we actually have in the real world right now, instead of an idealized version where everyone gets a great teacher and the teacher identifies this and the teacher is able to mitigate all this. There's plenty of examples where there's no AI in the classroom, there's only a teacher, and this exact same problem presents itself, and there's not a known solution, hence having decades worth of a sliding decline.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that I actually agree with you that AI is coming in. There's no stopping it. It's going to come in, but I think at least for the next decade or more, we definitely need it to be an aid to the teachers and not a replacement for the teachers. That's just me and my summary thinking. But I will say this: the other area I think where you missed the mark is in the cost. I don't think you fully comprehend the cost. I'll just use one thing as an example of where most people, when they're looking at deploying any type of AI system, particularly based on LLMs, they miss, and that is something called the KV cache. For simplicity for everybody here, the KV cache is your context. So if you have a chat with ChatGPT and you talk to it for a while, everything that it remembers about you, that's technically called the KV cache. And that cache is for each individual using it. And so now, granted, you mentioned one option was to give every user their own dedicated computer running the LLM and the other AI components that are just for them. That's probably going to run you, if you do that for a school that has 500 students, it's going to run you somewhere around 12 to 15 grand a month in extra electric bills. So you need to find a way to centralize and share that. And if you do that, then you're dealing with a cluster of servers with multiple GPUs in each server and so forth in order to be able to handle it. That cost factor is a lot bigger than most people think. Right now, what most people don't realize about AI is right now, I said this when Sarah interviewed me last year, and it's still true today. It has not changed. AI is costing us massively more than the value that it's bringing us in the world today with the large language models specifically, that kind of AI. The companies are still not making money, and the reason they're not making money is because they can't charge as much as it actually costs to deliver the service. It's extremely expensive to do, inference and computation that's required to accomplish this end goal. And then when you add in the training, it even goes out the door. I think that's the biggest weakness in your argument. I don't think it's the human teacher element. I think it's the cost is higher than you think it will need to be in order to accomplish your end goal.
I feel like this wouldn't be a fair discussion for us to have, just because I'm so jaded in fiat currency that I feel it has absolutely no value. Again, they can hold down on the print button until they've printed enough money to get whatever they want and offload that as a future tax and inflation. So yeah, and I'm just as much of a pessimist that even in this scenario where AI just augments teachers, I like the Tom that you brought up. Well, some teachers, they might realize, well, hell, this augments the hell out of my job. I can just kind of like kick my feet up a little bit and let the AI do its thing. I do think that's probably the first thing that we're going to see as AI naturally goes in the education system. It augments it. You're going to have these deadbeat teachers that are just like, oh, I don't have to do anything now except for some classroom management. And then that's going to have to come to a head. Although, again, someone can just hold down that money printer button and maybe the problem never gets fully solved, you know?
Is that cost?
The cost issue is not
how
as
economics
big.
works.
Is that cost the same for like you compared like some big AI sort of approaches, but I think Paranoid brought up an approach of using I don't know, maybe some undersized models, sure, like Gemma 27B quantized is kind of, I don't know.
Actually, I think small language models are the future. I don't think large language models are the future. I think small language models are. And you can take a small language model. Here's a great example. In my industry, in the wireless side, there's an individual who works for Cisco, Jerome Henry. He and his team developed a small language model that's literally 124 megabytes. That's how much memory it takes up. And it does better network protocol packet capture interpretation than any of the frontier models. And by frontier, I mean ChatGPT, Gemini, things like that. Small language models can do absolutely amazing things when they're perfectly finely tuned for what you want them to do. And I think a mixture of small language models could be phenomenal for educational purposes. So absolutely, I agree with you, LLM Degrader. We've got opportunities here, and we're going to see them be optimized in the next few years to really do some amazing things. No question.
Yeah, well, I was just curious if you thought the costs might be the same if we assume like these small, smaller large language models.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It will reduce the cost significantly. But that's so we're with small language models where we were with large language models in 2021. And so it's going to take us a few years, most likely, to really optimize it. But it's actually happening faster because we've learned a lot of lessons with large language models already.
Yeah.
And by the way, Paranoid.
I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Paranoid, when I joked about you losing your job before teachers, that was kind of a mean thing, but it's actually true because programming is so structurally and semantically perfectly laid out. We know exactly what we're doing with programming code. Human language and human communication is so variable and different. And so it's easier actually to write code than it is to teach a child. And that's kind of what I was getting at there.
Alley
My only retort to this.
Go ahead.
My only retort to this is Paranoid. You said it. They can push that fucking button and print that money and it'll just be paid back in inflation. Well, wouldn't you agree that the inflation rate now is high enough? Do we need more? Because schools or pussified parents won't send their kids to school? Is it really that important?
If you're asking me, I do think it's that important, but also I don't think that the government is going to be the one that's like, you know what, we should invest a lot more in education now, unless there was some sort of kickback for it. I just think that this is actually going to be the most cost-effective solution in the short term. Like, I don't even feel like this is a debate where I'm like, hey, everyone get on board, and if we get enough people that agree, this will happen. It's almost like this is already going to be the thing that happens, and here's maybe the silver lining. And here's
okay, so we should pussify the kids, give them a tablet or AI.
They have tablets. You're not giving them anything.
Regardless whether they have a fucking tablet or not. You're pussifying the kid, not sending them to school. They have no social interaction. What you're advocating for is a computer to have feelings.
I don't think so at all. You're still sending them to school. They're still getting social interaction. You're
sending them to school, maybe in their bedroom while they're playing Roblox and playing fucking anime.
This isn't about remote education like during COVID. This would be you still send them to the same building.
Okay, so I've got a good one for you. My grandchildren, and yes, I have grandchildren. They go to fucking school. They're playing Roblox. They're playing fucking anime, playing with computer animated shit at 7 years old. What are they learning other than how to play Roblox and play anime and play fucking games? That's what that is what you're advocating to teach these people.
It is. No,
it
actually is.
And you're sick in the fucking head. You're sick in the fucking head if you think that's education.
Well,
it's not fucking education. I don't care if they're teaching them the ABCs 1, 2, 3s.
There is some sort of like good that comes from, for instance, playing games, right? It develops like those motor skills, and especially because like drones are our new attack mode, right?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of hand-eye coordination that comes into play between playing games and then building a strategy as well. That's another feature that's built into gameplay and so on and so forth. So there are some advantages. Do I think that we should play games all day? No, but it would be just the same as playing chess. You're just playing in 3D mode. Right?
I get that, and I'm not saying that there are not some situations where learning can't be fun, right? But I think it's a very skewed reality that we are teaching that this is how we have to learn, and because, and I'm using this to be a little bit funny, but we're going to use the Wikipedia term instead of a correct term because all this information is being pulled from every which direction. History
you have to
is
teach the
history.
kids on top of the new thing, you know.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we have to at some point teach the kids on top of the new thing. You know, like the world moves forward. And like the world changes and we're going to teach them according to that world. I mean, like in this Roblox example, is that like the coding, the programming style that they like?
No, it's a little fucking kids game that these little snot-nosed bastards think is the best thing in the fucking world.
Well,
and let me
Roblox-
tell you something.
Roblox has a bunch of different avenues, right? It's like a main server hub, and then you can go off into different servers and play games.
what I was
But
wondering.
I did want to poke a question because we do already see issues with students utilizing AI to write their papers and essays and do homework and so on and so forth. Paranoid, would you foresee that as being an even bigger issue if now they're not only learning from AI, but then utilizing that to give them the answers per se?
Yeah, I think part of that is the same mitigation where you have guardrails that don't just straight up give answers, but I don't think there's ever going to be a full solution for straight up defeating either plagiarism or using AI. Like right now, what happens is kid uses AI to write the paper, turns it in, teacher uses AI to detect the AI, and then there's always going to be like a false positive where the teacher tells you, hey, AI wrote this. And now what's happening is the inverse, where people are writing the entire thing by hand, and then like, I need to make this dumber in a few places. I need to make a few mistakes that the AI wouldn't make just so that it doesn't hit the AI detector that the teacher's using. So I think think it's on like both ends. People are misusing it, and we're never going to have people that stop misusing it. That would be part of the incremental change. Would probably be, instead of standardized tests, instead of Scantrons, there would be a greater assessment of, are you integrating the knowledge in a more reasonable way? And maybe that's straying away from writing essays unless it's in like a college course. But yeah,
okay. Well, let's say, let me point this out. If you're using AI to write your paper, I am typing a few keywords, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are you really fucking learning?
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. So would you say, with you not learning anything, AI would not be beneficial?
Well, I don't think I'm advocating that we replace education with being able to just tell.
Yes, you fucking did. You've been saying it all night.
I don't think that's a fair equation of what I've actually been advocating here for. The advocation is that you're
advocating because of your computer knowledge and your programming capabilities. Of course you're going to advocate that because it makes you money. But the logic behind it is the most pathetic way to teach a child to learn anything. I said it in my opening question.
I don't agree with
that. Have AI teach me how to put an IV in somebody. Watch how that backfires in your face.
Well, again, this is centered on public K-12 education, and I just want to state that your previous example of like, what are these dumb kids doing with Roblox? Roblox has a programming language inside it. It has a full economy. There's 12-year-olds that are millionaires because they were able to create something new within that Roblox ecosystem, and whatever they did to learn how to make $1 million as a 12-year-old, I would argue far surpasses anything that teacher in that class that gave them the Chromebook was going to give them.
Okay, so how about this? How about we just put all of our little snot-nosed bastards, K through 12, in front of a computer and say, have at it?
Well, that's the opposite of what I'm advocating. I specifically...
No, that's what you're advocating for, sir. What you want is less teachers,
yes,
which creates a problem for the society and the economy, dumb fuck. Second of all, you are advocating for a computer to have this fictitious interaction by, neurons and all the other bullshit you fucking spewed out of your mouth, right? And all you want is to pacify a snot little nosed bastard. So basically, yeah, you said it. Oh, they have tablets, they have this, they have computers. Well, fuck it. Pacify the little bastards. Let them sit at home and talk to a computer screen. We can solve the whole world with AI. That's fucking pathetic. You're stupid. And I'm done.
Which kid is gonna have like better AI skills? Is it gonna like be ready for that sort of feature? Is it gonna be the kid who has no exposure to AI and is like learning how to, I don't know, write checks and fill out promissory notes, or is it gonna be like the kid who's like playing with AI and like learning how to get into that world? Like if the future is gonna look like that, the kids should be skilled in living in that world, and that's how they'll build like intelligence and to live in that world.
So my question on this is, if the AI can do it, then why do we need to do it? So if the kid needs to learn from the AI what to do, but the AI can do it, then why does the kid need to learn how to do it? If I can learn from the AI how to do it, what's the need for me to learn from the AI how to do it? The AI can do it, right? So I think what we're kind of missing here is the difference between doing something versus knowing how to do something. Okay, I look at it from the perspective of service, right, versus production, right? Like you can train AI models how to build a production team or a production line, how to put these parts together with the computer integrated into the robotics of the system. Okay, the robotics of the system doesn't get to go away. You actually have to have that mechanical part. So because you have to have that mechanical part there, AI is not going to do everything that you need it to do. And I think in the context of teaching, it's going to end up the same way, right? Now you can hire on techs to make sure that the system works properly, the code is written properly, but at some point there's got to be a vetting to that code.
And basically, another thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Clay, just to build on what you're saying, is let's replace the person that's flipping the McDonald's fucking hamburgers with AI.
That's coming.
Well, that would be,
of course it is, because you're the genius that's going to build it.
we still need the robotics, but even with the robotics, you still need the inspector to come in and make sure.
Nope, they're going to come in their little fucking motorized car on their little computer screen and say, no rats, you're good.
Right.
That's what these people are advocating for.
It becomes a problem. I actually want to shift the conversation a little bit from that to, if we could, it's called cognitive surrender.
Yep.
Okay. That's the idea of giving up. Now, there's also another idea here, which is the incubation period. Okay. Human beings have what's called an incubation period where they're, painting a beautiful picture and they just give up on it, but then they come back to it later. AI simply does not have the ability to do that.
I disagree with that.
Really?
Yeah, you can be working in AI, lose interest, keep the context, and then revisit it months, years later, and pick up exactly where you left off, which is precisely something you can't do with a teacher.
You can, but the AI cannot.
Sure it can. Why would it not be able to?
Because there's so say you're painting this picture, right? And you draw a blank. They call it drawing a blank, right? So you have nothing on this picture anymore. AI, on the other hand, will continue to play the game. This is like chess, coming back to a chessboard after you've considered the value of moving which piece. The art of it, right? Now, you personally can go take a walk, watch the sky, the birds fly, all of this, and eventually you have an epiphany of what you want to continue. And this same concept works in the literary arts, okay? So when you do these things, this is a human thing. It is not something that AI can actually do. What the AI is actually doing is it's drawing from the model, okay, all of the information that it's been fed, and then coming up with a solution for that. There's no incubation period. Like the only incubation period is me asking, an hour or two later, right? I'm still involved in that, right? So I'm still considering what question I would next ask the AI.
I guess I would counter that the incubation period exists. It's just measured in the terms of milliseconds instead of days or weeks or months. And in fact, there's even something more interesting to me than that incubation period. When you take a break from the painting and you go on a walk for a couple hours or a week or whatever it is and come back to it, you might have had like, okay, here's this new direction that I'm going. In that same weeks or months or whatever it took, you could have had like 10,000 different approaches that the AI decided to take that down. No, it's not because it had like deep reflection and it saw the light hit the lake in a certain way and you're like, oh, I should add this lighting to it. But inherently, it's just detecting patterns and creating that. So really the only difference is that when you decide to remove yourself from that feedback loop, yes, the AI can continue on without you, but you can also give explicit instructions of like, okay, stop where we're at now. I'm going to go on a sabbatical. I'm going to come back. And when I come back, we're going to pick up where we left off. And I'm going to give you this extra insight. I'm not equating what the AI is creating to what a human can create, but I do think that there's analogies between the two. And that incubation period, the only difference is that, again, milliseconds versus hours.
So it requires a feed. It requires an actual feed. Otherwise, and I think you guys actually named what that feed is. It's like you got to enter more information in. Abatement, was that the correct term? Abatement, maybe.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, you're into more.
All this AI does rely on having at least one human being, at least to start it with, to give it that initial feedback loop and determine its goals and give it its reward and its punishment scenarios.
But
yeah,
again,
at a certain point they can be autonomous.
So you're saying replace all the human factor, put one in it, and fuck everybody else.
I don't know if those were my exact words.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
How would you eliminate the bias in whoever has the control of the AIs?
Open
Because
source.
I mean that just make like, how do you deal with the trolls then?
I would say you would open source it, and you would basically make it and to do with the trolls or whatever the same way that either Wiki would act, where there's like a board of approved people, as much as you hate that, but that there would be a consensus as to, hey, this one worked. The same way that like a Linux package update might go in. Someone might try and slip some malicious code into like a Linux package, and the community as a whole is like, hey, everyone, don't get this package. It's been compromised. We're looking into the issue. We're patching the hole. And this would actually work even better for these static LLM models, because if something were introduced a bias that shouldn't be there, it could be flagged before anything just like automatically downloaded it anyway. So my solutions usually embrace the chaos, not try to avoid it or prevent it from ever happening.
We embrace the chaos here. Tom Carpenter sends in the Big Ted, says, come on, $10 make me holler, kick me. Nobody loves me. Mr. Tom Carpenter's begging to be kicked off of this panel, literally begging.
I say kick him. Are we going to vote?
Somebody, no, they got to send
I am
$10.
afraid to kick him because
$10 make me holler.
Off.
No, he's asking for
I
it. He
said
wants
Vegas.
to go to bed. He can't go to bed unless you boot him. Put the old man to sleep. Easto sends in 5,000 of whatever these are. Says, "Love you, paranoid American. If AI is more screen time for kids, that's bad to do.
I agree.
You see."
I don't think that this inherently means more screen time. Again, kids already have Chromebooks. They already have plenty of screen time. This would just be giving them something a little bit more custom tailored to them and oriented around education on that screen that they're already spending time in front of.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Sarah, were
ahead.
you done with that?
Nope, go
Okay,
ahead.
so let's make an AI model of anime, right? Let's make an AI model of anime. The next one, let's make it of Kermit the fucking Frog. So we've got to spend all this money to make all this stuff to custom tailor that experience to XYZ 1, 2, 3 pussified young snot-nosed bastard.
Yeah, I don't see anything
That's
wrong.
stupid. That's the most stupidest thing that I've heard.
Why would it? So just entertain me here, though. Why would it be stupid that if you've got a kid that in this hypothetical scenario is struggling with a certain type of subject matter, and if by just simply having Kermit the Frog's visual and voice giving him the lesson plan helps them connect with the content and find it meaningful and want to engage with it, I don't see why that would be a problem. I don't see that's pussifying them. That's basically saying like, oh, you're not vibing with this like rote memorization monotone teacher. What if Kermit the Frog gave you the exact same lesson? If that teaches them, that's a net benefit to the kid, to its parents, to the school, to society at large. I would say that it's worth every penny.
What if it
Okay.
doesn't teach?
Go, what'd you say, Clay? I'm sorry.
So what if it doesn't teach them? What if it's actually absolutely wrong and it actually makes it worse?
Then they just fall into exactly the performance metric that we've got right now with real human teachers, and we're free to try other things.
Wait a minute. Free to try something else. Okay.
Get rid of the Chromebooks.
So here's
Clearly didn't work.
Here's why the question isn't properly answered. Okay, so the teacher has the ability to adjust the teaching format to no longer use Elmo's voice. Okay, he now uses the stronger voice and says, "Well, look, here's the thing. I know you don't understand this. It's okay, but you're going to have to understand this. If you don't understand it, you're not going to pass the grade. That's the problem here, okay? Because Elmo's voice is not going to add that sternness. That's actually what Spin is pointing out. That's what Angry American is pointing out for you, is that coddling a child, there's no discipline there, okay? He needs to understand why it is important that he has to pass this class, because that's the real world. Now, what AI does is it actually, and I see this over all of the AIs, is it says, oh, I'm sorry, I was so wrong for insulting you that way. I shouldn't have insulted your intelligence. You're really smart. You're the smartest guy ever, and I will answer you correctly. Now, I understand that security protocols can be written in for that. However, if you are writing the code to coddle them, that is not writing the security protocols for that. That is actually the opposite. That is coddling them.
So 3 points that you made to just address. First of all, I don't think teachers would be the ones saying like, let's give Elmo a try, let's give Kermit a try. It would be a self-guided, like, which of these approaches would you like to learn from the most? I would trust the kid to be able to find that path, right? I also don't agree that kids either coddled or you have to be stern with them. And if you coddle them, then they turn into pussies. And if you don't coddle them and you're stern, then they get smarter. I think everyone has a different learning style. There's some people that if the teachers are stern, then they're going to be anti-authoritarian. They're gonna not learn just out of spite because they don't like that personal interaction with whoever the authority figure is.
So let's just go and put them in their safe space.
Well, some kids, if they're coddled, yeah, maybe they do turn into pussified versions. But if that pussified version now knows how AI operates and it knows math because Kermit taught them, I don't have a problem with a bunch of pussified people out being productive members of society.
And that, sir, is what is wrong with the country. You got too many pussified fucking people being coddled, put in their safe space, giving them a fucking label. Because, oh, I feel bad for you today. You're just depressed. Let's go to our safe space and we'll talk it out. Fuck you.
See, I think we're coming from two completely different perspectives, because when we're talking about these LLMs and you're like, oh, it's going to coddle you and it's going to be a sycophant.
It is.
You're like, oh, what a horrible day you've had. I'm thinking like, what if I could learn linear algebra if it were taught as if like Tolkien wrote it and it was within the world of The Hobbit or something? You're not going to get a math teacher by chance that also happens to know all of like Tolkien lore and all about The Hobbit. But you could be like, if that's the thing that makes you care about linear algebra, that's not getting pussified. What if you're like, I want you to.
What do I need to know in K through 12? What the fuck do I need to know about linear algebra?
I mean, if you're.
Why do I know? Answer the question.
If you're an advanced.
Why do I need to know about linear algebra in high school?
If you're in advanced courses, then you're going to.
If you're in advanced courses, let's go to statistics. Let's go to statistics. How many children are in advanced courses?
It's taught in 9th grade.
I'm asking a paranoid American.
I took linear algebra in high school. I don't know what to tell you. It's not rarity. Maybe non-linear algebra might be weird, but even that would be very impressive.
The exception is not the rule. That's his point. That's Spin's point. The exception is not the rule. These are very smart children. They get into these gifted classes. It's wonderful, but they are not the majority of students.
Correct. You take a student from the ghetto. They may or may not understand it, but you take somebody from a prominent society that is in like a charter school or a private school. Yeah, they might excel in stupid shit like that. Right?
Let me use your example then. Let's say we took
Please, hold on. Sarah's got money on the screen. That's more important.
There you go. Thank you, Spin. And Tom Carpenter asked, and ye shall receive. Project Shaney did, in fact, send in the Big Ten bones and says, Tom, good show. Now get some sleep, but get the fuck out. Hashtag Vegas. There is your boot, sir. You can now officially celebrate that you have completely been booted from the Raging Tomato panel.
You're just
Can I ask you a question before he gets kicked back?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not really going to kick him unless he really wants to be kicked.
I know. Tom, what's your thought of applications that essentially consist of SLMs for generating the inputs
Fucking
and maybe
can't
processing the outputs even?
Can you say that again? I missed about half of it.
Oh, I apologize. What do you think of the idea of applications that consist of chained SLMs, for example, using them for pre-processing the input, processing the input, and then the output, etc.?
Oh yeah, that can definitely be done. And in fact, this is one of the areas of research that's being heavily evaluated right now. So to put that into simple terms for everybody, basically instead of having one AI system, if you will, that's doing all the work, you're having a chain of AI systems that do portions of the work that are most relevant to what they're experts in. Just like if you could imagine, in a company, for example, you have a marketing department, you have a sales department, you have an HR department, you have an engineering department, and so forth. And you have the experts in those different departments doing what they're specially capable of. You can do the exact same thing with any knowledge set that you want. You can have that knowledge set flow through multiple different experts, each of them giving their input and giving you the resultant output. There's actually an interesting, simple way to see this right now if you use Perplexity. So Perplexity introduced a computer module about 4 or 5 months ago. It's expensive to use, but if you do have the paid $20 a month plan with them, you get, I think it's 4,000 credits, and you can see it at work. So if you go into Perplexity Computer and you say, for example, research the following topic, come up with the most important things that a group of the following experts should know, and then build a slide deck and a handout and all of these things for a presentation, right? You'll actually see it working, and it will go to different subagents that it executes. And those different subagents are not necessarily all using the same model. They're using different models in order to accomplish what they're specifically good at. And then it will generate the output. And what we see from that is, if you've ever tried to do slides with Gemini or ChatGPT or something internal, it horribly sucks. But with Perplexity, when you do that, I have been blown away that it can create things that are 90% there, and you just have a little bit to add to it. So we're coming a long way in it, but it's definitely something that I think can be enhanced for the future, for sure.
That's exciting. Thank you very much, Tom.
So, Tom, can I ask Tom a question, Sarah? So, I just want to be clear, Tom. Are you advocating for AI to replace a teacher?
No, I hope I made that clear earlier. I think
you didn't make it as clear. I just wanted to clarify.
I think for the human element that the teacher brings into the space, which is more than just behavioral issues in the classroom. That's part of what a teacher does. There's massive research into how to do that well as an educator and so forth over the years. But from the perspective of the actual teaching, the delivery of knowledge, the validation of that knowledge and so forth, I think there are, from my view, and I could be wrong, I'm not the world's leading expert on AI, but from my view, where we're at right now, we're not at the place where we can say, yes, we're ready to replace teachers. I don't think this year, and I honestly don't think this decade. That's just my feeling on it.
Well, and I guess that's what I was alluding to. I mean, the social, economic, behavioral, emotional side of a child, and I don't know if everybody up here has children or not. I have fucking children.
10 of them.
Pardon?
10 of them. You heard me right.
I didn't know. I didn't hear what you said. I apologize.
For my own and 6 through a second marriage.
Sure. What I'm saying is, we all have children then, right? So a certain aspect of socialism is done in a classroom because you're putting it's like a panel, right? You're putting a group of people that may or may not know each other on the outside of the panel verse or whatever. You're putting them into one stream, and Sarah's the teacher, right? Sarah can can spank your ass and take you off. Right?
That was the principal, not the teacher. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, it starts with the teacher. Okay?
But she's both the principal and the teacher here.
Right. She's both the principal and the
It's totally
right?
unreplaceable too. You can't replace
So,
Sarah.
so, and there's only so many students that come in, right? There's a social, what's the right word, Clay? There's a social factor.
Yeah.
Element factor, yeah.
Or element factor to it. You take that away and you put somebody on AI or the information super fucking highway, it takes away the plethora of other knowledge that one ought to get.
Yeah, well,
in a school.
I want to comment on that because really this is the conversation about the ought, right? Should, and when you're talking about what the interaction is here between a computer versus an actual person, you're talking. This is why I actually brought the give up factor or the incubation period, right? The idea that you have to continue with a task is not always going to be there with a human, whereas with a computer, you can program it to stop somewhere along the way, as Paranoid pointed out. But the stopping point is the end point for that algorithm, for that coding. So you've programmed it to stop at that place and perhaps ask a question, but the teacher or the human being or the child, so really two, you're bringing in competition, right? So you're looking at all of the children around you, wondering how are they going to answer this? As Tom said, when he first came up, he's like, how is Clay going to answer this? How is Ant going to answer this? That aspect right there, it can't be programmed in to teach that competition. When is it time to give up on a task? When is it time to move on from a task? That right there is something that is uniquely human. You cannot program it into an AI because, like I said, the stopping point for the break is an end point.
I want to say this might be even more controversial than the topic itself that we came here to talk about, but I do think that there is no uniquely human aspect to that. You could train enough great teachers on their classroom etiquette and when they decide to stop and when they decide to introduce some kind of competition with enough data, you could train a model that could be better at that than a mediocre teacher. I don't think that you would ever maybe get a model that's better than the best teacher, but you could get an aggregate that would be better than if you didn't have a great selection to begin with. So, I mean, that is possible.
Well, I'll give you
in my mind.
But here's the thing.
Hold on, Spen. I want to give another example too.
Hey, real quick, Clay, before you guys go on, I have a really important meeting at 10 o'clock. I mean, big important meeting at 10 o'clock. So that is 8 hours and 20 minutes away for me right now. And so I am going to have to bail. I love you all very much. And I don't say that lightly. I've had conversations with Sarah about this. You guys have been with me through the hospital bed. You've been with me through a lot of things. So I appreciate everybody in this community and amazing group. Love you all. Want you to have a great night. I want to say just in closing, I think Paranoid is on a right path of thinking. I think that AI can help us solve a lot of problems in our education system. I don't think you can replace teachers. That's my summary. All right. Love you guys. Have a good night. Sarah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Later, Tom.
Get the fuck out.
Can I answer Angry American?
Kicking you. Oh, damn it. I wanted to kick him.
What I'm trying to allude to, dude, is this, right? There are so many other factors. I'm sorry, Sarah. I didn't see you put that up there. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead. No, it's good. I was just putting them up there. You're good. Go ahead.
That comma's gonna drive me crazy.
The bottom line is there are so many other aspects to teaching. There are so many other aspects to the social engineering of a school system that cannot be replaced by a fucking computer. I mean, we all know, and I'm not trying to change the topic, Sarah, but I want to allude to this.
It's okay.
You put a fucking PS5 or a Xbox or a computer in front of a child. What are they going to do? That is going to be their release, if you will, right? So from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock, they're going to have that release, and then they can put that tablet or that laptop away, and then they're just going to get on and do whatever they want.
Yeah,
Where is the social interaction?
I got a question about that as well. So now I grew up, playing video games, Nintendo, PS2, all that stuff. And I happen to be pretty good at games, right? And I had brothers who were good. They weren't quite as good. So what I noticed is that when they weren't happy with the outcome of the game, that controller ended up smashed on the floor. Now, what are we going to do when the give up factor is from the child himself? And he's like, I'm done with this. I'm not paying attention to this no more. Right. And I know you're saying that, well, this is the what was it? Oh my goodness. You were saying something about how, now we need to reevaluate the student and where they need to be placed and all that. But what I'm saying is that those students don't need to be placed elsewhere. They actually need to learn the material, and the teacher having that human factor and understanding why the give up factor comes in and all of that. They have the ability to recognize when a student is just completely frustrated with work. Now, yes, some teachers are shitty and don't actually take action in that time, but that would be a replacement of the teacher themselves, not to just give it over to AI, because the AI can't recognize that.
And the other thing I'm going to point out to that too, you said the administrators need to govern what the teacher is teaching. You said that.
I don't know if I said those words. No.
Clay?
Sorry, I was waiting for it.
Did he not say that the materials that the teachers are teaching, whether appropriate or not, is the teacher, and there are administrators that oversee the teachers?
Curriculum, right.
Yeah, not administrators, but like a curriculum, like a school board that already does that now. I'm describing how the system works right now already.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the description. In some states, the teachers teach. I want to be very careful, Sarah, because this is right. I think you know where I'm going with this, but they're teaching inappropriate things to impressionable beings.
Yeah, call it ideologies. Yeah.
Yeah, ideologies, right? The administrators are saying it's okay for the teachers.
In some places, and then in some places they're saying it's not.
Right. So here in the great free state of Florida, if that shit would ever be taught, do you realize the ramifications of the state government versus the federal government? They would cut your funding. They would close your school here in the state of Florida without a blink of an eye or just one swipe of a pen. So we're going to train a computer, or we're going to tell a computer, because that's what it is a computer, that it's okay for us to teach ideological bullshit, because that's what it is bullshit, to these children.
But that's already happening with human teachers.
Well, and that's my point. The administrators are saying that it's okay that you do this. To a logical mind, why in the fuck do I need to know that it is okay that I can switch my gender, or I can say that I identify as a fucking cat?
Let's not get off topic, please.
It's on topic because the AI models that he is proclaiming will be okay to do it.
No, I would argue that you would have more control over restricting exactly what the AI model can teach, more so than a human being. Because a human being, you can tell them, hey, you're not allowed to do X, Y, Z. And they're like, all right, I won't do X, Y, Z. I'll sign my name. I do the oath. And then as soon as they're unsupervised, hey, kids, guess what? X, Y, Z. So, I mean,
those people should not have a job.
Well, I agree, but I feel like you're just you're describing a problem that already exists with humans, and then just saying, and that might happen with the AI too.
But you got a human teaching it. That's what I'm saying, moron. You got a human being training or typing code or whatever the fuck you want to call it, saying it's perfectly okay. You're still having the human factor.
Yeah, we're not going to get rid of the
point is, why take the human factor away from impressionable snot-nosed bastards? And putting a computer in front of them.
Speaking of snot-nosed bastards, Spin, let's do it very quickly. They've got less than a minute and a half to finish the grift. They owe 7 more. Tell them what to do, quick.
If you don't want us to go, you know where we're going to go if you don't hit the dono. And I still would like to fuck with this dude. So let's keep the money coming in.
Ooh. And go.
Time to answer?
Hold on, we're grifting.
Okay.
Just want to thank everybody who's donated tonight. It's awesome. It helps keep things going. If there's anybody out there that's still thinking about it, this is the time to make a good decision and invest in the show, because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. You got less than a minute. Alley Cat, tell them.
We got a whole nother chapter of stuff to get into. I haven't even started yet. And there's a whole bunch of things that we need to get into still. So get those donuts coming in, because they got to go.
Perfect. Thank you. For the win, go.
Help us out. Keep the show going. Keep us alive. And don't forget #Vegas.
Hell yeah. #Vegas. Paranoid Grift.
If you're up right now, it's almost 2 a.m. Eastern. There's nothing else that you're going to be spending money on at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night that's better than putting a donation towards this show. So whatever you were about to buy on Amazon, or whatever you're about to pay to Goon2, just put that money towards this instead.
Coon. I love it. Clay, they got 10 seconds.
Love it. Hey, you guys know exactly what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. I don't know why you didn't do it back when Tom was on the panel. Big thank you to Tom, because the man's really funding this shit, and I want to see you guys doing the same goddamn thing. And I agree with Alley Cat. I want to hear his opinions on this shit. You need to donate so we can hear his shit.
Absolutely. And since I failed to inform you that your dono goal was running out of time, I'll give you 5 more minutes for that, and then after that we'll go into the full 15-minute hit it or quit it, $100 dono or we bust. All right, and let me just do this real quick and make sure. Denizen, is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
There he is.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I wasn't sure. All right, I'll hand it back to you again, chat. You got 5 more minutes to either get those 7 donos in. If not, you're gonna owe 10 more. All right, back to you.
And without True Style, yes, it angers me that everybody just wants to replace the human factor. And we're gonna and I still say we're gonna turn the teachers there. Yeah, we're gonna have less of them. We're gonna turn the teachers into security guards so they don't destroy the equipment, or we're going to get tutors that the government's going to pay for to come in and help, and it's just going to create more and more and more and more and more inflation. Yeah, you're right. Some fucking dude can sit there and hold that button on the printer and print that money.
Speaking of printing money, number 1, shout out to Crack Baby Go with the big 5 says, here's to tomato. Welcome back, Crack Baby Go. It's good to see you again. Tom Carpenter loves this topic, so he was so excited because this is his world. So he's not done listening. We're going to put him to sleep tonight with sweet dreams of AI discussions and debates. So he sends in the big 70 over on the Cash App to fulfill the dono goal. And he says, my final punishment to you all. So you got yourself one more hour. Don't let it happen again, maters. Mr. Tom Carpenter is done donating for tonight. I'm making that rule. He's pretty much sponsored this entire show, which makes sense because it is, again, his favorite topic. So I have reset the dono goal. You've got another hour, but I would love everyone to throw tomatoes into the chat, say thank you to Mr. Tom Carpenter, and just to hashtag Vegas the whole way through the chat for like the next few minutes. Because
Tom Carpenter, I didn't mean get the fuck out. Okay, I'll take that back.
Fair enough. Back to you guys.
I want to just give one other example to something that you mentioned earlier, Angry American, and then I promise we should probably hear what Alley Cat has to say. But I made the example of like linear algebra being taught by like Tolkien, whatever, and you were like, "Who's ever going to use that?" Here's an actual practical example. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the TV show The Wire, but in the 4th season, it entirely focuses on.
What the fuck does that mean, Sarah?
What's that?
I was trying to look at the mics.
I can hear Sarah. I can barely hear you.
No, somebody's like mic just went off or something, but you're good.
Oh, okay. All right.
If anyone's ever seen the TV show The Wire that was on HBO, but the 4th season was about inner city schools in Baltimore. And there was one, and this was written by a guy named Ed Burns, who was a public school teacher in Baltimore. And this was derived from his personal experience. But maybe a better analogy about like, don't pussify the kids with Kermit and Elmo or whatever, right? So the example was that a girl was trying to do her homework, and it was like new math. A bus starts with 8 passengers and picks up 4 and then drops off 2 and does this one, and she can't figure out the answer. And someone comes up to her and they're like, all right, think about it like this. You got 25 sacks, 2 customers come up, buy 2 each, and then another 3 come up, and then you have to go and re-up your supply on 10 more. And she gets the math right instantly. It's like, oh, 15. And they're like, well, how come you can't add up the numbers when it's like people getting on and off a bus? But if we're talking about dealing drugs, now all of a sudden you know the math inherently. And the answer, well, her answer was like, because if the count's wrong, then they kill you. But really, this is like, if it were reframed in a way, let's say that hoodlum that you were talking in the inner city school, the ghetto kid, well, maybe now he doesn't relate to kids getting on and off the bus. But if you can have an AI tailored discussion where now all the math is centered around dealing drugs, because this was kind of your example, now that math becomes relevant and now they're actually learning. So I think that that's just another example without like the pussified Kermit Elmo.
Okay, so what you're advocating for is how many sacks does Johnny have? Take 3 away, how many sacks does that leave? So we're going to tailor it to the ghetto. We're going to tailor it to a prominent way.
Yes.
Again, you're pussifying children. You are pussifying the learning system. Listen, bro. I remember, and I will end with this on this topic, and then Alley Cat, whatever, or whoever. I remember going to school, having to come home and put book covers on my 9 books that I had to carry in a backpack or a satchel or sack, whatever, right? And I actually had to go and I had to open that motherfucker and learn something.
2 feet of snow, uphill both ways. I get it.
No,
Yeah.
No. Well, I lived in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I can talk about, snow, right? But we had buses. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is if we used AI for everything, which that's what you're advocating for because it's going to line you up.
I'm not an absolutionist about that, no. I didn't say everything. I'm talking about.
You said to replace the teachers with Walmart greeters, dude. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. You are an absolutionist to it because it's going to help you and benefit you. But I bet you if it wasn't going to benefit you, you wouldn't be advocating for it. That's just That's just normal social science. Where I'm going with this is we should just replace everything with the computer, let the computer do the work. We're not learning anything because we can say, hey, Google, what's 2 times 2? We already do it. I'm saying a child would do that, not me. I know what 2 times 2 is, and I'm damn sure and guaranteed it is 4. What I'm saying is the advocation to push a computer on very impressionable kids at whatever age is not teaching them a damn thing.
But hell,
It's
teachers
not.
teachers ain't teaching shit either these days. So hell, what's the
Baby,
difference?
I'm with you on that point, bro.
I mean, so
I'm
what's
with
the, I
you
mean,
on that
at this point, what's the difference if the teachers aren't teaching them anything and what you say the computers? But to me, I learn better solo on the computer than I will with the teachers, just because teachers they bore me. So you
Crack
know
baby.
what? That's
I'm
kind of
saying-
redundant thing that you actually said right there.
Crack baby. I'm saying in the a school that has 500 children, you might be that
Pretty much
accepting
my
of that
town.
rule. What?
I said pretty much my town where I live at.
Okay, well, wherever your town is, right? What I'm saying is you can't take statistics from one school to say, hey, this person's going to learn better on a computer. This person's going to learn better out of a book. But if you take those other options away and you say, this is how you will learn,
Yeah, but just doing it without computers is kind of stupid because the fact that like some kids don't learn perfect.
there were no fucking computers when I was going to fucking
No
school.
shit, and you're not in fucking school no more, are you, motherfucker?
No.
Right.
No fucking shit, huh? All right,
No,
so
I had
times
to-
change.
No.
Times change, right?
I'm Cal.
Common sense says.
Don't you move with the times? Don't you move with the fucking
There's no
times?
such thing as common sense.
Well, obviously not.
Don't you think that people probably could find their way around before maps? But once we wrote that shit down, it's like, ah, fuck. If it makes my life easier, why wouldn't I utilize that asset, right?
Cause we're simplistic monkeys.
So then let's just replace everything with a computer. Let's
I
shut
didn't
down
say
all the
that.
libraries.
I never said that.
Let's shut down and stop making fucking paperback books. And
I don't want that.
I think it's time to take your wheelchair off the fucking charger. Calm down real quick.
up,
It's
crap
overheating. So
every time he comes up on a panel, we fucking argue over dumb shit about my fucking chair. Fuck you.
oh.
Disavow.
You slid in your chair, huh? You got to slid back up in your chair. You got to have you get
You want
back
to
up
come?
in your chair.
You want to come over and pull me up, motherfucker? Shut up.
Wheelchair
no.
wars continue.
But also, Angry American, I'm like, that's a great point where it's like, okay, Google Maps for me, your wheelchair for you. Computers in many different forms exist in our lives in ways that like assist us. That doesn't mean replace everything with computers, you know?
Yeah, like people still write checks nowadays.
You know what, Connecticut? That reminds me when my aircraft aluminum chair was made, it was made by a computer because a computer measured my body. It is tailored to my body.
Right.
I wish they didn't put no wheels on it.
So a computer's an asset. That doesn't mean
You know what, Ho?
computers.
All right. Awkward silence, except for whoever's got the chirps, the grasshoppers chirping in the
Yeah,
back.
the
It
point
does
is-
sound beautiful.
The point is, you can't just advocate to change the whole learning system because somebody wants to sit at home or, sit in front of a computer all day.
They're already doing that. They're
You know what? I
It's
do.
already happening. What you're describing and complaining about is literally what's happening right now with human teachers and children without AI being part of the solution.
Yeah, you want to know why? You want to know why? It was back in 2020 when that shit started. You really want to get to the crux of it? Back in 2020,
way before that.
Backstage, we've got Zers and Orthodox guy hanging out. Get some new voices on the panel. Let's have some fun. Back to you.
Back in 2020,
Can we hear from Alley Cat? He's been up here a long time, hasn't had the opportunity
Sure.
to say anything, brother man.
Sure.
Thanks, appreciate it, Clay. Is that me? So this was touched upon a couple times, but I'm not sure it's actually been dealt in depth. The idea, the point being, is that LLMs are not good at a lot of things. Like there are definite limitations to LLMs. Like you're not going to teach an LLM to do driver education. You're not going to teach an LLM to run a lab, right? So you can't
Correct.
get rid of teachers.
Well, no, that's not it at all, because LLM is one of thousands of different types of models that would fall under the AI umbrella. Go ahead.
So you're basically saying we're going to get Tesla Drive to teach our children how to drive cars, right? That's your solution.
But I'm saying that LLM definitely is not an all solution. It sucks at science, it sucks at math, but there are a plethora of other models that are specifically made to be good in certain little niches. So it would be the same thing as saying, like, just because I advocate that aspirin might be good, you're like, oh, well, if I, get my arm cut off, if I get AIDS, does that mean I can take aspirin? No, but that doesn't mean that aspirin doesn't have some sort of value to it. But if something more acute happened, you'd go to a acute specialist and deal with that in a different manner, the same way that it would be in education.
Okay.
So what are the two solutions? What are the solutions to the two problems I just brought up?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What are the solutions to the two problems I brought up? The two specific ones. Let's not talk in generality.
One of them being that the LLM wouldn't be able to teach math and science. Is that one of the?
No. How do you teach driver's ed? How do you teach laboratory science?
Well, so for example, driver's ed, if I go to how I learned driver's ed, I learned on a simulator from the 1950s that had a film reel projection, and the wheel didn't actually change what you saw on the screen, the brake pedal, the gas, none of that had anything going on except for that it was recorded so the teacher could see if you hit the brake when you were supposed to, hit the gas when you were supposed to.
Damn.
As long as you passed that simulator, you got your learner's permit and you were out on the road. So I mean,
I learned how to drive.
You owe it
I
some
learned
money.
how to drive
You
from
owe it.
I've ever heard.
I learned how to drive from playing GTA.
there we
1,
go.
2, and 3.
Icon, honestly.
No.
I never got to kill the hooker though.
You about driver's ed. Can I break it down for you and add to what you were saying? Let's just get one of those self-driving cars, and there's a HUD or a heads-up display. It says, "This is how you make a left turn. Watch. The next one is yours."
Why the fuck you need a car that tells you that?
When you run
Unaffordable,
into
not accessible to all Americans, debunked.
when you make that next left turn, you fuck it up.
Who has the
It's
You make
okay.
another left turn.
Candy bar. Do better next time.
Bullocks, sir.
Who has
That
the
makes
fans
no
that keep coming on?
sense.
I want to know.
What does it?
I want to know who it is that continues to stay mic'd and let their fan run. Who is doing that?
Crack baby.
Yeah, ho.
I don't know who's doing
all
that.
that.
Fuck you, bitch. I'll steal your wheels.
I was the crickets. I'll take responsibility.
There
My
goes
window
again.
was open. I shut it. I'm like,
I liked the crickets.
it made the silences really awkward. It was
Okay,
like,
never mind. Sarah likes it. Fine.
Well, the point is, we should just let a computer teach us everything. That's what you're advocating.
no, everyone is saying the exact opposite.
No, I'm
And we-
talking about the paranoid American up there.
I don't
We
agree
should
with-
just
with
make an
your
algorithm for
presentation.
everything.
He just said, maybe you're frustrated, so I'm like, you're having trouble interpreting exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm
He said,
not
"I disagree
having
with
any
that."
trouble, sweetheart. Trust me.
He said, I disagree with that verbatim.
He has a
and
lot
then
of
you said
trouble.
3 different times, you're saying this. And he said, no, I'm not saying that. And you keep harping on that point. I'm like, I think you might have dementia or something, sir.
I don't want to remove humans from the classroom. I wanted to decouple the teacher from having to play 50 different roles to now the one thing that the kids are there to do, learn, that gets offloaded onto AI, and all the other human interaction, discipline, behavior modification, the mentorship, that stays human. There's still a human connection. There's still social building. In fact, there's even more of it, because right now, none of that gets to happen in a productive way, since the teacher is doing that so that they can get back to the teaching. So like I'm advocating the exact opposite. I don't want to replace everything with computers. I want to replace one thing, the one thing that matters the most, and the rest of it can be human.
Yeah, and I actually understand that. I kind of picked up on that. It's the same concept as what you guys kind of agreed on the debate, is like the integration part, right? Integration. So not that the teachers are actually being replaced by a computer, but that the teacher is probably going to fulfill a different role, which is essentially just childcare or policing the classroom.
Well, I'd say fire the teacher, because they're going to be overqualified for what we actually need them for.
So you're advocating to remove the fucking teacher?
Yeah, that's the whole premise of this debate. Yes.
Yeah. So then that
Go
becomes
back to my point.
Okay, that becomes the problem of essentially the human aspect, right? You literally run into that problem every single time.
You still have humans in the classroom to deal with human problems.
No.
Yeah, Miss Raging Tomato, my computer won't turn on, or my app won't open. Oh, honey, let me fix it, and then you go back to the
Shut
computer.
up, Stain. Just hook up your wheelchair to it, and you can just keep on rolling around till you.
Class will be suspended for 15 minutes while we download updates.
The human aspect that I'm talking about is not just having a human in the classroom. The humanizing aspect. Maybe that's a better way to say it. The humanizing aspect, okay? The children are no longer having a human teach them. They are having a robot teach them. Having a dog teach them might actually be more beneficial than having a robot teach them, because you've actually got an interaction with a living organism. So when you're saying moving away from that part, I'm okay with the integration. But if you get rid of the humanizing aspect, you actually, okay, this is the three things. Well, actually, I'm just going to lay it down as abstract. The abstractness. I can tell you the way I feel about something, and I can actually write that down. I can paint a picture to express how I feel. The teacher can do that as well, and we can communicate back and forth on our actual feelings about that sort of thing. And that's where the arts come in. Okay, I agree with the integration when it comes to mathematics and history and only those things that are in the curriculum. But art cannot be artificially generated. I know that we're sitting here saying, well, the concept of the art is artificially generated. No, sir. No, sir. Not even in the slightest bit. Okay. When we were talking about the break that the human takes, the reason that the break that the human takes is so that he can achieve some abstract thought. When he comes back to his work, he's not bringing the same exact concept that he had before, which is exactly what the artificial intelligence is doing. It's bringing the exact same intelligence that he had 0.2 seconds ago.
Plus, wouldn't it make our kids less emotional too? Because the fact that they're not dealing with a humanly person every day, the fact that they would just be less emotional in general. So why would we want our kids to be a robot-like person when we want them to still learn from a human but get assistance from AI at the same time? You can use it as a tool just like I use a hammer as a tool at the same time, but just don't let it take over.
That was another point that I was pointing out.
The pressure applied is very important, right? The stress applied is very important. If you do not have a reason why you're doing it, there's nothing to go forward on. And that's the human. The human applies pressure. The AI does not. It just simply gives you the answer.
Yeah, but if you only got just an AI teacher and not a human teacher, there's still some type of connect you have to have with a teacher or whatnot. It's not like what the.
Correct. Yes. You need.
And so that's what I'm saying. That will make the kid a little bit less human, a little bit more robotic on the way they think. And not saying it's going to be a good or a bad thing.
See, because AI will teach you how to do a thing versus the question of why to do it. This is really.
We have retarded people nowadays. And still, we've always had retarded people. Let's be real.
Gee, sometimes I really wonder about the IQ level of the average American. Considering
exactly.
There's 10
Let's be
people,
real.
There are 10 people on my panels at all times, and I really begin to question the average IQ. And don't forget, Zers and Orthodox Guy are hanging backstage waiting. If you want to get them up here, send in 10 bones, boot someone else, and put them on here. Paranoid is the only one you can't boot. Go ahead.
So the thing I think about is the question versus the answer, right? The Socratic method, as they call it, right? So the Socratic method is the human mind asking the questions of why, how, but also specifically why. And there's nothing in the computer model that, unless it's programmed in there already, it's already set as to a reason for why, which is a human experience.
I disagree
already.
with that premise.
Okay.
A computer can do the Socratic method. The Socratic method is just asking questions instead of telling answers. It's asking you questions so that you come across the answer on your own, or at least perceiving it to
Which
be on your
would
own.
help them program themselves and in general.
But the computer cannot generate the conditional answers, right? It can only produce the
Why not?
Because the computer's not going to come up with the wrong answer. It's only going to come up with the right answer. We need to know what the wrong answer is.
I'm not gonna say that now. They ain't gonna come with the right answer every time.
AI is very good at coming out with
That's bullshit to say that. Come on, Clay. You know
There was
better.
an article produced recently. I don't know if you
comes
guys,
up with the wrong. Here's why it comes up. Go ahead, Kel.
Sorry, Clay. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. But
Well,
basically,
okay,
there was an article. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Cal.
Well,
go ahead,
yeah,
Cal.
please,
go
Cal,
ahead.
please.
No, go ahead, Clay.
Cal.
Cal, go.
Okay, sorry. There was an article that I saw recently where someone had programmed an AI like bot to basically do this thing over and over again until it gets a certain result. It was like marketing something, and when it couldn't get the result that it was looking to obtain, it wrote like a bad article about the person that made the AI bot. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's because the AI was programmed to do this thing like to a specific point, and so it literally is like, okay, I'm going to accomplish this, and when it couldn't, it writes like a slanderous article, which was not like in the initial plans or whatever. So I'm like, you're right, where it's like it's just going to spit out a correct answer, and if there's a reason why you didn't get to that answer, it's not going to tell you why. It's going to just keep going to a detriment. That's all.
Sometimes you have to question it too, and have to even say, "Are you sure about this?" And then be like, "Oh, well, now that I think about it, oh yeah, no, it's actually this and this and this and this." Like, come on now. Sometimes you have to question it. It's based off of the information that it is sourced by.
Previous
If they didn't,
conceptualization is there. It's in the programming. However, new information to be produced, actual answers from a human perspective, is not there.
I disagree, because again, you can augment any model, but by the time that you went on a walk and came back, you could have a system where that AI is fine-tuning itself and looking at new artwork I hadn't seen before, new magazine articles I hadn't read before, just like you, right? Like, you're going to wait until you see something novel, or you see some new art approach or new use of lighting in your coloring, and then you might adapt that into your own system. So the same way that you learn new things, AI can absolutely learn new things. It might not happen in the exact same organic fashion.
no, eventually it will, like with quantum computer, if they can actually get it working properly, like the way that they think it's going to work, then yes.
Dreams are not programmable, sir.
That's a vague statement.
How is that a vague statement?
Can you
Dreams are not
program?
because
No, here's what I will say about that. Can you program an AI to completely, because it's artificial intelligence, not intelligence, to completely separate itself from the program entirely and come up with its own thought? or knowledge, completely separate from the program. Can you do that?
Shout out to My Lacey with the dropping spin and bringing up OG. Welcome, OG. Back to you, Paranoid.
Okay. I
don't think most humans can do that.
This is getting far more into like a spiritual, like theosophical angle. But you said that dreams can be programmed. I would say like most people can't sit down and be like, this is what I'm going to dream about tonight. It happens spontaneously. So in that case, there are things where maybe a AI hallucination could be considered a dream. I don't know. It depends on how far we want to mince words on that. I'm not as interested in the whole consciousness debate and whether it can come up with an original thought. I do think that the music and the artwork and the writing that comes from AI, it's not just copy pasting and amalgamation of things it's already seen. I believe that it actually is identifying patterns, and it can use that pattern recognition to come up with something that is imperceivably unique to us. It might not be unique on like a mathematical level, but it's something you haven't seen before and you weren't going to see until the model came up with it. And I would argue that it's materially like indistinguishable. Even on like paper, it might be different.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's actually my bias here. My bias is that you can't do that.
Paranoid, would you say that there's like a very observable, realistic ceiling, and it is based on what it has been trained on?
Yes.
Yeah, that's its limitation. So when you say, oh, it's come up with stuff we've never even thought of or put together before, I agree that it's not just like a random copy and paste compilation of other stuff. It does use a vast amount of information to make like an informed and comfortable decision, but regardless, it's still trained on people, and there's until it gets more information, it's not going to do anything more for us,
But I think people are also trained on people.
I agree, but I'm like, that's why the AI, I'm like, it's just not going to get further than us.
Well, I disagree with that. No, people are trained on way more than people. Like, there is so much more in reality than just people, right? So you've got everything in nature, as well as the metaphysics, which I know you mentioned you don't necessarily want to touch on that, but the metaphysics is very important, right? So we speak and conceptualize to each other what we mean, but in your mind, okay, you are picturing or even wording it out in your mind. They call it the monologue sometimes, what it is exactly that I'm meaning. Okay. Now that is you and a unique experience to you. No one else can experience that. And you cannot model that into an AI because it is simply not capable of that cognition on its own. It is merely programmable. There is no outside interference with that. It's only programmable from the coding itself.
I don't think there's a strong argument against what you're saying, but I also don't think it really disproves the fact that you could replace the educational layer in schools with AI because it doesn't require that level of deep introspection. Again, anyone that's had a bad teacher knows that even a mediocre AI could be better than a bad teacher.
I did take a philosophy class, and it was way more than any mathematics class, science class, any arts class. It was way more than that because instead of approaching it from the idea of this is the way that these people used to think, it was, now what do you think about that? That, sir, you just can't, like the literary arts, when you're talking about language arts, what I was told by my language arts teacher is to read this novel and then your homework is to write out what you think about it. Now you're going to have to turn that in. Right. And then when the teacher reads it, they're not just grading your punctuality.
Well, first off, AI don't think.
Hold on, OG. But they're also grading your conceptuality.
Well, see, first off, AI don't think and they're not able to conceptualize because they're large language models. They give you the answer you want based on the initial question and the feedback you get and the research that it has access to. That's exactly you're saying no, but that's exactly how it works.
No, it's not. Okay, LLMs are non-deterministic. You can't tell what it's going to come out with just from the prompt. Like if you prompt the LLM the same,
you absolutely can taint the wheel with a prompt.
They get fed
time and time again. They literally hack LLMs with prompts all the time.
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's non-deterministic. Feeding the same prompt into the same LLM over and over again produces different results. It's non-deterministic.
And you can hack an LLM with our large language model with your prompt. Like the simple fact is, there's only so much information it has access to. Plus, there are the different ideologies of different people creating these LLMs create a hard-coded response to certain prompts. Like the simple fact of the matter is, my point is, these are not AIs. They do not think for themselves. They do not conceptualize for themselves. They draw information based off the data that they have and the questions that you ask. And you absolutely can hack them to get an answer you want.
Sure. I'm totally with you on that, but they do form concepts, right? Like, so to explain what you think a concept is.
Religious
ideology. An idea or ideology.
Yeah, religious ideologies that are.
So show how an LLM that's basically pulling together relations from, like, if you give it a word like car, and it goes out and pulls relationships on everything it thinks that associates with a car, how that's not the concept of a car.
It's not thinking, my friend.
It's forming relations. Which
that's not forming concepts.
No, it is forming concepts, but it may not, like, there may be an issue with cognition that's yet to be shown, but there's definitely concepts. Like, it knows everything associated with a particular word.
But it doesn't know
has
anything.
to be fed that. It has to be fed.
It doesn't know anything.
Yeah, well,
that's exactly
it has to be fed at all.
Alicat, what's your background?
My background is in computer science, and it's also in economics.
Okay.
Okay. I mean,
what part of computer science?
Well, currently I'm an agent developer. I use LLMs every day. Like, I've been using it in the background as we've been talking.
So again, the abstract.
It means he's a coder.
Yeah, I figured that.
Computer engineer. Yep.
Sure.
What do you think about that, Paranoid?
Paranoid has been a controlled LLM test this whole time. Don't tell anyone. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm better than like a 9B model, but I don't know.
I've got some paper.
So here's my question: what inside of the program, right? Because once it's programmed, it's a program, right? And everything inside of that.
I think program's the wrong word here. That we're talking about
coding.
Yeah.
So coding.
It's a neural
coding,
net.
large language
model.
Code, program, same thing.
No, it's literally not code. It's literally an array of weights. So basically, what's happening during
an array of weights? It is code.
It's software.
It's
coding for software.
It's literally software. It's code.
It does not exist inside of the
code. It's the way they stack. It's the way they stack it and the way they form it.
It's not real people. This isn't what you're looking at on your screen. Is not real people. The real person is where I'm at. That you're seeing. That's just coding.
That's not true. No, a video stream is not code.
Wait, no. So what you're actually looking at?
Yes, it is.
Is not a. It's a
literally everything to do with a computer is code. It all goes through the logic gates to create things. Like, it all goes to the processors and the chips. See, I may not have graduated, but I have a background in computer science and electrical engineering.
Hold on, I gotta ask. So, what outside of hardware and software exists?
Magnetic tape.
That's hardware, sir.
So is magnetic tape code? Did somebody code that?
That's hardware.
Magnetic tape is storage for code. Yeah, it's hardware used to store code.
That's hardware.
Right, but we had TV screens way before a computer was invented, right?
TV screens are hardware too.
Yeah, but they're hardware and they still work based off logic gates. They're rudimentary analog logic gates.
It still had
They're
code.
not digital logic gates. Yes, they are. Every electronic you have works off logic gates, and if you don't know that, you don't know the fundamentals of engineering.
For the win wants to head out. For the win, did you want to give any final thoughts, or you just want to make your exit?
great debate, you guys. Appreciate Paranoid for coming on up here and sticking out through the gauntlet with all these degenerates and everything. So I appreciate you for that and everything.
I feel at home, so thank you.
Good. Thanks again, sir. Appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
Always. Good night for the win.
So again, back in the 50s, TVs were purely analog devices. They had no logic gates in them. It was all analog, right? And we still have that today.
I've never heard of that, Sasha.
In some things. So I mean, like the light that's coming off the TV isn't a logic gate. It's it's more. It has more in tune with it's an LED, right?
Yeah,
it was created for silicon, but it creates
it's a projection using hardware.
Yeah, but the circuit boards are logic gates.
Sure. The point being is that not everything that is computer related is code. That was the claim.
Well, that and most digital cameras
No.
are using a sensor. They're not actually taking your image. They're taking digital numbers and creating you out of it.
All software
Are you
is
sure
code.
some lead? Who's built? Great call.
It's
Cal.
like
I would
the
also
abacus.
recommend- Yeah, no, absolutely.
right. So you have the numbers
weird.
that you're
I've
logically
never-
using in your mind, and then
I've
you've got
never
the
done
literal device, right? You are actually doing the computing, so there's no actual software, but the hardware is the abacus. Like you are the software.
The point that we were trying to get at is that when you talk about an LLM, a model, like when he's talking about the sizes of models and how big they are and what they can fit on, all that is it's more like an Excel spreadsheet than anything else. It's just a list of numbers. It's an array of numbers.
Yeah. I
Okay.
get that.
It does take a code and a program to interpret those numbers to generate the output. So that's fair. But the model itself is just a set of numbers. It's not code. Okay. And
That
so
is
when I'm talking about well, sort of. So when I'm talking about a
That's like
concept-
saying an array in a program is not code, because it's an array inside the code.
it's data. there's a difference. So
No. It's a purely semantical one, and it makes no difference whatsoever.
Wasn't it the like
It's-
the
Arrays are data structures.
Holy shit!
The proper response here would be beep beep boop beep boop beep beep boop beep boop boop beep.
That's what lost Gina Carraro her Disney career. I'm not going to say that.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! You're cool.
Hello, Sarah. I'd like to say first off, good lighting tonight. Your lighting is perfect. Now, as far as what's his Paranoid American, good choice in hairstyle. I like the spiked hair. I think you should grow a beard though, and maybe flip your head back over. But anyway, I'll just be a clown. Now, something was touched on. I believe it was God's favorite ant brought it up. I'm not sure if God's favorite ant got it from something you said, but it was the word hallucinations. And when we're referring to AI, we're talking about like errors or erroneous or incorrect, absolute incorrect information, correct?
Yeah, or just nonsensical
Or
output. where it just
fabricated, completely fabricated.
It comes
Right.
from the
Now,
fact that LLMs have to respond. They cannot say, I don't know. They can't ask follow-up questions. They have to respond. And so when they don't have high confidence in the tokens that it predicts,
I made sure to watch.
Generate some very confident sounding nonsense.
Exactly. I made sure to watch back. The debate and everything everybody said, and I noticed nobody really. I mean, this was mentioned, but it was just kind of like brushed aside. That LLMs are very, very known for making errors. I've had mathematical calculations in, let's say, physics that I wanted to answer. One in particular where it answered it, and if I would have just spit out what the AI gave me, I would have had a constant, as far as math goes, a number that doesn't change, a constant that didn't need to be added into the equation, and it took me hours to figure out what was wrong. I knew as soon as I saw it there was something wrong. It took me hours to figure out what was wrong. Now, if this was not only the teacher, but also that you said as far as grader and positioner of the class that had this wrong information, then they would end up telling the student who has actually corrected their bogus crap that they're wrong. And I understand that you want the teacher to be more of like a social instructor, telling Jimmy how to act with Billy and whatnot. I believe that can actually be turned over to AI to tell Jimmy how to act with Billy, or Sue how to act with Paul. But as far as the education in itself, there's a test you can do for yourself. I noticed Alley Cat said that you can't predict what AI will tell you. You can, most certainly. There's a test
No.
for yourself.
There's a
Wait,
difference.
there's a test you can do for yourself. You can ask your AI to show you the seahorse, and AI will show you a chain of garbage. It'll actually confuse itself until it finally stops. This is
Show
a
me
problem.
a seahorse?
What
Show me a
happens?
seahorse
Yes.
is the problem?
Show me the seahorse.
The
Oh,
seahorse.
seahorse emoji. Sorry. So show me the seahorse emoji.
So I want to just note that
And it will freak out because there is no seahorse. It will freak out because there is no seahorse emoji, and then it will finally give up.
I agree. Okay, so a couple of corrections. Okay, so that's kind of fun. So the first response is there isn't one, and it shows me a picture of an emoji of a pink horse, like a unicorn. It says, just kidding. There is no seahorse emoji in Unicode, despite a lot of people being convinced there is. A common false memory. A seahorse proposal was never made it into the standards.
That's
So
exactly
it
what I
actually-
predicted it would tell you. That's exactly what I predicted it would tell you. I just said all of that.
I don't know.
Okay,
Grok
so
is
what was-
still thinking. Grok is still thinking about it.
So what's the next line?
I'm not sure about the next line.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay, so you didn't predict it. That's fine.
I predicted that it would
Yeah.
run into a problem and not be able to show you a seahorse emoji by the end of it and tell you that it can't
literally-
do so.
It literally told me why there isn't one.
Right.
It's completely different from what you said.
Well, no, actually, that's pretty much exactly what I said.
Well, I'll add as another analogy here to what you were saying, though. It would be like the math one that you said it gave you a constant, you had to spend time tracking it down. That would be the equivalent of you going to your English teacher and asking her a math question. But what
Well, they
what
couldn't
a lot
do
of these
that.
models can do is they're smart enough, at least now, that if you go and ask your English teacher, the LLMs or your English teacher's like, you know what? I know you asked me this. I don't have the answer. Let me go and ask the math teacher. So if you were to do this in Codex or in Claude Code, what's going to happen is the LLM is going to write a program, and the program can do the math, and then the math will
You're referring to the human
I
teacher
just-
when you
you
say
know,
teacher, not the,
Mute up, Bill. Mute up,
LLM. When the LLM runs into a problem, it should infer to the human teacher. Is that what you were saying there?
No, I mean that you ask the LLM a math question, and the LLM has a harness or some sort of interface that you're working with, and the LLM can use natural language processing and a host of other tools and be like, oh, this person just asked me a math question. I'm an LLM. I'm an English teacher. I'm using that as a metaphor. I'm talking all AI right now, no humans.
Well, that's a fake LLM. Now, I use a lot of AI, and that's not an LLM that we have in existence right now. We don't have one that's able to, and I've tried. I tried to get it to fix itself, and it couldn't. That's why I resorted to, because I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong. That's
user
why I
error, though.
resorted
I hate to say it, but it's user error.
That's why I resorted to my own math.
But
Now,
what you could have,
if this was the LLM teacher, it's going to grade the student as such, place the student in a position, and no human is there to ever check what went on.
That's none of so.
Okay, no. Okay, so can I help you on this one?
Yeah,
Because
please, Alley Cat.
What I've been doing over the past month is actually working on this exact same problem, and that basically is how do you make sure that you can have an LM grounded in truth? Okay. In other words, how do you keep it from drifting? How do you keep it like to your point, an LLM will extremely confidently tell you something is right when it is wrong.
Right.
There's no doubt about it that is what the answer is. And it'll be extremely confident, but it's completely wrong. So the big question becomes, well, how do you ground it? How do you keep it from drifting
Sounds
to
like
the
a
point where
person.
it says something, the one thing one way, and then 2 hours later it tells you the exact opposite, right? And there are a lot of tricks that you have to do in order to make that happen. He had mentioned one, it's like SAG. It's basically where you have what we created was like an oracle. So it was a piece of text written in memory that says, this is the ground truth. Everything you do or say must be checked against this ground truth before you tell me that it's right or wrong. Okay.
And then you run into Big Brother controlling what is right or
Sure.
what is wrong.
Oh, yes, you're totally right. But okay, we'll go to with the ortho bros out here, like Clay, an Orthodox guy. That's actually a problem in philosophy too, right? How do
Yeah,
you
you're not only wrong, but you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about all the way around. I'm not an ortho bro. The name's misspelled. The fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then you're not. I thought maybe you were an Orthodox. I know Clay is, and I know Clay understands this problem really, really well.
I am not even close.
Clay is not an ortho bro either.
I despise those guys because
Okay,
they
but
don't
paranoid.
use logic when it's convenient and then feelings when it's convenient, right? What they do is they say, "Oh, you're in your feelings now," but then they go, "Well, what's the morality of that?" And guess what morals are? Feelings.
In your scenario, you said specifically that the teachers shouldn't know any of the information that should be taught to the students. I think that actually is a horrible idea because, like I said, when there is an error, nobody is there to catch it, or at least nobody bright enough. The only person that's there is like a social worker. And I would prefer to have the human mind. Now, a reason why I say that is like a lot of our grading problem isn't necessarily, it could be the curriculum, but a lot of it is school problems. A good example of this would be the movie Lean On Me. Okay, all of the teachers were just lazy. They weren't really teaching class. They weren't doing anything. They were allowing drug dealers to overrun the school. This one dean got in there and he changed the way the teachers taught. He didn't change the curriculum. He changed the way the teachers taught. He locked out the bad guys. He found out where that problem was. He changed the entire school. It was not the school curriculum that really needed change, or the school song that ended up getting changed throughout the show. It was more of the individual, the one single key person that was required to change everything and make that school a great school.
And they weren't a teacher, by the way. That was the principal.
Right, it was a dean.
It was
That's
a
what
non-education
principal, dean, principal, semantics. Well,
not really, because that's more.
I use the word dean. I'm sorry, principal.
Similar story.
But still, it is the point is that it was the individual human interaction that was needed. Robot.
But that human being can still exist in a school where the education is being handled by AI. That dean can still be there and kick ass and kick people out of the class.
No, I believe that computer would be the dull teacher that doesn't want to do anything different but teach the student the curriculum and doesn't care about the drug dealers entering the class. And doesn't AI. Doesn't care about if Paul is grabbing Sully all the time. All it cares about is
I need to respond.
Go ahead.
Tom says, how can I possibly sleep when y'all confusing signals encoded data with code, machine instructions, with AI models, mathematical representations of X? Tired old man. Y'all fucking it up.
I need
Tom's
to respond.
pissed. All right, Clay.
I need. Okay.
Let's set this moment properly.
Okay. Oh no. Oh. Listen. You're talking about ciphers. Okay. So yes, you are correct when it comes to the definitional stance in computer technology in the software. That these are the answers that are given, the machine instructions versus the encoded data, what we get for answers. I was on this because I need to know, right? So this is actually proving in real time exactly the difference between conceptualization and the answer you will get from AI, right? So the concept here is that the entirety of this is code, right? You're getting the answer from code, the software. So the answer you get in conceptualization, you are correct that it's technically not called code, but it is the answer you get from code. Conceptually, it is code, sir. I appreciate it. Tom, thank you so much, sir. You are, thank you, because you know this shit, right? But that's what I'm
It's
actually
factually incorrect. Not all code is machine instruction.
Are you a doppelganger?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
And,
maybe.
and as a matter of fact, the part that's different between code, output, and AI models is specifically the part that has nothing to do with machine language. It's the human readability of it.
Go ahead, paranoid.
Yeah, someone's gonna jailbreak.
And,
me
and I
tonight.
think this is all of like. Oh, sorry.
I don't want to be jailbroken.
Oh my god, there's so many things I could say to that, but I absolutely will not. All right. And where are we at our timer? You guys, we're down to 10 minutes. We've hit 2 dono goals out of 10. I'm going to give the panel the option. Do you want to take the time to grift and hope that we can get this going for another hour? Or do you want to take a failure here and call it quits? You can utilize this moment to punish the chat. It is up to you. We'll go around the room. You tell me what you want to do. Ant, you want to grift or you want to shut her down?
Doom.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean?
Doom?
Doom.
You want to grift or you want to shut it down?
Shut it down. Uncle Gun style. You know he goes.
Doom. Okay. All right. Paranoid American. What do you think?
I'm not gonna last another hour, so it doesn't really matter. Even if you guys keep going, I'm gonna pass out eventually.
All right. He's neutral. He doesn't care. Crack baby.
You know what? Fuck this little lazy ass Negroes. You know how about this? You just shut that shit down, all right? That's what you do. Shut that
All right.
shit down.
2 for shutdown. Denizen.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to grift the chat for another hour, or should we just shut it down and punish them anyways?
Grift the chat.
Grift, all right. 2 for shutdown, 1 for grift. Ortho, get off the toilet. Answer. He's taking a shit. All right, Ortho's taking a shit. Maybe he'll come back. Alley Cat, grift or shutdown?
Oh, I'm getting tired. I think we just close it out.
All right, 3 for
Can I
shutdown.
proxy for OG?
Yes. Sure.
He would say grift.
All right, grift. He does support the grift strongly. Clay, grift or shutdown? Grift. All right, are we tied now?
That's 3 and 3, yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 and 3.
All right, Zers. You could very well be the determining factor here. Grift.
You know what?
or shutdown?
Grift it. Let's grift it. Let's grift it. All right, there you go. I switched over. Let's grift it.
Excuse me, sir. I have to say that chat really sucks. They've been grifted all night, and they completely failed. So I'm not trying to give them another string. No, we'll close it.
Wait,
No,
did that,
we're back to a
did
tie.
that tie us back up again?
Yep.
No, it would have. It would have, but Crack Baby Go decided to change his vote at the last minute.
So Ant said
Punk
shutdown.
baby
sorry, I felt bad. My
Baby
bad.
Go. That's what I'm gonna start calling
Send
you.
money.
Punk baby
Send
go.
money.
All right, then we must grift. Ant, tell them what the fuck they have to do.
Well, if you want to see us for longer, you're gonna need some money.
Honey.
But if you can't, I understand. It's hard. Times are tough, but this is your last opportunity, I believe, to support the show tonight. And if you do, please remember #Vegas. Thank you.
Yeah, #Vegas. All right, Paranoid, you're getting ready to go, but that doesn't mean the show must stop. Tell them what they have to do.
Yeah, if you want to see somebody hack my programming, which isn't code and isn't data, isn't a signal, but it's code. If you want to see me getting jailbroken, then you're probably going to have to donate some kind of money. So send money to Sarah, and also let's send her ass to Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas, baby.
Nice studio.
Crack
Give
baby.
her some
He does
money.
have a nice studio.
Give it.
Go ahead. ahead.
Give her some money. Stop being little cunts. You know what? You can give her a couple of change. Just go and do it. Just do it in the name of Jesus. There you go. In the name of Jesus. This is your offering.
Jesus. Baby Jesus. Now, you guys who voted to grift, you better be doing a hell of a better job than this. Denizen, make it count. Denizen, get off the toilet.
Give me money. Me now. Me a money needing a lot now.
That'll kind of work. Ortho, are you back from the toilet? Does he know he's
You can proxy for him too.
You suck, OG.
Ortho.
I can grift for him too.
All right, grift for Ortho.
So basically, we haven't even determined what code is yet. This conversation is in its infancy. We need more money to get to the bottom of this. We have not hashed out this topic nearly enough. That's going to require y'all to dig deep and fund this exercise further so that we can get to the bottom of this question, which we've barely scratched the surface. We're still in the semantical phase. So get your wallets out, people. Come on. Let's learn something.
Excellent proxy.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. You know it's your favorite thing to do in the world is to keep everybody up late at night so they miss all their meetings and they can't work and all that. All the money this way and keep us up forever.
Yes, and ever. Clay?
Yeah, so essentially, you know that we haven't been convinced by Paranoid American, and he hasn't he hasn't been convinced either. Neither one of us has convinced the other one of the other side's position. The only way that we can hash this out is if you continue to donate. You got a few more minutes left. I know you can do it. I mean, what's a couple bucks, you know? Throw it down.
Yeah, what's a couple of bucks, sirs?
I mean, I already told you, you guys are a bunch of losers. You have no money. You know, you got little money, little peenies. We already know you got little peenies, and the only way you can show me off is to like kick me off the panel and say that it's that you don't have little peenies and little minds. See, you have such tiny minds. You can't think original. Think about this. You can go and you can take a loved one's credit card and pay. You can go get your neighbor's credit card or anybody's credit card. You know, all you gotta do is. Oh wait, am I suggesting a crime?
Do not commit fraud. Do not commit fraud. All right, if it's got to be your card or maybe your mom's. Call your mom. Yeah,
Or your neighbors.
but you guys have
I mean, you gotta be creative.
you guys have 3 more minutes, and then we go into hit it or quit it mode, which will require one big full red dono to continue. So if you don't hit the few donos you owe now, then it's going to cost you more later. All right, back to you guys.
I'm gonna slip out for a smoke.
That's what she said. That's good.
Yeah, so what do you think about that, Paranoid? When Tom Carpenter came up with his chat, and that's why I was so adamant to answer that. He proved in real time why it's not possible because I literally did the thing, and I'm like, no, that's wrong, because conceptually it is coding. It's the end, sure. It okay, fine. Then explain to me how it's not conceptually the same thing.
I feel like the conceptual word is just like doing all this extra duty. I'm saying it's not code because you can take the weights of a model and you can take an input stream of data and you can process that by hand on paper without using a computer of any kind. So you can actually still use weights, still use input, but get rid of the code and just do it organically. So that proves that those other two things, the data and the weights, are not the same as code.
Again, you can
do that with code.
I can, but the data that is produced from the AI, the large language model, is not producing a human conception. It's producing a programmed conception that's already programmed in there, sir. That is coding. in conception.
I would disagree. The same way that a court stenographer types in a completely different language than you would be able to read, but that's not a computer. That's just a different language that makes that job easier, and it's more optimized to be able to type faster and capture more information in a smaller amount of space, which is essentially, at a simplistic way, that's what these AI weights are doing.
Thank you for proving why I want cameras in the courtroom. This is exactly why. This is exactly why. This is why that you should not trust that some computer model is going to produce exactly what happened or the exact conception that a person can relay to you, right? So when the witness is on the stand, he is giving his testimony. Bam, 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 bam. Now, if I was recording that, I would actually have the recording of the testimony, all of the body language, all of that. But the stenographer not only does not get the body language, but the stenographer doesn't even get every single word. I'm sitting there watching a court case, and the stenographer's, can you slow down? Can you slow down? Hey, look, here's the thing. If there was a real record of that, you could get all of that, but that would be the human experience, the person up there, and then me watching the actual recording, not a stenographer's interpretation, not a large language model's interpretation, but the actual record.
It's fair from the point
This doesn't
of-
work for you though with replacing teachers. Because with teachers you still have the human factor and they're less reliable. The LLM would be better at recording over time. You know, where obviously there's some improvement to be made. But over time an LLM is going to be better at creating a more accurate record. And also
what I'm saying
using already existing record in order to translate to an audience or a class in this case. And I think it's a misapplication of the technology itself, because this is going to be a tool that will replace teaching, not necessarily all humans involved that could be categorized as teachers, right? It's going to be something that it will be used as like an instructor, an assistant to aid in the education process.
Oh yeah, like a hybrid model. Yes,
he doesn't want aid. He wants replacement, right? And so what I'm actually talking
It would
about
have to be a hybrid model.
Agreed.
But what I'm talking about here is actual interpretation. So me as the individual watching the recording, not the recording itself, right? So that end result of the recording is just simply the painting that was painted. Now me writing down or telling you what I think of the painting is something completely different that can only be translated by a human.
Well, here's a good way to think of it. Like, again, we've discussed how LLMs, and I know you said there's other models, they're language-based, right? So what Clay is trying to get at is basically saying a stenographer is like writing a story. Like if you read a book that's completely in language, you don't get to see what color the sky is, what somebody is wearing, right? Like all those things have to be embedded in the language for them to come out. So the translation from text to reality isn't one-to-one. And that's what an LLM will miss.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Stenographers is a bad example because they're still doing English. They're just using a shorthand that compresses what they're typing. It's actually trivial for modern computers to take the input from the stenographer and in real time convert it back into English.
Sure.
Or here's another
Let's
one.
say English.
Say the stenographer writes down what happened, right? But then the journalist in the room, me, I'm taking notes, right? We're not writing the same thing, right? So me, I'm going to have a different story to account versus the stenographer, but they're going to take the stenographer's view of it and say that that's the actual story versus mine, which the media, on the other hand, somebody else, right, takes and says that that's the actual story, right? And in this case, right, so here's a point. The history is written by the victors. Well, there's no victors in this, right? So you just accept whichever one fits your bias, right? As well as
it's not just you and the stenographer in the courtroom, right? There's going to be witnesses.
Yep.
So
even
they
more
can
so.
corroborate your story or the stenographer's, right?
Yep.
You have court artists too, right? Like they'll actually draw the court representation. You've seen court artists when things are not, that's another one. But that's just getting at the point that LLMs are language based and we have 5 senses, right? So you're not capturing all the information. An LLM can't capture all the information from a particular scene. And they're a human is going to capture more of that sensory information.
Just imagine you're in the classroom, right? And the large language model's up there giving its dissertation as to learning what the topic is, but your buddy behind you just fucking farted. Now everybody needs to clear out the goddamn classroom because that shit's stinks. Okay, what is the large language model gonna do about that shit? Nothing. It's not gonna do a damn thing. It's just gonna keep on doing its dissertation, and everybody's gonna miss the thing because they're filing out.
No, it's gonna mimic you and say you should leave because it stinks.
In a
And it'll even make a joke about your friend's diet.
It very well may.
In that scenario, though, it's not that there's one LLM at the head of the class teaching to everyone. It's that every single person in that room has a personalized version of that LLM. So the kids that are able to work through a fart and not get completely distracted for the rest of the day continue on their lesson. The kids that got distracted, their LLM picks up right where they left off 2 hours later after they, laugh it out of their system that somebody.
Well, then you run into the problem that MC Toom was pointing out, where the kids aren't of the same level of education, but they're in the same grade, but with quite differing levels of education and length of time it took them. So you have Clay there in the 4th grade, along with some other kid who's in the 4th grade at the same level because the computer has just placed them in that class.
Right.
I mean, we're kind of describing what the current education system works like already without AI.
Right, but then the teacher can actually give feedback not only to the curriculum itself, but the student, right?
Ideally, they can, but not always do they do that. And also, I mean, everyone's been talking like, well, a teacher can hold the kid back, or you can like do this remediation or help them out. If you've got a room full of 40 kids, that's not happening to every one of those kids. It's going to only be the ones the teacher likes. And on top of that, ever since No Child Left Behind, even if you don't get anything right, you don't pass in any of your homework, you screw up all the tests, you're still going to the next grade because that teacher doesn't want to deal with you for another year. And that's the exact reason.
That, and I believe there's probably guardrails in place for putting a child in the 6th grade, let's say, for 20 years. They probably have a guardrail that the school has to take the option of either kicking the kid out of the school or passing them along. And that, I mean, is in a way good and not, because the kid never learns, but it also couldn't be that the kid's not learning. It could be most simply your solve that kid may need AI to teach them. Now, as far as that type of individual selective AI teaching, I am absolutely for. But as far as cross the board AI and nobody in the school, like you said, nobody in the school knowing if the AI is right or wrong, that I don't approve of. But I do approve of individual AI teaching where it's required.
Well, I'll
In
take
an ideal world, I agree, but I just think that it is going to be one size fits all. And once they have AI that can do half the job, AI is going to do the entire job, just because it'll be cheaper, quicker, and that's the way that the trajectory goes.
Well, when you said in a perfect world and you kept wanting to pretend that money doesn't exist to create these types of infrastructure as far as AI schools, you were saying, well, we don't care how much it costs as long as we get it done. And then you want to say in a make-believe world, well, that's exactly what your infrastructure is working off of right now. In the real world, it's probably better just to use individual as we are doing, and maybe have people that know to check the AI if it's wrong or not.
Mm-hmm. You can't take people out of this. It's got to be a hybrid.
Gotta be.
Hybrid.
And that's
Yep.
it's like you.
I'm with a hybrid. I'm with a hybrid.
Yeah.
As far as now, where would I like it to see it? I'd like to see it in the social workers, the social workers, or the what do you call them? The people where the kid goes to shit. It's been a long time. I'm 50 years old. It's been a long time.
Guidance
I've been in school.
counselor.
The guidance counselor. I believe that that's a good place so they can learn how to engage with another human being, and they can go there and ask that AI basic questions as you and I would about. Well, I have somebody, let's take a personal experience. I didn't use AI to answer it, but I know how to answer this. Turtles. I like turtles. Supposedly that's supposed to bother the fuck out of me. You know what? That's if you're real thin-skinned. And if you're that thin-skinned, you're not going to make it here in this atmosphere.
Can I bring up another scenario as well? Okay, science. Science has this little habit of telling children that, and I'm going to be mean about this, that the theory of evolution is the only answer. This, sir, is not true. Let's be serious here, okay? People have different ideologies, okay? Now, when I went to science class, when I was in school, the teacher was honest with me. They said, look, this is
What
what
does this got to do with LLMs?
I'm telling you, shut the fuck up so you can listen, asshole. This is what you do every time I bring this shit up.
Clay, if I may, time got you guys halfway there. There's 50 on the table. Do not let it go to waste. We must receive the other 50 in order to continue. Don't let it go to waste. Time says, I didn't think I could code an almost reasonable sounding human. I guess creating a thing that sounded more reasonable intellectually as a flurf, same levels of mathematics, and still wrong is impossible as of yet. Amazing. Go Paranoid. What say you?
Let me just jump in and say I've got to be up in 3.5 hours, so I think this might be my exit. Is there a question here? Or?
Hey man, you were a champion, so
I really do appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for having me and listening to me. I don't even know if there was necessarily anyone fully on my side throughout this. I'm happy
Not
with
one
that
bit.
because this is a conversation I've been wanting to have with one person, let alone freaking like 12 or 15. So thank you so much for affording me the opportunity to do that. And thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely.
Great host
You
as
did
always.
great. You did great. Thank you so much, Paranoid. It was a wonderful debate.
Have a
All
good
right,
night,
thank
man.
you, all you guys. I appreciate you. I'll see you for the next one.
Have fun.
See ya.
This really was a really good one. A lot better than I thought it would be. You know, I think you had to pull them back to the topic once, but then once they got back to it, it was solid all the way through, and then got the Q&A, and even all the way through this.
Well, I was going to say all the way through the gauntlet we did well.
man,
Stayed right on it. Or you guys, for the most part, I was way late because I watched back at crackhead speed. You know, I wanted to make sure I caught everything, so I wasn't repeating stuff.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I know that they kind of stagnated a little bit in the beginning because there was too many overlaps between the actual claims, but they figured it out. They worked through it and they did awesome. So yeah. Again, reminder: you've got 50 on the table. You need one more, and we'll rock out. And you've got 4 minutes to do it. 4 minutes. That timer's hard locked at the end. That timer it's the hit it or quit it timer. Like there are no more forgiveness, graces, or any of that such. So one more pink, and you get your extra hour.
So
you can do red.
I think what made this topic really difficult is something that was said early on. Like we've had automation in the classroom forever. Like, you know, going back to the 50s with, you know, the drivers, helpers and whatnot, and automation, you know, they mentioned Apple computers and stuff like that. So you've always seen education kind of embrace this automation. And now it's the whole AI bubble where it's like, oh, everything could be AI. So let's replace the teacher. And I don't think that even exists in a lot of places. Like, okay, I'm a programmer, like dead on set. Oh, you're going to get replaced. Guess what? I'm not. Why? Because I'm understanding the tool, I'm using it, and I'm 10 times more productive than I was before the tool. Right. So it's you still need the people to get the job done. And I think that was what the main point that people were saying, is that people still have to be there to do people things. And that's where I think the confusion comes down to, and why it's such an interesting and good topic. There's a lot of room for improvement, but again, I'm with a lot of everybody that's rest on the panel. I don't think you're going to eliminate the human element. I don't think it's possible.
Go ahead, Clay.
Sure. Fourth wise man comes in with the big 50. Finish off the dono goal. Thank you, sir. You are awesome. He says, other half of 50. I heard Clay say teacher didn't lie to him. Did the teacher tell Clay fighting water is a good thing? Jokey joke. Hi, everyone. Can't stay too long. Busy at the moment. And he did not put hashtag Vegas, sir. You need to throw another 50 down and put hashtag Vegas.
Well, I mean, you didn't yodel, so.
That just make it double. Make it double, because neither of them did a hashtag Vegas. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Ouch.
The day of my toss.
I tried to tell him.
Guys trying to give the lady free money and you won't even let them.
I know. Poor Tom. Tom's just like, let me give Sarah money, and you guys won't let him.
Actually, I think Fourth likes it when I fight water, because it brings, like, if I'm, especially in, fighting Pacific Ocean, brings the U.S. and Australia closer together. Hell yeah. We're gonna make
I'm pretty sure everybody has punched water before. I mean, every one of us.
Clay is exceptionally good at it, though.
Are you like an open hand or a closed hand? Like,
belly flopping usually.
That's
so
funny.
The potter's wheel, right? Clay. And if you smash that shit, then it goes everywhere. So depends on how fast, because if it's going really, really fast, like, I'll do it. Sure. Yes, I like to fight water. Fuck you, Fourth.
All right, I'm not gonna. I just put one. Actually, let me do this. Let me make this. How do I do this? I just want the time. Okay, it's 3:00 in the morning. So at 4 a.m., you guys got one exact hour, and then I'm out of here. I do have to actually get up early tomorrow, and I have a fairly long day ahead of me. But I'm willing to stay if you're willing to play.
Now, somewhat on topic but off topic, robotic AI, I do believe absolutely is going to end up taking over all of our, not the hard jobs, all of the simple jobs, and leave only the difficult jobs or the more skilled jobs for more skilled people. And I think there's a problem with that, because it ends up, our economy is already upside down. It ends up creating a barrier that will never be penetrated between the people who need those entry level jobs and the robots that are doing them, such as restaurants. They're talking about making entire restaurants. I watched a robot for 96 hours do a task where he slid boxes on a conveyor belt, and then they brought in this kid who could only work 4 to 6 hours. And then he went home for the day, where the robot just continued. These type of jobs are things that kids can do, but the companies will most certainly choose an AI robot to put in their place.
Go ahead, Clay.
There you go.
Sir, I am moving to Mars, where there is no water. Actually, it's ice, so don't call it water. Fourth Wiseman says, hashtag Vegas. Fuck your goal. Good and proper. Yes, I agree, sir. Thank you, sir. Clay, you fight water. I laugh because after the fact, upon reflection, I'm sure you see what occurred. Sir, like I said, I'm moving to Mars. This is sorry. I can't do the AI. I can't do it. I just like it's gonna be all natural. We're gonna seed and we're gonna make a dome or something. I don't know. It's probably already gonna be there for us. It's waiting. It's waiting. We're moving to Mars.
Oh, you know what though? I love how the fact that he used upon reflection. Almost, I don't know if he meant the pun in there, but obviously when you look into water, you have a reflection.
That's icy cold.
Mars is going to be a big dud.
Shout out to you, Fourth Wiseman. Thank you so kindly. You guys crack me up.
So to the point, like we can look at it from the historical perspective. One, the upfront cost tends to be super expensive. And so, like for instance, not throwing this too far political, but when we saw pressures for minimum wage increasing, and like you saw a lot of places like $15 an hour, $20 an hour, you actually saw automation come in because it was cheaper to pay the robots than it was to pay a human, right? So there is a definite cost hurdle that you have to overcome in order to make that happen. But I will agree with you, as costs come down, that will tend to happen. But the reality is we've seen this forever, right? Like, you know, who digs ditches anymore? You get a backhoe, right? You get cement trucks. You get, like, we see automation. Like, I was always having fun because, like, back in the days, there was a chess match between the world chess champion and a computer, and he won the first round, but then they came back with a different machine, and the machine beat him the second round. And everybody's like, "Oh my God, this is the end of humanity. Computers can think, and we're all doomed," and blah 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 blah. And the reality is that machines have beaten humans on 1,000 things way before this. So what makes this so special, right? Like,
well, because once we take over the position, like let's say Clay running the backhoe, and we have instead a robot who has not only who is running the backhoe, but already planned the entire blueprint that it was going to work, and did all of and it's just that robot. Then we have Clay, who's now trying to figure out where he finds work. And the company, they don't care about you. They're going to care about bottom line. And ultimately, they're not going to worry about it until it's a point where almost every job is taken over by a robot. But I mean, they're talking about restaurants. They're talking about stores. Sure. We had self-checkout.
Good.
Sure. Okay, their secretary is no longer a job. Typist is no longer a job.
Correct. Those are low-level jobs that should be filled by humans. We should be using robots to do more complicated jobs, more complicated, high-skilled jobs instead of the low-skilled jobs.
So where did all the secretaries go?
Unfortunately, they're being replaced with AI, and then that's what the sad part is. That if we don't tool our society to figure out how to feed those secretaries once the robots take over everything, what are we going to do?
This happened long before AI. Like the secretary job was lost in the 80s or the 90s, right? This was way before AI. The typist, right? Like, who's a file cabinet clerk anymore? These jobs went away through automation.
Well, not necessarily. It still turns into electronic filing. I mean, I worked operations, and it's a very, like, in terms of, like, I restructured our entire company just based on our organization and our processes and our SOPs and everything, start to finish, from the minute a client calls us to if the client dies or leaves the company, like onboarding, offboarding, filing systems, and completely reconfigured through SharePoint and what file systems they're using and how they coordinate with automation processes and so on and so forth. You need somebody who can do that, but you also need them to be able to teach the others how to use it, right? And how it to implement, and you have to keep things,
but there's nobody manning filing cabinets, and there's nobody typing like that. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make, is that all the automation tools come up people find new ways to use that automation.
It's
and do
innovative.
bigger and better things. They do bigger and better things.
I like what, so my dad served a long time in the military, and then he did some contracting, and then in his last years of contracting as dispersing clerk, the guy came in and was telling him he had to get rid of all his books, all the tax codes and all that shit. And he said, well, I just can't do that because, you know, the obvious reason. He said, well, that's what we're doing. And you're going to have to get rid of the books. They can't be in here. It's just taking up space. And my dad's logic was just priceless. The guy's sitting there like, you're going to have to get rid of them because it's all on the computer. And my dad reached over, pulled the plug out, and sat there. Okay, you want me to get rid of the books, huh? And then the guy's like, okay, I get your point. Keep the books. Right? That point right there, right? He has to be able to go and do things manually. You have to be able to go and do things manually because you don't know if the electricity is going to go out. The electricity, by the way, is this factor, by the way. This whole concept is based on the idea that we are always going to have electricity. The grid's always going to be there. By the way, I don't know if you know it, there's still parts of this country that don't even have a fucking grid.
That's fair, and you're right, because cloud backup would be the answer to your dad's problem, right? I mean, it's another modern day solution. But my argument would be, if we no longer have the grid, no longer have electricity, we probably have bigger problems than your dad's filing cabinet.
Yeah, we're not going to be worried much about AI.
Yeah, no, well, here's the thing.
We're going to be worried about other things.
Payroll doesn't stop because your computer went off. You still got to write.
If you don't have electricity, pretty much payroll is going to stop.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of having the books, right? So if you have the books, payroll doesn't stop, right? The world doesn't stop just because the electricity goes off. But if you don't have electricity and you don't have the books, then yes, you're right. It stops. 100%. You got to keep the books. You got to keep the people. You got to keep the humans.
Oh, you're referring to paperwork. Yeah. I think going all digital is a nightmare because if something major happens, but at the same time, I think that we do need digital recording of stuff because
integrated. Yes.
Yeah, we need both. So if a fire happens, the books burn. Well, we got the digital. If a magnetic storm happens and the digital goes poof, we've got the books.
Multiple
and now,
redundant backups using
that goes back.
There are no books.
To the school. That goes back to the school where we came up with the problem of the AI teacher accidentally teaching the child a hallucination. I thought that was funny, and it was wrong in factual data, and the child then being graded upon that. The child in our reality can use the books the same as I did to correct the problem. The actual physical, mathematical.
Yeah. No, so I have a cousin who works in a library, and he was basically put in charge of a project on what books that they're going to get rid of and put onto like electronic means, and what books they're actually going to keep. And that is a difficult problem. Like if you were to sit there and go to a library and say you can only keep these 1,000 books, which ones would you?
Yeah, what are the important books? It's hard to choose. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Go on.
That's a good point. Yeah, because like the tax code, it's the same way, right? So like, or just literally law, right? So the law gets uploaded, the case laws get uploaded, all the regulations get uploaded, the interpretations from the lawyers get uploaded, but not until it gets uploaded does the model have the information. So you're literally sitting there with all these books. It's all got to be entered, blah, 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 blah. And until you actually enter the information in, it's not there. You know, this is
up until the creation of AI, we used data entry pools. Individuals like you, me, and Clay, and whoever that's too stupid to do anything, and we use them to enter in checkboxes, data entry, and to fill the data where it needs to be. That was up until AI. That's actually a great evidence that thousands and thousands of people who were just working for the minimum wage, just doing a job, clicking a button on a computer all day long. those people's job are being removed.
Sure,
Everything is. And how do we haven't tried to tool our society at all to fix the ultimate national problem of where are people going to work when the billionaires decide to just turn everything AI?
Should we just
I think
work
that
inefficiently instead?
and it's going to be like you're going to find jobs. Like I bring up this example a lot because it's an interesting one. Is before the internet and the widespread with home computers, being a YouTube creative artist or being a streamer was not a thing. It didn't exist, right? But these technologies made that happen. And so to sit there and not expect that these new technologies won't create new jobs, I think is very naive.
Jobs are not the end all be all of human existence. How about we replace the jobs with nothing?
And the use of the internet, such as you said, to gain money, that is one step towards tooling our society to correct for such, as far as any type of low-level jobs being. But even that turns into so have you looked at the YouTube stats on how channels work out? There's some 80% that over a million, well over a million, and then there's like the tiers below that are so far from that. When you get down to like 100,000, you're looking at like 7% of total YouTube, because all the rest are above that. You have a completely upside down market here, as well as the 1%ers and the 99%ers that we have here. You have the same upside down structure, and it's not necessarily going to help. I mean, it can help put groceries on the table for some individuals, such as, let's say, Sarah, but it can't help for other individuals who can't provide the same level of entertainment that drives the dollar to them. And then they end up just pittering out, and there's no structure. There's no structure there to fix them except for do yourself, which, I mean, are we going to turn into scavengers and where we go around collecting metal junk as they do all over Portland that I see? I don't really like that either. I would prefer that we limit the use of AI to, as I said, the highest level jobs, the highest intelligence jobs. The drafters, we can have AI draft a building just as well as we can have some dipshit like you, some dipshit like Clay. We can have AI do it much faster. We can do it. I'm sorry to keep including you, Clay.
No.
We can do it much faster with AI than trying to, and at the same time leaving the restaurant open for the layman. If there's no layman jobs, who holds up the market?
It's again.
Fuck the market.
It's
Isn't that a
going to be a
paradox?
question. What?
Right?
No,
Isn't that a paradox?
how the
though?
market works.
Speaking
It's how
of
the market
paradoxes, you know what's funny is we actually haven't covered paradox. You guys know what the Hangman's paradox is?
I believe I've heard it, but right now it's not striking a bell. Go on.
Okay, so the jailer tells the guy that he's going to be executed on one day next week. So the hangman is telling him this, and then by logic, he deduces, the guy who's going to be executed deduces that it's because he said it's going to be a random day. Excuse me, I forgot that part. It's going to be a random day next week. He deduces that Friday isn't very random because obviously it's the last day of the week. So it can't possibly be Friday. It also can't be Thursday because if he's already deduced that it can't be Friday, then Thursday would actually be the last day that it could possibly be. So it can't be Thursday either. And so now the snowball happens. It can't be Wednesday. It can't be Tuesday. It can't be Monday. So therefore, logically, the guy who's going to be executed can't say this, or he's saying that it's not possible that it could even happen, right? Because the randomness is pulled completely out of this. Now, let's apply this to the school. The student is told that there will be a pop quiz next week on a random day. And he logically deduces that it's not going to be Friday. Can't be Thursday either. Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. The paradox here is that the student deduces that it's just not going to happen. Okay, it's logical. Actually, here's the crazy part. The computer actually deduces the same thing logically, and so the computer actually never gives the pop quiz because guess what? Logically, it can't be random. So now here's the computer's telling the student there would be a random pop quiz next week. He can't do it logically in a random fashion, so the student never gets that pop quiz. However, a teacher would deduce that logic does not apply here. This is actually the logic.
Are you having a prolonged aneurysm?
No, you just don't understand what the Hangman's paradox is, obviously. This is the real thing.
Oh, I'm just giving you your ass.
You haven't really
Yeah, I don't know.
established why it can't.
How
be
it
any of the
links to
days. You're
AI
just
in the
assuming
classroom.
The last day that
It's
somehow
a
would
logic.
not make allowed to be random, but you haven't established why that is or how.
No, why it be a surprise?
Why it would be a surprise, right? There's no surprise to it being Friday because that's not random. There's no surprise to it being Thursday. I actually did this. That was the first thing I pointed out. It
How
can't be
isn't it
Thursday.
random? If it's going to be one day in the next week, it could be any of the days.
Because if you're still alive on Thursday, you know it's going to be Friday.
Well, that's true, but you'd have to wait the entire week to know that.
Exactly. But if it comes Thursday and you're not being executed, you know
it's
it's
tomorrow.
Friday. That's
For
not
sure.
random. It's a paradox.
Well, no, you've just it's
It's
It is.
it's
You're talking about
elimination.
probability without substitution. So you're just
Right.
getting to the final
Are you
step.
telling me all of a sudden that the Hangman's paradox is not a thing?
I can explain
Yeah.
it with using probability without substitution.
So which day is it going to
You're
be
just
on?
running out of possible events.
You clearly do not know what a paradox is.
Well, you don't
Okay.
have one here. I can solve it. I just
Okay,
did.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I just did.
Literally a thing.
No.
Hangman's paradox is a thing.
Without all that. So it can be random on what, let's say it's a Friday that he says the quiz is going to be next week, right? Because it wouldn't be fair to say on the Monday it's going to be sometime this week, or is that a possibility? Right? Is it where the randomness is not on the day that he tells the test?
Randomness means that you cannot predict.
Sure. Right.
It's a surprise.
What he's saying, so let's say he makes that statement on the Friday before the week where that random test would happen. On that Friday, it can be random.
But not on
Right?
Thursday.
Sure, but he didn't say it would be random on Thursday.
You
He
can
said it would be
predict it
random
on
on
Thursday.
Friday.
That means
No,
it's a
you
paradox.
can't predict it on Thursday. If
Would
you
you assume that it might be completely illogical to try to predict the day when the teacher says it's random and it can be any day?
No, that's not the well.
It's
we're
not
speaking-
random. It has to be a surprise.
Yeah, it has to.
No,
be.
it doesn't. Because you only have like 7 possible.
There's a difference between being
Values.
random and being a surprise.
Well, and I don't buy the Thursday connection either. Like the when you're
Yeah,
trying to cite
'cause
paradox,
the-
is
It's
like
called
he does it on Thursday.
The selection was made ahead of time.
Logical deduction, sir.
Well, but no, I get that, but you haven't proven n+1. And what
I'm
I
not-
mean by that is on Thursday, if the test happens that day, it's a complete surprise.
It's not a
Right?
complete surprise.
How could you have predicted it was Thursday? Because it
You-
wasn't Wednesday? Because Wednesday.
Because it couldn't possibly be Friday.
It couldn't possibly be Friday.
Come over Saturday and we'll have
That
a
makes
Sunday.
Thursday your next Friday.
The fourth Wiseman says with the Big Ten, AI will never, ever, ever replace me. It'll never replace you either. The human brain will always be more powerful. Stop being pessimistic about it. You'll be fine. Just use your brain. Otherwise, you'll lose it. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
100%, I agree.
And that's easy to say. There'll be plenty of people who will suffer the attrition, and there'll be lower class people with less skilled abilities who maybe don't have the same brain power as the fourth Wiseman does.
I think it might create another separation of class. you know how we have like separation on race and gender and all these kind of things that are culturally society kind of like filled in sometimes, but then we have the class wars between have and have nots, right? We've seen the disappearance of our middle class and so on and so forth. But now this will be a matter of, like IQ separation. There'll be a very clear separation between people who need AI to do shit and people who don't.
He actually touched on that when he said that there would be like human super teachers. It would be like superstars, is, I believe how he described it. And then that would be only available to the upper class. So it would ultimately in our education system force a class. If you wanted your kid taught by a human, then you would pay the high price of the human teacher.
And he was only advocating for K through 12, right? Like he specifically said college was a completely different level, and trade schools, right? But that was the whole point behind, you can't have AI teach you how to set an IV, right? That requires physical and tactile things. Really, that's not something and same thing with the trades, like, building an engine. You might be able to watch a computer on how to build it, but you need somebody there to help you move the things around and put things where they need to go.
Where the models really do
An AI could instruct you how.
Hello, I was talking.
Chilton's did pretty good at teaching people how to work.
Where the models do well
without
today
screen.
is with setting up drills, tests, giving live feedback to the teacher and the student, like where their areas are weak and where they're strong. Which could be super useful. You could see kind of like, and you could even make like a heat map of the whole classroom and see like who's struggling the most where, and see if there's some sort of trend and try and solve it. I think there is value to it. It's just, I don't think it can replace.
Oh yeah, using it to map the class. I could totally see AI using it to map the education level of the class and actually put it out as a graph that you could see, such as places where maybe there's problems within the classroom that you're not noticing.
Well, like just the trends, like where people are struggling the most. Because if it's consistent, that would tell the teacher, oh, I'm not explaining this well enough, or I'm not giving them enough resources,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if it's kind of uneven and spread out, then it's just general personal misunderstandings, and you'll have to deal with it on one by one
Individual basis, yeah, and you can actually use that AI model that you would create with that. Now, that I could totally see it. Use the AI model to figure out which students in the class, Dennison X up there, he needs a little help learning.
Like these are good tools. They're just, people seem to really overextend what they're capable of and expect them to be like a whole new brain, and that's just not where they're at, not even close.
No, I don't agree with the instruction across the entire class, and the reason why is because there's things that I've looked up in AI that I didn't necessarily know the answer to. And you know what? I didn't learn what the fuck they said. I didn't remember it. It was shit that I looked at and saw, and it went in my one ear or in one eye, I guess, and out the other. So that doesn't how that worked. But we'll go with that analogy.
I look up a lot of obscure shit a lot of the times, and if I use the LLMs to help out, this is where I've noticed the hallucinations the most, and it's the most prominent. It's because the information is just hardly there, and what's there is not high quality. So
because when I went to school, I clearly remember that the school didn't give me answers. It did in the books that I read on the way, but the school pretty much led me to find the answers that I needed. They didn't necessarily hand me all the answers. They wanted to see if I could, not only with what they provided me as an initial start, but I can continue further past that. That's
Sure.
what all of my teachers typically worked on. And I don't understand. I think that that's what all schools do, or at least that's what I assume. Now they don't teach cursive, so
I'm fine with that. I mean,
so Ant, So they already discussed that, an issue, like what can help solve, like some of the things that you're looking at are more what they're talking about with the small language models. And basically
Yeah.
these aren't those general purpose ones that are trying to do everything. You find one that just focused on what you're dealing with, and you'll get much better answers that way.
I agree. I like that we was talking about those SLMs. Those sound a lot more promising. I like the idea of separation of concerns. You have SLMs that are specialized in a topic, and then you can just have them all kind of at your disposal to tap into for that expertise when you need it.
Right, exactly.
Aren't those models usually much more expensive?
No, they're cheaper.
No, sometimes they're free. Sometimes they're actually just free.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah.
They also use a lot less
Most of it's
resources.
Source, but yeah.
Forrest Wiseman says, I'm not special. Yes, you are. I merely do the hard things everyone else gives up on. Yourself. Is this starting to sound familiar? Life is hard. Do it. You'll get good at it and conquer all you require.
That's a fundamental misunderstanding of how humans work. The fact that you do things that are hard where other people don't is already makes you special. It already makes you a small percentage of the overall 8 billion monkeys who don't know shit and won't do shit. And there's people who will do it a million times and never get it because they just simply can't. It's nice to believe that that's not true, but I severely doubt it.
No, the freeloader.
As a teacher,
problem's
I
real.
severely doubt it.
No, the freeloader problem's real. I won't deny that.
All right. And then he also says hashtag Vegas add-on. Doing easy things gets boring fast. Challenge yourself, then you never get a challenge that's too hard because you've actually built your own resilience. Naturally, yeah, I don't like getting bored. I love challenges. So yeah.
Yeah, they're the best.
And more projection.
Yeah, I figured out how to.
Most people don't ever get bored. They're too stupid to get bored. They do easy shit, and it's hard for them.
When I was doing lawn maintenance, they taught me how to push the mower. I mean, that was pretty easy to learn. Then they taught me how to use the weed whacker and the edger and all that stuff. It was pretty cool. But that trimmer, man, that thing's dangerous, right? So I had to learn how to do that. And you know what?
Trimmer is dangerous.
It is. It actually very much is. Look, okay. That thing doesn't work right. No mo.
No mo. Time says annoying that it is people either 10 years older or 10 years or younger than me gobbling LLM info as facts. Stop, please. Happy 37 in 3 days. Happy birthday.
So, Clay, I thought I'd let you know that you're not supposed to put your thumb in the trimmer.
Yeah, well, things happen. But, I did finally learn how to do it. You just fucking do it. Like, that's how you do it. You just fucking do it, okay? Jesus. Like,
just do
it. Bro,
There's people who learn how to do it without losing a thumb.
Yes.
As hard as that may seem.
And some people do it without losing a penis.
Oh, God. Jesus.
If you got your penis there, you got some weird fetishes.
Don't kink shame me.
I think I'm gonna dive off.
Yeah, it's fun.
Have a good night.
It's a good night, sirs. We love you. It's kind of a weird night. It's Tuesday. It's not my normal night.
Mm-hmm.
Ben was doing his Uncle Ted Talks. So that, some of our audience was probably over there and our panelists possibly, I'm assuming. And just kind of and the conversation was like formal. It was very good. Like we had our goof off moments, but nobody was like yelling and screaming blood sporty. Everybody actually really wanted to talk about it. I really like that.
Except spin a little bit.
It's spin. It's spin. I expect nothing less at this point.
He did really good question and answer though. He did really really pointing out that morality shit. Which is important.
Yeah.
True.
Very important.
I was glad he brought up because I had a bunch of stuff I was going to bring up, and that was on the list. but it wasn't high on my list. And it was other topics that I was more interested in actually addressing. And I think the big one is the hallucinations. And he never really answered me. He just kind of hand waved it away. It was like, well, I got these techniques, except they don't really fix the problem. They help somewhat, but it still get high rates even with the frontier models. Like that's like the newest versions of ChatGPT, all that shit.
Is that like a third hand when you're doing the image generator?
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, that's a tough one because they're not. I don't think they'll ever figure that one out.
There's ways around it, and there is techniques that you can use and layer and actually start getting rid of a lot of it. Can you completely eliminate it? Probably not. You could probably cut it down to so few cases that you almost never see it. Like it's almost like a legend that it even happens. But that's going to be much further down the road, and that may be with completely different models. Sorry, Clay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wonder how much that has to do with because what we're really on the bottom line of all of this, the hardware, the software, all that, we're dealing with light waves, we're dealing with the electrons, we're dealing with atomic structures. I wonder how much that actually has to do with it. Like when we're going down that far, it's very difficult to produce controls.
Clay, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about software. The software.
Why are you going down to like the atomic scale and shit like that? Software is just the it's the logical part of the computer, right? It's what it's what holds the information. It's what processes the information. Well, at least it tells the CPU how to process the information. All of it's just instructions.
Yeah, and how do the instructions work?
How they work? Well, it depends on which level. Like down at the base, computer level, it's setting switches and then reading the results. Sorry, you're muted, Clay.
And how do those setting switches and the results reading work? Like, when you get down to the bottom of it, what's really happening down there?
You have electrons following paths.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's got nothing to do really with photons. And
really,
well, all right, some of it, but not in the computation, not in the memory.
Well, the results, what you see, right? What you actually see. That's
from
visual.
That's from your monitor, correct? But there's other ways you could interpret it. It doesn't have to come through a monitor. I could have a teletype and have it just send me the
raw data, sure.
The text version of whatever is on the screen, and I can just read it that way. You don't have to use.
But printing it is different than just the raw data.
Well, even what I'm talking about is not raw data. It's going through just a different type of interface. Instead of a graphical user interface, this is a touch-based interface.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There is a difference there, right? So
there's a difference.
There's a difference between the image versus the lettering structure, right?
Yes.
So the numbers, the actual ones and zeros, right? That right there, when you're reading that, yeah, okay, that's one thing. But even when you're actually reading the numbers, those are actually images. That's not even the real coding, right?
What are you talking about? You're talking about the letters on screen?
Yeah.
Behind that, there's like an ASCII code that represents the number internally.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is because...
Or it represents the character internally, excuse me.
When it comes to the coding, it's very difficult to produce a predictability within the results because you're actually on a subatomic level controlling or at least attempting to control what's happening. I think that's the biggest problem.
I'm not really interacting with the computer on a physical level when I'm programming it. I mean, there may be some physical interactions going on in terms of like the power that's going through it, especially when it's processing what I'm asking it to do. That's completely separate from me. It's not my concern at all. My concern is putting the instructions in a logical manner to accomplish the task I want done.
I still need results from that.
Yes.
And if the results aren't accurate, it's not the coding sometimes. It's not the way. Sometimes, right? Exactly. It's sometimes it's literally just the unpredictability.
So
it
so, okay,
shouldn't be
so-
the unpredictability.
Shouldn't be, but it is. And why is it? Right? Because you can't predict all the
Well,
time.
it would
You
just be a hidden variable you didn't account for.
No.
It could be. What? Go ahead, Alika. You got some.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is like just touching my autistic brain for way too much. What Clay is saying is technically correct, right? Like every computer comes down to what's called a Turing machine. And a Turing machine, if it runs on a Turing machine, it can run on any Turing machine. And Turing machines don't distinguish the difference between code and data. Okay, so technically he's correct because it's running on this machine. It's a computer and it's all kind of the same. But on the other hand, the difference between hardware and software is the real difficult part.
It is.
And that is like, again, the monitor isn't it's digital, it's electronic, but the actual photons that hit your eyes, that's not, code. That's the result of code running in the background, right? And what he was possibly also getting at is that there is a theory of computability, like of unpredictability, right? Like the most famous one is the halting problem, the Turing halting problem, not like the AI halting problem, which is similar but different. And that is, there are processes that are unpredictable. You have to run them in order to see what happens. And that's what I was saying with AI is it's exactly that. You can't predict what an AI is going to produce.
No.
You have to program to see.
That's not what I was talking about. I wouldn't. I agree. It's a LLMs select tokens based off their probability of fitting in with the prompt and whatnot. And yeah, that's all based off probabilities. And if you enter the same prompt, even to the same LLM, you can get different results each time.
Yeah, that part.
Right. And so yeah, I guess it's not just special to compute. Like again, the halting problem is, can you predict when a program is going to run or to end? And in some cases you can. Like if it's a simple for next loop, just it runs 5 times, it finishes, and it's done, right? Like you can predict that. But there are other things that are unpredictable. I mean, a good example would probably be like a website, right? It relies on user interaction. User interaction is random. You can tell maybe what happens when somebody clicks this button, but you don't know what you're going to do next, right? So there's that. So at its core, there are a lot of things in computer science that are unpredictable, even though they're digital.
Even the hardware itself makes mistakes.
Yeah,
that's why we have ECC RAM.
Yep,
That's
and they're all
one reason.
Fourth Wiseman says, #Vegas. This may get a little long. Did anyone teach you how to fill your cup? I.e. half full, half empty scenario. It all comes from good deeds in your time out to focus on self-improvement for tomorrow. Clay.
Dude, I fill that shit to the brim.
Yeah, I certainly would say that the cup is just a cup, sir. It is not full or empty. It is just a cup. But I will try to improve and understand your perspective. That is self-improvement for me, and thank you. I will not think about it at all tomorrow.
I love Fourth Wiseman.
The
I feel
thing
like
is,
the
the
two
cup-
of you could just have a conversation back and forth, and like a good peer mentor type of conversation. It would be good. Go ahead, Ant.
But the cup is always full. It's just a proportion to the liquid
How full
I'm
is it?
consuming and the air around us.
It's full of something, is what you're saying.
Yes.
It is. That's a good man. Okay, now I'm gonna have to change my perspective. Damn you, Ant.
Yep.
It's still a cup.
Excuse me?
I'll even sip off the top and pour some more in.
There you go.
What kind of cups? B cups? C cups?
B cups.
See, Clay's just
As well.
expressing his greatest fear. Boobs.
Breasts?
So
You fear breasts, Clay?
maybe somewhat it's like not a change. Like we sat there and I think maybe all came to agreement. I think it was good with the affirmative when he brought up, he's like, you take a hard stance, be like, no, this is the way it's going to be. But what it comes down to when you go through all that conversation, it's like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of that, but it's not going to be completely one way. And I think that happens with a lot of conversations, right? People are like, oh, we want this or we want that. And where the answer usually is, yeah, somewhere in the middle. So I guess where I'm trying to expand this to is like teaching is one thing, like, but then there was the fear of, oh, it's going to take our jobs. And, I'm a big proponent against that. I'm like, no, you're not going to eliminate. Yeah, you're not going to eliminate the human in the human equation. Like, that's just not going to happen. And so, but the big question is what, like, okay, so where else is this something that could be used elsewhere? Like, where else do people think AI is necessarily going to be a big concern? A good thing, I said, like the low paying jobs, like robot AI. Well, you've got Amazon robot warehouses out there, and guess what? They still got humans running some things and doing some things, right? Like, it's not 100% automated where there's not a single human in that factory. So,
but you go from having 1,000 humans to having 10, though. That eliminates jobs.
Sure. Well, but that was my point, is that those 990 people that no longer have those jobs, go find something else to do.
Fourth Wiseman is just having too much fun. I wish we were still running the Dono goal because we would have already been there by now. But we love you, Fourth Wiseman. We got about 8 more minutes left just for the panel's understanding. Fourth Wiseman says, #Vegas add-on. When you do good deeds, just one a day, they all compound. Don't ask for something in exchange. It's a good deed. This compounding returns and you'll fill your cup. It stays full because the good deeds return and keep it full. Clay?
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Certainly, I always love a good deed. If you want to pass it down, I'm more than willing to take it. It's hard to complain about this. Filling my cup up in the same way that Ant does may be a problem, though, because I'm not going to fill it up with air. I'm going to fill it up with coffee. Sometimes. But then sometimes when the coffee's gone, I just go to fucking sleep.
You know what I think, though, because you mentioned kind of like the pay it forward concept, and I think that that's what happens. If I pay it forward to Ant, then Ant eventually pays it forward to Alley Cat. Alley Cat pays it forward to Clay. Clay pays it forward to Denizen, and then Denizen pays it forward to me. And they may all be different forms of paying it forward. It could be something as simple as connecting someone to another network, or something as simple as, hey, you need $10 here, take $10. But eventually that compound, it just keeps going circular. So if I pay it forward to 10 different people, and those 10 different people eventually cycle around back to me, well, now I have 10 more pay it forwards coming back to me, unprovoked, by way of like I wasn't expecting it. I just simply did a good deed for someone. So that compound, it's like compound interest almost. The pay it forward increases exponentially. So now Ant goes out and pays it forward to 10 more people, and Denizen goes out and pays it 10 more people, and it's all just circulating. It's like circulating money around times.
Even if they're 5, right? So even if 5 of the 10 do, right? So even if 5 of the 10 people, that's still 5 times the result, and like it's definitely worth it to diversify your portfolio, right?
Basically, yeah. Exactly. Shout out to Time. He's having too much fun in the chat. Fourth Wiseman says again, #Vegas add-on. The cup remains full because you simply do what you do. Good deeds, and the returns on top make it even fuller, overflowing. Then more good deeds, on and on. You get very strong. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman, always coming in with the solid mic drops on good morale. Very good morale. Paying it forward. All right, I'm at the point where I am absolutely tired. So let's go ahead and do our closing thoughts to the panel, and then we can all get out of here and go to bed because it's 4:00 in the morning. Clay, why don't we start off with you, sir?
Sure. You guys, thank you. Thanks to the debaters, even though they're not here, always give a good thank you to them. Sarah, thank you for being the best host ever. It's really awesome. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the chat. Big wins all around. Tom, thank you for coming up, sir, and throwing a little bit of donos so that we could have this conversation and made it very much worth it. Thank you for coming through. Thank you to the other donors. Every little bit makes it well worth it. Thank you. You can find me over on Spin's channel on Saturday nights, 5 to 7, and hopefully it doesn't interfere with Sarah's stuff. If it does, just come watch Sarah. Fuck what we're doing over there, but appreciate you guys as well who do come over. Thank you so much. It's 5 to 7 when we do our shows. Well, 5 to 7 my time, 7 to, I don't know, whatever it is. You'll figure it out. And then also Let's OTVO's channel, LETZ OTVO.
Did he
YouTube.
freeze? Oh, it might have
Did
been me. I think it was me. I think it was me.
Very cool. Very cool. We're doing some police accountability on Letz's channel. So again, thank you everybody. And yeah, thank you, Sarah, again.
Thank you, Clay. Alley Cat to you, sir.
Well, thanks for having us on. I always like these kind of topics. It's like I tend to pop in when it's like, ooh, I love that topic. And so it's great that the debaters were here and going at it. And I think that these are good conversations to have. Like I'm not seeing these conversations in other channels and other places. If they would, maybe I'd stop over there too. So thanks for everybody coming on. Thanks for everybody keeping me up till 3 a.m. I know it's probably later for these other people, which is even worse. But that's what the donuts get you. And so I stuck it to the end. So have a good one and mind the autism, I guess.
We love the autism over here. We have too much of it. Denizen, your final thoughts, sir.
So the question about whether or not AI will replace teachers, I think would be more accurately put, will it replace teaching? Because I think what teachers do now will be transformed in a different kind of role, where it becomes more about ethics and inspiration and human connection than it does about, lecturing or instruction, which can probably be replaced, if not enhanced, by AI. And I think that there's no reason to doubt that we'll still have areas of education, especially globally speaking, where some teachers will resist the use of AI, and it'll create, a dichotomy of, AI enhanced teaching versus classical methods of training. And this will put people out of jobs, out of work, and take their jobs away and make less teachers necessary for larger classrooms. And I think that's a good thing. I think, the separation between labor and currency is inevitable, and the faster we can get there, the better. I just hope that people will be open-minded enough to go along with new ideas of economic programs and in compensation to prevent the unnecessary attrition that will occur from some of these jobs being replaced by automation and computer tools.
Thank you, Denizen. I appreciate you joining tonight. I know you don't pop over often, but it's good to see you back. And Ant, final words from you, sir.
Thanks for having me up, Sarah. I did appreciate the guests that came up. Like the conversation. AI is interesting. Really do appreciate Tom also popping up and sharing his expertise and giving some good feedback and pushback. LLMs are technology. We're just going to have to figure out how to incorporate it best into our society, causing the least disruption as possible. if we don't use it or try to abolish it, we're just going to suffer, because there's going to be those other places that will use this stuff, and it'll give them considerable advantages over us. So that's my thoughts. Everybody else, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. All right, this week we also have Admiral Gibbs tomorrow night with Fortress America. It's going to sound like isolation. He's going to fight me because it sounds like isolationism, but apparently it's not. And he believes that America is going back to what is considered Fortress America. I'm excited for that conversation. It is a throwdown, so be prepared for open panel and to jump on and challenge Gibbs. Thursday night, I currently have nothing planned. Everyone that I was supposed to schedule into that spot ended up not taking it, and now they're all duking it out for the following week. So now I gotta like pick one and move forward. Friday, I know I have the Apostle Paul debate scheduled, but that is going to be moved. I'm just waiting for the new date to lock in. So Thursday. Right. Well, it's not Omar, actually. It's not his fault. Now we're just completely on. Omar and I are locked and aligned, but unfortunately, vocab is not, and our schedules are completely like two ships crossing in a night. So it might be even July before we get that one back on the books. No, it'll give you more time to prep, Clay. Find the goodness in it. But let's see. I would expect most likely, since I don't have anyone booked, to see an open panel and a Sleepy Tomato either Thursday or Friday night. I do have to prep. I know Saturday I have plans with my daughter, so I don't foresee a stream that night. And I believe I fly out Sunday to Vegas. So Thursday and Friday, these are our final chances to get #Vegas in. And support the show as much as you possibly can before I head out for 4 days. I do intend on live streaming still from Vegas. Gibbs has some setup stuff, and I'll possibly chime in on my phone, maybe something to that degree. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but we'll do it. So keep an eye out between the Raging Tomato and the Sleepy Tomato for upcoming streams while I'm away. And then
Can I do a shameless plug?
Oh, absolutely. Plug.
This Friday, the 19th, I think Juneteenth, right? We've got Emmett versus Witchy Bishy on the subject of whether or not Christianity is witchcraft. If you remember my Discord, we're going to be watching that live. And I hope everybody can participate in the pre-polls and the post-polls on the subject. I think it will be an interesting conversation, unexpectedly. So that's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. But check your local listings. Thank you, Sarah.
Check your local listings. Did you really say that? We're gonna raid over to Crack Baby Go. He's such a sweetheart, always so kind and thoughtful. So we'll raid over to him. He's only got 3 viewers going on right now, so we are all going to get our butts over there and send him lots of love and support. He pulled the trigger on wanting to do live streaming and getting more into it, so let's go show him more reasons why he should keep going and doing it. Otherwise, I will see you guys back here tomorrow, 9:15 p.m. EST. I love you all, and fuck off.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy booties, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashinmon. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashinmon. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Put on track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow. Wait one, Yashinmon. We don't have one.